Foolish mortals. New game. Oh, left click. Okay. Interact. Right click, examine. Double click. Okay. Got it. Clicking. Do I have to point? Begin.
They said there was a treasure on the
Holy
island.
crap!
Its location? Known only to the dead. I could see it in my dreams. How was I supposed to know that in order to find it, I'd have to die too?
Uh-oh. Whoa. It's always nice to see instant kills late in the game, especially when you can't save near it. Program bot, one programmer. The good old days. Murphy McCallan. Well, he was like Murphy McMurphy. That'd be cool. No, this is going to be voiced. I don't have to read it at all. It's hand-drawn, too, apparently. Hand-drawn. It's like Disney horror. A song by James Harrison. Oh.
Well, I think you're a fool. Everyone on Devil's Rock knows what happened to that house.
Everyone?
Over 30 years it stood empty now. Locals won't go near it. I say all it contains now is dust, cobwebs, and bad luck.
I don't have time for ghost stories.
Then what do you want with it?
33 years ago, the Bellemore Trading Company was wound up and absorbed by the state. The owner's dead, the heir nowhere to be found. Money was missing from the company accounts, and it's still unaccounted for. I'm here to find it.
So you're a treasure hunter?
Not quite.
Hey, bro.
I'm an auditor.
An auditor?
Hey, bro.
Records, taxes, all that stuff?
Think of me as the adventurer of the accounts book. But on this case, I'm out of office and on location. At 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, the state's claim on that money lapses for good along with my commission. So I've got one night to find it. I'm overdue for a meeting with the parish comptroller to reopen the case.
The comptroller you're meeting wouldn't happen to be Theodore Grimes, would it?
Yes, I believe it is.
Would be hard to convince him, I'd say.
Why's that? I'm a good talker.
He died about 4 days ago. I'd wager he's waiting to be buried in St. Juniper Cemetery, stiff as a board.
Okay, that might be tricky. Talking to the dead isn't quite within my skill set.
Remember what I said about that house and bad luck?
My bad luck started long before that house. It's a 3-day journey to get here, and it took me 7. And ever since my suitcase got dropped overboard on the steamer, all I have to my name is a pocket watch, a magazine, and $1.
Less than $1, actually. You owe me for the taxi ride.
My dollar!
And here's your change.
Didn't you say you'd take me into town?
You can walk from here. No one with any sense would go further onto this island at night.
But
And
it's all
remember,
just down the
the
road.
tide's coming in. Within the
It's
hour,
just down
you'll
the
be cut
road.
off from the mainland until tomorrow.
That suits me. I took the pocket watch out of my vest and clicked open the cover.
Oh. He
Got
did do that. He
13
did
hours
just
to
what he
find
said he
$13
did.
million.
Unlucky for some, but if you're really dead set on it, here's a tip. Go find the Spirit Queen.
Who?
The Spirit Queen? Who is that?
I think you'll find you mean, what's that? Good luck, Murphy McAllen.
Murphy. Whoa. Murphy McAllen. That's our name. Murphy Murphyson.
Walking into the port town of Deadnettle, I could sense its history in every stone, brick, and plank. Echoes of merchant ships
balloons.
loading and unloading all manner of cargo from expeditions throughout the Caribbean. Gold and treasure that may still lie hidden on the island.
Ooh. Treasure. The blues?
The door was locked with a sign in the window saying, "Closed for private appointment, reopening shortly." I could see two gentlemen inside the store. A spindly man with a wiry mustache had his face pressed against a display cabinet, while a diminutive older gentleman tried desperately to pull him away. I'd seen similar behavior in Laurel and Hardy pictures.
Laurel and Hardy. Diary? Find the Spirit Queen. Oh, solutions are in there? No. No hotspots. Highlight hotspots. Hotspots. Oh.
The sign read, "The Fantastic Fantocchio Brothers will be performing tonight. All ages welcome. Tips welcome even more." The puppet show hadn't started yet.
Puppet show.
I had heard of the medical benefits of open-air night swimming. To my mind, the only medical benefit was diagnosing insanity in the people willing to do it.
Okay.
The poster advertised billiards at the Captain's Club, with 3 billiard balls and 2 cues framing a cube of billiard chalk. I thought better.
Slap me with a paddle. It's a whopper.
Huh?
Well, blast my barnacles. That's the third one tonight. These
Oh,
fish
no.
sure must have been spooked by something.
I thought better of swimming out to the wreck. As best as I could tell, all it contained was dock mud and the future promise of an antibiotics prescription.
Supposed to be 33. When was antibiotics? He knows the future.
The clothesline was decidedly out of reach, even for a person who wanted to steal someone's freshly laundered undergarments. I wasn't one of those people. Of all of the papers pinned to the board, one article stood out to me. It showed the beaming face of a rotund fisherman on the docks with a headline declaring he'd just broken the island's heaviest catch record. I wasn't going to climb the mast. I had neither the proficiency with electrical equipment nor the desire to get electrocuted. It was the door to a newspaper office. A note on the door said, "Out on a scoop. Back later."
Oop.
The billboard poster was peeling away to reveal layers of advertisements underneath, like some sort of consumeristic onion. The fishing net was worn and useless. Using it would have been like trying to catch soup with a sieve.
What is it? Why is it a skull? Am I going to kill him?
Are the fish biting?
Not so well today, to tell the truth. That was the first nibble in hours. I'm Ned Kipps, by the way. I haven't seen you around here before.
Hi, Ned.
I'm here because I have a very important job on this island. A calling that only I can fulfill. Dark
Damn.
secrets that I need to uncover.
We are
You're
special.
a tourist. Now, why on earth would you choose Devil's Rock as the place to vacation?
I must have done something to upset my travel agent. The name's Murphy McCallan.
Nice to meet you, Mac. Not peckish, are you? You can help yourself to what I got here in my bucket if you like.
Oh, thanks.
Free fish.
My expectations of a local seafood delicacy quickly unraveled when I plunged my hands into what felt like lumpy jelly. Ugh! It was a handful of fish guts.
Ha! That's the best bait you get around here. They smell pretty bad, but the critters on this island love them. Who would have known they're good at suckering in tourists, too?
Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
Heard of her? Sure. But I wouldn't be heading out into the bayou at this time of night.
The bayou.
She's out there.
Oh, yeah,
That's
we're
where I
in
need to go.
Louisiana.
Murphy, bayou's dangerous. It's not the kind of place you want to go alone.
I'll be careful.
Well, if you're set on it,
So there
just
might
take
be
the
voodoo.
western route out of town. Left at Pimlico Rock, then right on into the bayou. Without dark it gets in there, you'll see the lights guiding you the last stretch of the way. Just make sure the gators don't get too attached to you.
Gators. Oh.
What's life like in Dead Nettle?
Well, it's not the hustle and bustle it used to be, but it suits me just fine. The ships just don't come through Dead Nettle anymore. Not since the disappearance.
You must have been talking about the Bellemore wedding. The locals actually believed the story. Have you ever considered moving to the mainland?
Nah, I wouldn't like it over there. Crazies, oddballs, crackpots. The mainland doesn't have any of them.
Yep.
What's that you're reading?
This is Herman Melville's Moby Dick.
Are you enjoying it?
I'm struggling my way through it, to be honest. I thought it was a how-to book. I must prefer the last book I read. It was much more action-packed.
What book was that?
The Encyclopedia of Fishing Lures, 3rd edition.
I'm going to get back to exploring the island.
I wouldn't go looking for it if I were you, you know.
Huh?
Excuse me?
The folks this island gets now either seem to be looking for something or running away from something. You look like you're doing both. You've got your eye on that Bellemore treasure, and I wouldn't be doing right by you if I didn't warn you to stay away from it. I know this island has a reputation for the macabre, and it's all fun and games in the beginning, but dig too deep, and you end up in the place you don't want to be.
What makes you think I... Ned looked at me in a way that told me my playing innocent wasn't going to work. Okay, that's right, but I'm not a grave robber. I'm an auditor, contracted by the state.
It don't matter what your reasons are, Mac. You need to be careful with that house. Us locals, we don't go anywhere near it.
I appreciate the concern, but
That
who can really
house.
say they've seen a ghost?
I have, Murphy, and I'm not the only one. Ever since
Ghosts.
the disappearance, anyone brave or foolish
Sounds
enough to go up
decent.
to their house has seen the same thing. You might say it was moonlight shimmering off dusty glass, the shadow of a tree branch,
It's not
or a
killing
curtain
any
blown
ghosts.
by
This
an
has
unseen
ghosts.
breeze. But deep down, we all know what we saw.
What did you see?
The Phantom.
Oh, the
Not
Phantom.
something anyone will forget. Every poor soul who's seen the Phantom has been plagued by the most awful experience. Night after night of endless nightmares. Months of restless sleep. Just visions of faces. Evil faces. Laughing. It's like it
Phantom.
can infect your dreams.
And who do you think the Phantom is? Or was?
Nobody knows. But it must have been someone at that awful wedding. Someone who doesn't want to leave the house. Or doesn't want to let anyone in.
I appreciate your concern, but I have a job to do. I don't think my boss would be too happy if I report back that ghosts and ghouls are what's standing in my
I
way.
think I played that
You're
game.
not the first to come looking for the treasure, you know.
But if I find it, I could be the last.
Whether you find it or not, I hope that's true. For everyone's sake.
Ned's talk of
Phantom.
nightmares was the last thing I needed to be worried about. Even if it was a job, ever since I read about the Bellemore treasure, all I could do was dream about finding it.
Treasure, though. We need the treasure. Oh, weird. Oh, okay. I didn't expect that. Interesting. Played it on. I didn't actually know about it, but I had like an email about it, so that's how I figured we learned about it. About how long is it? Would you say?
I shook the gate, but it wasn't going to open. Down the passageway, I could make out a portion of an illuminated courtyard and the echoing trickle of a
Mickey
fountain.
Island. Yeah. I'm sure that's one of the inspirations. Probably. 20 hours. Oh.
As I returned to the beach, I could see the causeway was now fully flooded over by the rising tide. I was trapped here until dawn.
Oh. It's pretty long,
No way
especially
to
when
cross
it's
the
modern.
causeway
And
back to the mainland until the tide had
streamlined
gone
and-
down.
you don't get lost as much.
I didn't want to take the little girl's balloon from her. Her brooding face made it more than clear that it wouldn't be a good idea to get on her bad side.
What are you doing out here?
Hello? Little girl? You lost your mommy and daddy? It's
Broken
late. There
sword?
could be a lot of strange people around.
Yeah, I think I'm talking to one.
Maybe I should introduce myself. My name's Murphy McCallan. What's yours?
Mallory Wisp, angel on the outside, malevolent force of disparagement, derision, and disorder on the inside. At least,
Uh-oh.
that's what Mrs. Huxley wrote in my school report. Hey, do you know what an enfant terrible is?
Do your parents know you're here?
Of course they do. This is my happy place. I come here when I need to cheer up.
This is your
What's
happy
got you down?
place?
It's
This
my
puddle?
birthday, and I didn't get the present I wanted.
Well, happy birthday. Is being out here helping?
A little. It's a nice place to plot my revenge.
Yeah.
This doesn't sound like an appropriate way for a little girl to spend her time.
Little girl? Little girl? What am I supposed to like? Posies and princesses? Tiaras and tea parties? Those are not my thing.
He likes boat.
How are you planning on getting revenge?
I'm not sure. Currently, I'm at the plotting and ruminating stage of my plan.
What are you plotting and ruminating about?
How things would be different if I was in charge of the world. We
Yeah,
had
she's
a school
pretty
project
articulate
last
for a
week.
little girl.
What we want to be when we grow up. Mildred wanted to be a baker. Bobby wanted to be a firefighter.
What did you want to be?
Queen of the universe.
I guess no one can accuse you of lacking ambition. Do you think you could fix the world's problems and make the world a better place if you were in charge?
Oh, absolutely not. It would be far worse. My patience is worn so thin with all the idiots around me. I don't know if it would be wise for me to wield that much power. You to the dungeons! You to the torture room! It would be very cathartic for me, though.
What present did you want for your birthday?
A doll?
A doll?
What's wrong with wanting a doll?
Nothing. I just didn't expect it. It doesn't quite fit with your whole aura.
I'm still a little girl. I don't have to defy all your stereotypes. Instead, I get this stupid tin boat. I know Sebastian's got something to do with it, too. He was all over the tin boat when I showed him my toy catalog from Mulligan's.
Is he one of your friends?
Not in a million years. You can see right through him.
Shouldn't you be heading home?
I'm in trouble at home. Mrs. Huxley held me back for detention yesterday. Again.
What did you do?
I convinced
she's
three-quarters
supposed to
of the
be
class
annoying,
to sign
but,
over their eternal souls to me in exchange for some jelly beans. Third graders are remarkably
beans.
easy to manipulate with a bag of candy and a little peer pressure.
Why did you do that?
You've got to speculate to accumulate.
Why did you want their souls? What use do you have for them?
Just making sure I'm prepared. And that's just step one.
I didn't dare ask what she was preparing for.
Taking their soul in exchange for jelly beans.
Have you heard of the Spirit Queen?
Look, if Maury put you up to this, you can tell him that I have no intention of going anywhere near his big, boring boat again. And anyway, those skulls look better with a little lipstick on them. I even made some cowrie necklaces for them, but nope. If we have a skeletal uprising, they're just going to have to maraud without being dolled up. And they'll have to take it up with Maury.
Who's Moray?
Nope, not falling for it.
Oh?
Do you like living on Devil's Rock?
This island is cut off from society, an isolated microcosm of the dark and macabre. If I'm honest, it fits me quite nicely. Lots of places to explore, too, when I'm not banned from them.
Where are you banned
steal
from?
men's souls
Where am I not?
and
He
make them your
does.
Captain's Club
slaves.
wouldn't let me in after I declared a mutiny. The lady at the newspaper office kicked me out when I tried selling stories about a zombie uprising. The witch doctor in the bayou threatened to hex me if I didn't stop sneaking on board
witch
and
doctor.
borrowing his toys. And the
Voodoo.
gravedigger banned me from the cemetery when I played a teensy little practical joke.
What did you do?
I convinced him the stiff he'd buried was still alive. People are so antisocial around here.
I better get going.
I wouldn't walk across the beach again if I were you. This beach is covered in quicksand. I can hop along the surface, but with your weight, you'll be sucked down like a noodle.
Huh?
No. Really? This beach has quicksand?
Nah, I'm just messing with you.
Oh.
Tourists.
Despite the little girl's disparaging look at her tiny toy, I doubted she'd be okay with me commandeering it. I peered into the tide pools, but all I could see was pebbles, sand, and seaweed.
Okay.
Would you like some fish guts?
No thanks. My dad brings enough back from the trawlers as it
What?
is. We have them 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Really? You eat this?
You're so gullible, Murphy.
Can I buy a boat?
I'd like to buy your boat.
What do you think I am? A yacht broker named Mitch? Gotta
Huh?
get the big sales before the end of the month. I don't need your money. There's nothing on the island to spend it on.
Here's all my money. Oh. Everything you need to make your own kazoo?
What do you think of this magazine?
Ghost stories, huh? I mean, it's all right, but I like my ghost stories with a little more edge to them.
It was the pocket watch I'd been given when I reached 5 years as an auditor. I didn't know whether it was to celebrate the fact or rub it in. It was the change the taxi driver had given me from our drive across the causeway, a dime and a penny.
11 cents.
It was a handful of fish guts so odoriferous they made my eyes water.
And why am I carrying them? Who knows? Oh.
After what felt like miles, the eerie darkness of the bayou gave way to the soft orange glow of a gas
Gator.
lamp. And beyond it, the last thing I expected to find in the heart of the swamp. Hand-painted lettering on the side of a paddle wheel revealed the Spirit Queen wasn't a person, it was a riverboat. Its hull sagged, the wood swollen and split from years in the swamp. Peeling paint curled like dead skin, and what remained of its once grand decks now tilted and crooked. It looked like a wedding cake that had been left to rot.
Wedding cake? Ooh. Pets.
I considered climbing the water tower, but I couldn't imagine what I'd find at the top other than stagnant, moldy water. And there was plenty of that in the bayou already.
Shrunken head.
As I took the shrunken head from the sign, it almost seemed to grin at me. Creepy.
Am I cursed now? Should I have taken that?
I may have been new to the bayou, but even I knew that plunging my hand into alligator-infested waters wasn't a good idea. It was a shrunken head with wispy white hair and tightly shut eyes. The damp air of the bayou had swelled the window in its frame. It would need more force than my bare hands could supply to open it. The sign read Dockmaster. Presumably, this little shack was where documents and licenses pertaining to the riverboat's operation were stored. I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked.
You wonder?
Howdy ho.
Do I have to save manually? There's an autosave.
Nope. That didn't work. I needed to think of something else. The fish guts could definitely draw the alligator's attention, but not if they sank into the bayou. Firstly, if I wanted to get across the jetty, I needed to make sure the alligator wasn't on it. Hand-feeding the alligator didn't seem like a good idea. What if it bit off more than I was offering? I needed to think of something else. That didn't work.
Oh. That's not it. I thought I put the bait on here.
A swiveling wooden crane used to load up cargo in days gone by stood halfway along the jetty. It was a handful of fish guts so odoriferous they made my eyes water. It was a shrunken head with wispy white hair and tightly shut eyes. It was the kind of water that made you question every ripple. Was it the breeze or something hungry? It was an aging water tower used to replenish the steam engine aboard the riverboat.
A lot of voiced lines.
I needed to think of something else.
Can you help me with the alligator?
Good evening, Ned.
Hello again, Mac.
You didn't tell me the Spirit Queen was a riverboat.
Oh, sure. That thing's been moored up in the bayou with her keel kissing the mud for years. Witch doctor lives aboard her now. Claims to sell all manner of hoodoo and voodoo.
Witch doctor.
But to believe that, you need to be dumber than the bachelor in New Orleans, throwing beads at the
Made it.
Sisters of Mercy.
It is hand-drawn, as far as I...
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
I had more important things to do than fish. To make use of that, I needed something to weigh. That was going to require a whole fish. That didn't work. What do you think of this shrunken head?
You didn't get that from Dr. Moray, did you? My advice would be to use your own head. Keep away from that stuff.
There was nothing I needed to buy off him. What do you think of this magazine?
Is this what got you interested in the Bellemore treasure?
That's right. This is all I could find about it.
Just remember, don't believe everything you read.
RAM is gold now. That's because of the AI scam, but it's gonna probably pop.
My pockets still reeked from the last handful of fish guts. I didn't need any
Maybe.
more.
Also, the trade war garbage is probably not helping, but... Ugh. Guess all those data centers need a lot of RAM. People, like, especially here, they don't want the data centers in their towns. They take too much electricity. Like, people are starting to get really... Like, they don't want them. I don't have the prices. I would assume the prices already went up.
A fishing net had been stretched between two poles to dry, and then clearly forgotten about.
But, like, I think gold is still a lot more than RAM.
The fishing net was worn and useless. Using
Gold's
it would have
gonna-
been like trying to catch soup with a sieve.
Gold's on its way to the moon, I think. I have like extra RAM when I thought I had a problem with this computer that I didn't know what it was. Like, so I have extra RAM for this. So I have extra DDR5 RAM. But, yeah. Every random device is going to cost more. You know, that's probably...
The door was locked with a sign in the window saying, "Closed for private appointment. Reopening shortly."
Just download
I could
more
see
RAM.
two gentlemen inside the store. A spindly
all
man
use
with a wiry
RAM.
mustache had his face pressed against a display cabinet, while a diminutive older gentleman tried I'd seen similar...
But like everything uses RAM, you know, basically. Or every computer device. I don't know if it's like... What do you think about this shrunken head?
How would you like to trade your tin boat for this?
It's basically
A doll?
At least the head of one.
Deal!
Oh. Alright.
Oh, I'll hug him and kiss him and conquer the world with him.
TVs have a lot of RAM?
Prepare to weigh anchor.
I got a boat.
It was a toy boat made of tin, with a motor you could wind up so it puttered around in the water.
Yeah, she's a little weird. Hey. Who are you?
Mr. McAllen,
Yes? How do you know my name?
it's a work assignment that brings you to the island. Am I right?
She began staring at me with intense, hypnotic eyes. Disguised within her tailored outfit and tortoiseshell spectacles, she had the crazed look of someone not entirely in touch with reality. That's right.
An auditing job.
Eyes that looked like she was reading my very thoughts. Yes?
And you're late. Days late.
I was beginning to panic. Ned had warned me about the supernatural on this island. Was this person standing in front of me equipped with psychic powers that could read my very thoughts? How do you know all this? Are you the witch doctor?
The witch doctor? No. It was written on this telegram that came in for you. It came through a few days ago now. Your boss isn't too happy by the looks of it. Bill Bolam, the taxi driver, telephoned and said I'd find you out here.
You're reading my telegrams?
I'm a newspaper reporter. It's one of the best ways to get a good story. Now, do you want it or not?
She
you
read
wouldn't
my
mind.
mail.
McAllen, you're late reporting in. I don't remember authorizing the reopening of a cold case, but you better make sure it pays off, or you'll be swapping desks back to the mailroom. Sid Sinclair Auditing Company.
Mailroom.
Do you want to send a reply?
What was there to say? My only contact was going to be pushing up daisies by morning, and my one lead was the magazine I'd been carrying with me since heading out. Before I checked in with my boss, I needed some progress to report badly. You know, for now I'll just leave it.
Suit yourself. Sounds like you're up to some fun on the island, Murphy. Be a sweetie and keep me updated
I
so I
never
have something to
saw
write about,
him
won't you?
again.
She didn't even wait for a reply before she started striding back through the bayou. She hadn't taken a single thing from me, and yet somehow, I still felt like I'd just been mugged.
The hell?
I packed the fish guts into the tin boat. It was the smelliest little ship to sail the 7 seas.
What?
Perhaps this would attract the gator's attention. The hulking mass of scales and muscles lumbered to the edge of the jetty and dangled its toothy jaws over the side, its nostrils flickering at each waft of fish guts.
We're gonna push it in.
Ready? With a splash that would be the envy of any cannonballing kid at a pool party, the irritable reptile disappeared into the murky bayou. I just hoped it didn't hold a grudge.
Got him. The boost.
The taxidermied fish looked like it was barely hanging on to the rotting wooden frame. Deciding it would be better coming with me, I picked it up.
Why did I pick it up? Who
And in
knows?
doing so, tore a long hole in its previously stitched up seam.
Ooh.
It was the taxidermied fish I'd taken from the riverboat, with a ripped seam opening up to the stuffing inside. It was a large paddle wheel used to propel the ship. The writing on the paddle wheel said in fancy painted letters, "The Spirit Queen."
Which doctor?
Spirits and specters from
God.
realms yet unknown, guide to me the wanderer who searches alone. Welcome, Murphy McAllen.
How do you know my name? Have you been reading my telegrams too?
I have no need for such trivial paperwork. I have eyes all over this island. Now it's time for me to see you for myself. Come, step into the light. I know a lot about you, Murphy. Unknown parents, a childhood spent in orphanages. I know things about you even you don't know.
How do you know all that?
My name is Dr. Morey. I am a conjurer, a shadow man, a controller of spirits
Shadow
that
man.
balance the line between life and death. And those spirits whisper to me. But for now, it's your time to talk, Murphy. Tell me why you've come to my humble abode.
I've been told you could help me.
That depends on what you seek.
I kept telling myself that the doctor's theatrics didn't convince me. That there must have been a logical reason why he knew what he did. But with how skittish the locals were, humoring him seemed like my only chance of learning more. I'm looking for the $13 million that went missing from the Bellemore accounts. I'm an auditor in the company I work for.
Murphy, do you take me for a fool? I know what your mind sees when your eyes are closed. Tell me, Murphy, what do you dream of?
I dream about finding the lost treasure of Bellemore Manor.
I see that spirit within you, hungering for more than an auditor's life. And I know you've dreamed about that treasure every night since you first read the story. Tell me I'm not right.
It's like the treasure is calling out for me to find it.
Many have sought the lost treasure of Bellemore Manor, all have failed. Some, it is said, have perished in the process. Do you know what happened at Bellemore Manor all those years ago?
The ghost story? I've read it, but I don't know how much of it is really true.
All of it.
All of it.
Dark magic runs throughout Bellemore Manor. The house was built by the Bellemore brothers, 3 merchants from England who made their fortune trading across the Caribbean. Xavier Bellemore, an explorer. Yardley Bellemore, an actor. And Cecil Bellemore, a scientist. Their parents dead for many years, they each loved and cared for their young sister, Abigail. Abigail met a young sailor who worked aboard her brother's ships, and in less than a year, he proposed. The engagement was a scandal. Despite having the pick of any eligible bachelor in high society, her hand and her share of the Bellemore fortune was to go to a commoner.
A commoner?
Because of their unconditional love for their young sister, the Bellemore brothers sanctioned the union. But people began to wonder if Abigail was being locked into marriage, whether by blackmail or black magic. The 3 proud brothers planned a grand wedding, but in the months leading up to it, one by one, each of the brothers was lost, presumed dead.
Oh, it's her money now.
And yet the wedding was still to go ahead. And with Abigail set to inherit the entire Bellemore fortune once she came of age, people began to wonder whether the sailor was not a perpetrator, but a pawn. On the morning of the wedding, Abigail summoned the sailor to her chambers. "I don't love you," Abigail declared. "I never loved you." And before the guests gathered in the house, Abigail declared that she would marry another on that same evening. John Rackham, first officer of the Bellemore Trading Company, would be her new groom. Except that didn't happen. That night, everyone in the house suddenly and mysteriously vanished. Perhaps it was the last revenge of the scorned sailor. In the house that night was a heart that would be broken, a victim who would be tricked, and a force that would unleash evil. But no one knows exactly who each was.
Evil?
If you want to find the treasure, Murphy, you'll have to find out.
You're telling me that all of that actually happened?
And so much more, Murphy. Mysteries you have yet to uncover.
Dr. Morey's performance was gripping, but it seemed like something out of the vaudeville shows I'd snuck into as a teenager. Grifters peddling magic spells, fortune-telling, and miracle elixirs. At least that's what I tried to tell myself. And the treasure, is that real too?
It is as real as you are, Murphy. And someone went to a lot of trouble hiding it.
Can you help me find it?
I can. If you can prove your dedication to the search, I will need you to retrieve something from inside the house.
Huh?
A small leather pouch called a gree-gree still lies inside Abigail Bellemore's bedroom. We will need it if I'm to help you. This will get you inside.
Whoa.
You're not gonna pull a rabbit out of your hat for your next trick, are
Whoa.
you?
I do not do tricks, Murphy McCallan. You'll soon learn this. The Bellemore estate lies at the end of the northeastern peninsula of Devil's Rock. Find that gree-gree and bring it back to me.
Hope I don't have to write a report on this.
I'll be here when you return. And Murphy, this ghost story? Now it's your story, too.
My story?
There was no use returning to the riverboat without the gree-gree. I needed to go to Bellemore Manor.
Okay. Let's go here first. I wonder if I can go in here now.
Stupid man thing!
What was the news lady?
It was the door to a newspaper office. A note on the door said, "Out on a scoop. Back later."
Oop. Foolish mortals.
I decided to leave Ned to his fishing.
Okay. The manor.
Framed by trees and lit by moonlight, Bellemore Manor stood imposingly in the still night air. Even without any lights on, it felt like something inside the house was calling me, or warning me. I considered wading into the pond, water up to my waist, squelching my way through the reeds and mud, past frogs, bugs, and water snakes. Then I realized I had absolutely no reason to do that. From the outside, I couldn't spot any clues to the location of the Bellemore treasure. Looking out over the tranquility of the gardens, its magnolias lit by moonlight, nothing could take my attention away from the macabre sight dangling from the oak tree. A hanged skeleton,
Oh.
its wedding suit little more than tattered rags clinging to bone, and its skull
Skeleton.
seemingly watching me with
Hey, Duhawk.
hollow, unblinking eyes. An eternal groom without a bride.
Well, break out the beer and nachos.
The skeleton hung high up in the tree, swaying with each slight breeze. Even from down on the ground, I felt disturbingly close to it. The stark trunk of the tree didn't offer any possibility of climbing it. A dying tree stood next to the balcony, its branches devoid of leaves, its bark flaking away. The wheel was too heavy to move. The knot was tied so tightly I couldn't loosen it. The barrel dangled from the rope like a piñata, but having this burst over my head would be the first step in getting tarred and feathered. The cow skull was out of reach, high up on the gable. The doors were firmly locked from the inside.
Gazebo.
From the patina of rust, it was clear the patio set hadn't been used in decades.
Ow!
So much for good luck. I picked up the horseshoe that had assaulted me. It was heavy, as the bump on my head attested.
Ouch!
Horseshoe.
Gazing up at the glowing moon, it reminded me of a poem I could recite by heart, even if I couldn't remember where I'd first heard it. From way up high, the moon can spy beyond where eyesight delves, but with some time, the maritime can see those sights themselves. It was a heavy iron horseshoe. From the outside, I couldn't spot any clues to the location of the Bellemore treasure. With a deep breath, I placed the key into the lock of the house I'd been thinking about for weeks and turned it. Hello? I don't know if I expected a reply, but with only an echo in response, it seemed like nobody was home. I hope that was just the wind.
Uh-oh. Ghost.
An orb appeared seemingly from nowhere, glowing and shimmering with energy, simultaneously captivating and terrifying. It was like it had a presence, an aura that I couldn't explain. My first instinct was to look for smoke and mirrors, but this illusion was right before my very eyes, one that I could reach out and touch.
Ghost.
It was a painting of Abigail Bellemore, hauntingly beautiful. Huge paintings hung on the walls of the hall. With neither of the doors appearing to open, I peered through the crack between them. I couldn't tell if I was imagining things, but it looked like shadows dancing. The door didn't have a visible lock, but as much as I tried, it wouldn't open. Without a flue, the fireplace seemed entirely decorative, and yet, standing in front of it, I could feel a breeze.
That's a weird spot for a fireplace.
It was a family portrait of all four Bellemore siblings. The three brothers stood around their seated younger sister. Like the other door, this door had no keyhole, yet still seemed to be locked too.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. Well, that's why I said it's purely decorative.
The two sea deities stared at me with disapproving eyes. I didn't know what I could have done to disappoint a statue. It was a painting of the gazebo I recognized from the clifftop.
Gazebo. Where's it going? Three bells. That'll be a order puzzle.
This was strange. I didn't remember seeing any lights on when I was outside the house. I couldn't ring the bells from the hallway.
You couldn't? Oh, there's probably like... You ring them from the room, okay.
The door was locked. The door was locked. The door was locked. The door was locked. The door was locked.
Locked.
Door's locked!
I looked behind the curtains, but there was nothing there. Walking into the room, I realized it must have been Abigail's bedroom. I was in the right place. Somewhere in this room was the gree-gree, and I needed to find it.
Who's doing the maintenance?
The sheets lay flat on the bed, undisturbed for more than 30 years. The gree-gree wasn't going to be there.
The lights are on,
I took the poker from the hook.
Get out.
I
Hello?
hope that was my imagination. The portraits hung tight to the wall and didn't reveal anything hidden behind them. Lighting the fire may have warmed the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt standing there. I tried to lift the ashpan grate, but decades without use had rusted it in place. I couldn't see anything special about the phonograph's reflection. The music box was locked with no visible keyhole, but a distinctive indent on the front looked like it might be the mechanism to open it, if I had the right key. There was nothing I could do with the tabletop. It was best to leave the vase where it was. The phonograph didn't have a record to play. I tried to open the balcony doors, but they were locked securely. I wasn't getting through them.
Best to leave, probably.
I wedged the poker in the grate, and with all my might, pulled. I picked up the object that had been glinting in the fireplace and discovered it was a jeweled brooch. It was an ornate brooch that had tarnished with age. What should have been a sparkling gem was now grimy and dull. The brooch fitted snugly into the indentation in the music box. With a small click, the music box opened and revealed the contents it had held untouched for more than 30 years.
Where's the gears and mechanisms for the actual music? It's just a...
The small leather bag was just as the witch doctor had described. It was hard to imagine what could be so important about it.
Hello? A ghost!
You should not be here!
My bad.
Wait, I can explain.
You don't belong here!
I don't mean any harm.
Get out! Get out!
Oh! No.
With good fortune, the pond had broken my fall. It was a strange juxtaposition, wiggling goldfish out of my underwear as I tried to process the fact that I'd just been the victim
Get out
an
of here,
attempted
stalker.
murder by a ghost bride.
Tempted.
Stories were true. So that meant the treasure might be real as well. And now I had the Gree-Gree. It was time to return to the Spirit Queen.
Murphy, did you find it?
I saw her. I saw the bride. She tried to kill me.
I told you it was true. Now, do you have the Gree-Gree?
Yes, I found it.
Good. Good.
What if this voodoo guy's the bad
Now,
guy?
do you believe what I've been telling you?
I'm starting to. Why did she try to kill me?
There are some spirits that, even in death, do not wish to give up what they amassed in life. The question is, are you strong enough to persuade them?
Am
I would be if they'd give me a chance to ask them.
Precisely. That will be our next step.
Oh? Nails, char.
A manuscript for a voodoo spell? A
Feathers,
spell to help
powder.
me find the treasure?
A spell
Coin.
to reveal those who know where it is.
Dimes can be made of silver. Sometimes.
There are many things on this island that have gone unseen. Stories that have been left unheard, at least by mortals. But I commune with realms beyond. Let me introduce you to a friend.
Friend?
Out of the shadows, the cursed and the damned, return now, my servants, to do my command!
I have returned to you, Master.
Loa, this gentleman wishes to find the lost treasure of Bellemore Manor. Tell him how this can be done.
Only inhabitants of the house know where the treasure
like the blue guy
lies.
from The
Their
Watchmen, but
spirits
it's
still
green.
within its walls, trapped between life and death. To ask them, those spirits must be pulled back to the mortal realm.
And that is what our spell will do, Murphy.
We have to revive the
Summoning
ghost?
spell to unveil the ghost trapped within the house.
7 ingredients place inside, tie closed and then unseal. Within the focus what may hide, this spell will soon reveal.
Once you've collected all 7, we can summon the ghosts of Bellemore Manor. Once we've summoned the ghosts, we can ask them exactly where the treasure was hidden. You have
What if
served
they don't
me,
tell
Noah.
us?
Be gone. That, Murphy, is your goal. Find the 7 ingredients named in the voodoo manuscript, place them in the gree-gree,
Voodoo.
and return to the Spirit Queen. Are you up to the task?
No.
I think so.
Excellent. Then there's just one thing left to do. The gree-gree that you carry is not yours. It was stolen from the spirits. And an artifact of voodoo will only work for its rightful owner. To be used, it cannot be stolen. It can only be bought, or traded, or inherited. Fortunately for you, the spirits and I are willing to make a trade for something symbolic of your spirit. The spirit that yearns to escape its humdrum life. If you want the gree-gree to be rightfully yours, what do you have to offer in exchange for it?
11 cents.
Taking some of the witch doctor's candles wasn't going to help me. Gazing into the spirit pool, I thought I could see formless faces gazing back at me. I didn't need to talk to the witch doctor yet. I needed an item to trade for the gree-gree.
Gree-gree.
What about this?
A pocket watch. A symbol of the life that doesn't satisfy you. A symbol of lost time. Dare you give it up?
I think I can do without it.
Then cast it into the spirit pool. The spirits have deemed it a satisfactory trade. The gree-gree and its powers are now rightfully yours to wield.
What powers does it have?
Now, Murphy. Head out to the island and retrieve the ingredients we need. Then I will show you the final step of the spell.
How am I going to find what I need?
Everything I've ever needed for my voodoo spells, I've found here. It's as though this island draws the supernatural to it. The bayou, the beach, the town, the manor, all will help you in your search. Tell me, Murphy, have you visited the mill to the north, the fort to the south, the church at the island's heart? The island will lead you to that which you seek. I have no doubt about that.
Ooh. Don't we only have till like tomorrow morning though? Or we're gonna get this all done.
How are the ghosts trapped within Bellemore Manor?
The explosion is what sealed their fate. They exist now only as spirits, the form they should take in the spirit realm, and yet they remain here in the mortal realm. The ghosts are trapped in that house, unseen, unheard, and unable to interact with the world around them. This spell will change that.
How is the bride able to attack me when she's supposedly unseen and unheard?
Voodoo works best when attuned to emotion, and the strongest of those emotions can sometimes push beyond the known limits. She must have been very angry with you.
If I summon the spirits of the house, won't I also summon the bride again?
Very true, Murphy. Best be a little more persuasive this time.
What was the explosion that caused everyone to disappear?
What do you
It was
know
a
about
tearing in the
voodoo?
very threshold between life and death, a chain reaction of spirit energy suddenly unleashed by the most violent of emotions. Just as the bride's anger allowed her to manifest in front of you this very evening, think of the rage that must have caused an entire household to explode and vanish.
Who was the creature that you talked to?
That is my Loa, the Loa of the mysteries, the invisibles, the messengers.
Is it a ghost?
No, they are the intermediaries between humans and the supernatural. There are two planes of existence, Murphy, the mortal realm and the spirit realm. Loa can move between them both. With my powers, I can command them when they do.
How did you learn voodoo?
I have always been adept with the mystic arts. Just as you dream of treasure, Murphy, I dream of power. I came to Devil's Rock many years ago, drawn by its voodoo energy. And no sooner than I arrived, the spirit realm began to reveal itself to me, pleading for me to be its master.
Gabriel Knight.
Why is this island such a focus of voodoo energy?
I suspect the answer to that question already lies in what you're seeking.
What's this riverboat we're aboard?
This is the Spirit Queen. It used to be a pleasure boat, plying the rivers around the island, a den of drinking and gambling. That's how I came to own the boat. A lucky game of chance. But between you and me, Murphy, it's a lot easier to win when you have spirits to control the roll of the dice.
It sounds like you cheated.
Fate was always gonna bring this boat to me. I just hurried it along.
If I get a new one, it'll probably be a while.
Do you keep an alligator as a pet?
That's right. My dear old Mephistopheles. Blind as a bat, but with the smell of a bloodhound. Good thing he's chained up safely in the boiler room.
No, he isn't. He was out on the jetty when I was trying to get aboard.
Where is he now?
Swimming in the bayou.
Oh dear, not again.
I'm going to go and find the voodoo ingredients.
Hurry back.
Part 1.
A frayed sack hung from the wooden crane. With the gator disposed of, I turned my attention to the sack hanging from the crane. There was no apparent way to open it, but by the feel of it, it seemed to be filled with some kind of grain.
Grain? Fill the fish with it.
I couldn't do that. That didn't work.
Open the window.
With a bit of elbow grease, I levered up the window frame.
That's what he did.
Pressed against the inside wall was a dusty desk covered in spiderwebs, and to top it, one thing lay undisturbed, a small folded document which I picked up, along with an inadvertent 8-legged companion. Ugh! Ghost stories and haunted treasures I could handle, but spiders gave me the creeps.
Oh. License issued by Department of Commerce and Labor. Cornelius Knott. No picture. Oh, what is this? B. Butterworth, Supervising Inspector.
I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. The shack door was too sturdy for me to pry open with the poker, but that still left another way in. There was nothing else of interest in the shack. I considered climbing the water, and there was... It was the change the taxi driver had given me from our drive across the causeway, a dime and a penny. It was a small leather pouch with a drawstring used for magic spells. Currently, it was empty. I placed the dime into the gree-gree. That would work as the silver coin.
I knew it. It's a silver dime. Oh, it crosses it off. Gunpowder.
At the center of the manuscript was an empty circle with arrows pointing inward from each of the ingredients. It was marked The Focus. It was a manuscript that looked hundreds of years old, with the instructions to a spell that summoned things hidden within.
Doors open. Doubloons.
Oh, my second customer of the night. I don't know if I can handle such a rush. Welcome, young man, to Doubloons Jewelry. Oh, the riches to fill your breeches. Jewels, silver, gold, the finest things for you to behold. Whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
My name's Murphy McCallan.
Oh, a pleasure to meet you. My name's Jasper Crumb, owner and proprietor. Are you looking for something valuable while you're here on the island?
Funnily enough, I am.
Is there a special someone in your life? Looking for an apology gift, perhaps? I've sold more missed anniversary necklaces and drunken fumble earrings than I can count.
No, I don't need anything like that.
Then how about something for yourself? You look like a working man. Could I interest you in a pocket watch?
Actually, I had one up until about an hour ago. Traded it to a glowing green guy for a magic pouch. As the words left my lips, I realized I sounded like a character from Jack and the Beanstalk.
Pardon me?
I'm just here to browse.
Browse away, young man. I'll be here if you need me.
All I have is a penny.
It was a single penny, the last money I had left to my name.
I don't even have, like, stuff money back home.
The cabinet proudly displayed all manner of gold and silver creations, watches, necklaces, pendants, and more, all made in-house by the jeweler.
What is this?
I inspected the carving. Its woodworm-dotted surface and water-stained edges suggested it had once been much more than a decorative piece in a jewelry store. The cabinet was filled with precious jewels, geodes, and fossils next to a small sign that read, Treasures of the Earth. I didn't need the poster. The poster read, Free polishing on all purchases. Gemstones bought. The cabinet was filled with used jewelry. Rings, brooches, necklaces, and more. Even second-hand, I would have had to save for years to afford any of them. There was no way I could carry a fishbowl full of water and a live goldfish around with me. A small glass fishbowl sat on top of a cabinet, the goldfish inside swimming around happily.
How do you know it's happy? Could be miserable in there.
There was no reason to use the microscope without something to magnify. Even if I could reach it, it was probably better for the jeweler to operate equipment like that. Robbing a jewelry store really wasn't my style. Good evening, Mr. Crumb.
How can I help you?
How's business tonight?
You're not a millionaire with an enraged fiancé, are you?
I'm not, no.
I didn't think so. Then business tonight is about as lively as a snail drinking decaf. The only other customer I had in here tonight was more interested in the provenance of fossils than the shiny stuff. Booked a private viewing, and then didn't buy anything. Can you believe it? The first time in weeks the shop gets a private viewing, and all they're interested in is bones.
You sell fossils, too?
I sell all the treasures of the earth. If it's under the ground and I can sell it, I'm interested.
I hear Burke and Hare had the same philosophy. What are you selling?
We specialize in jewelry and precious stones. Rings, necklaces, earrings, and brooches in this cabinet to my left. Gems, geodes, and fossils in this cabinet to my right. You'd be surprised at how much of an impact some stones can make. My family can tell you that. We also offer a free polishing service on all purchases from the shop. Just bring it in and we'll shine it up for you. Our little thank you to our loyal customers.
How do you know what jewelry was purchased here?
I handcraft everything this shop sells. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of our wares, Mr. McAllen, going back decades.
Oh, he might have sold the thing I have.
What's the most valuable thing in here?
I suppose that depends on how you value things, doesn't it?
In dollars and cents?
Yes, I used to value things that way. But a lack of business has a way of making you more philosophical about these things. Now I'd say the most valuable thing here is Granny.
Granny? Your grandmother is in here?
That's right. In the fishbowl. Granny is my goldfish.
You named your goldfish Granny?
Yes. It was the most wondrous thing. The same day my grandmother Bethesda died, I was out at the local fun fair.
Bethesda?
And I won this goldfish on the ring
Is
toss.
that...
When we got home, every time we mentioned Bethesda, that little fish jumped out of the water.
Are they
and
saying
back
the
on
company
in.
Bethesda
We
is
think
dead?
Granny's passed on into that fish.
Is this
What do you
intentional?
think?
I mean this with no disrespect, but I think that's the craziest thing I've come across tonight, and I had a ghost bride trying to kill me.
We all have our quirks.
But don't goldfish only live for a few years? If she was your grandmother, she must have died sometime around the middle of the last
They probably
century.
are.
Oh, yes, that's right. Each time the goldfish dies, Granny's spirit hops into a new fish. We must be on Granny number 44 by now.
I'm looking for lost treasure.
I'd say you found it. Everything inside these four walls is a treasure.
Yeah, but these
Handmade
ones
to
aren't
the finest
lost.
quality.
I mean a specific treasure. The lost treasure of Bellemore Manor.
Time to sell Bethesda.
If you find it, bring it in here for an appraisal.
I mean, it's
I'll
part
give
of
you a good price
Microsoft
for it.
now.
But that's a pretty big if, isn't it?
What do you know about Bellemore Manor?
Oh, it's a tragedy what went on there. But I know what I think. Black magic.
Black magic?
That's right. While some of us make an honest living around these parts, there are others who are lured in by the darker depths of the sea.
Who do you think that was?
Well, it's simple, isn't it? Abigail used to stop by here all the time, taking a gander at the rings and the necklaces. She was a lovely young girl who always saw the best in people. And Mr. Rackham, he was a model for how to run a good business. Honest and decisive. Now, that only leaves one person, doesn't it?
The sailor?
Exactly. I'd heard rumors about black magic going on inside Bellemore Manor. I think he was casting his spell on Abigail, making her fall in love with him. Why else would someone as rich as her want to marry someone like him? He certainly couldn't afford the rings and necklaces that caught her eye. I think
She doesn't
come the
need
night
him
of the
to afford
wedding,
anything.
She wised up. That's why she decided to marry Mr. Rackham after all. A much more responsible choice for the company.
What's the carving on the front of your counter?
That is the genuine stern carving of the Golden Goose, the famous brigantine. I could trace my family's history on the island back hundreds of years, right back to the ship's owner, Captain Bartholomew Crumb. You've heard of him, I expect.
Captain Crumb, the vicious pirate? I read about him as a child.
One of the most successful in the Caribbean. That is, until, as the story goes, he got pursued by a ghost ship.
Oh, ship.
A ghost ship? Surely that can't be more than a legend.
Then how do you explain this? Without a single shot fired, every sailor aboard his ship fell down dead, victims of an evil pirate who wielded a black stone. Captain Crumb was the sole survivor. He escaped undetected in a rowboat, and after days at sea, made it to this very island. After that, he never went to sea again. Instead, he set up this shop with the one chest of jewels he'd managed to carry away. Some of the gems you see around here still date back to that final hoard.
A black stone killed the crew?
Well, so the story goes. I suppose it explains my family's obsession. Not just the gold and jewels that tempt us, but the wicked stones that threaten us.
Why did Captain Crumb come to Devil's Rock to set up his store?
This was his home port. Devil's Rock used to be quite the lawless island. Legend goes he used to hide his treasure along the southeastern coastline. The island is dotted with caves. Plenty of places to hide the loot.
Loot.
I think I'll just look around for now.
I'm here if you need me.
The loot. You know anything
Excuse
about
me,
this?
would you be able to polish a brooch for me?
Let me take a look. Oh, well, 18-karat yellow gold, filigree wirework in a handcrafted floral motif, and round, brilliant cut ruby, if I'm not mistaken, made to fit a music box?
That's right. How did you know that?
I know my own handiwork anywhere. Now, how did you get a hold of it?
Oh, just a gift.
What a generous gift indeed. Well, we do offer free polishings on all items purchased here, so I'd be very happy to shine her up for you. Please, bear with me for a moment.
That would shine it? Guess.
There we go, shining like a firefly's rear end. I'm afraid the clasp on the back has broken off. You weren't planning on wearing it soon, were you?
I wasn't planning on wearing it at all.
There's no shame in indulging yourself every once in a while. Lord knows I can appreciate the comfort and empowerment a pair of hosiery can bring. Anyway, we don't have any replacement clasps in stock, but I can put it in order. In the meantime, here's a button magnet that should hold it in place, as long as you're not too vigorous with it.
Thank you. It was the ornate brooch I'd had cleaned at the jeweler's, now glimmering in the light. It was the small round magnet I'd been given by the jeweler, meant to attach a brooch without piercing clothing. I didn't need to look at that more closely. While the microscope was meant for jewelry, I was confident I'd already revealed this brooch's secrets.
Are you sure?
I didn't need to wear the brooch, and obviously its red stone wouldn't suit my jade complexion. What do you think of this magazine?
I'm sure it's very good, but that writing is much too small for this old codger to read.
Any.
At the center of the
Alright, well, off we go.
What a nice young man. Isn't he, Granny? I couldn't have put it better myself.
Oh, God. Oh, that's open too. It's all, everything's open now.
Murphy McAllen, so you're still here. What have you been up to? Anything newsworthy?
That's none of your business. Don't think I've forgotten your trick with the telegram.
Hey, it's nothing personal. Your business is my business, and my business is news. I'm Evelyn Stoker, editor of the Juniper Parish Gazette. No misdeed left unshared, no drama left unmonetized. Come on, work with me here, McAllen. I need something juicy. Committed any crimes? Uncovered any affairs? Any deep, personal secrets to reveal?
The honest-to-God truth? No.
I need a good story. I can't let something minor like the truth stand in the way of that.
It's stupid truth.
I picked up the scissors. With her stunt at the bayou, I figured she owed me one.
Stole it?
I picked up the twine. Maybe she owed me two.
Steal that too? Okay.
Don't even think about it. The spring on that printing press looks like it's going to blow at any moment.
Huh?
I didn't want to get ink all over me trying to carry the canister around.
Scissors.
Yes?
Hi. What are you working on?
One of the most romantic articles this newspaper's ever seen. Francois Fogg, Dead Nettle's local pharmacist, is reuniting with his long-lost love after 14 years apart, thanks to this newspaper's personal ads column.
What a lovely
Wow.
story.
That's right. She mailed in a letter she wanted printed. Her former sweetheart saw it, and now they're on track to see each other again. Eventually.
Eventually?
Well, that's a bit of an administrative issue. In the letter we received, she told him to meet her in her Texas hometown of Magnolia. Due to a tiny typesetting error, he's now on a 6-week voyage to Mongolia. But
Whoops.
doesn't it warm your heart how far people will go for love?
Oops.
Don't you have more interesting stories to write about?
The crackpots this island calls a population wouldn't know something interesting if they paid for it. Which they hardly do. Believe me, I've tried to get juicier stories. Scouring the island, doorstop interviews, hiding under windows.
You eavesdrop on people through their windows?
It's called investigative reporting.
I'm doing some research on the treasure of Bellemore Manor.
Have you found it?
Well, no, not yet. I've just started looking.
Then don't waste my time. Come back when you've got the goods.
You might not believe this, but I saw a ghost inside Bellemore Manor.
You know what? You're right, McAllen. I don't believe it. Really? You've been on this island how long? And you're already starting to sound as loopy as a local.
Have you ever written an article on the disappearance at Bellemore Manor?
What a waste of column inches. Leave it. That's my advice. There's no story in it.
No story?
Not one that anyone would believe. And I've got advertisers breathing down my neck.
What do you think went on?
Practically everyone on this island thinks there was some kind of sorcery involved. No one is looking at the reality. If I write up my research, no one on the island will believe me. If I write their wackadoodle theories, I'll be laughed out of the industry.
You can tell me what you've uncovered about Bellemore Manor. Trust me, at this point, few things would surprise me.
I heard the Bellemore Trading Company was losing revenue. Its profits eaten up by who knows what ventures those brothers had going on. I've seen the records. The company was privately owned, sure, but when you've got pressure building and the sharks are circling, you've got to shore up your defenses. I think that's why the Bellemores persuaded Abigail to marry John Rackham.
Marry someone she didn't love?
But he didn't love her either. He was just after the company, so he hires the sailor to seduce her, convince her there's more to life than Devil's Rock. And as soon as she marries Rackham, they split, never to see each other again. He inherits the lot, and she disappears with her lover boy sailor to who knows where.
But why do you think all the guests disappeared?
They bumped them off to cover their tracks. Either one of them could have been sunning it up in Sarasota ever since. But imagine me writing that into a piece of serious journalism.
Would you take my photograph?
Do you know how much the chemicals cost to develop those photographs? I'm on a limited budget here, McAllen. Unless you've done something notable, you're not getting into print.
I have a penny.
Did you know Comptroller Grimes?
How could I forget him? The guy was a walking, talking migraine generator.
Surely you shouldn't speak at the dead like that.
Why not? I spoke plenty worse about him when he was alive. Anyway, I'm sure everything happens for a reason. And hopefully that reason is to increase my circulation numbers. Everything's connected, you know. Have you ever heard of the butterfly effect? I suspect it works for moths, too, because I can never get the damn things out of here. Some people say that if a man breaks wind in Alabama, it can cause a hurricane in Fiji.
I think I shared a train car with that guy on my way here.
Oh.
I think I better be going.
Keep your eyes peeled for a story, McAllen. There are secrets on the island. And it's my job to run advertisements next to them.
Nope. Advertising.
Hey, you can't come back here.
Sorry. The back wall of the newspaper office was filled with filing cabinets. From the labels on the front, they looked to be archived issues of the Juniper Parish Gazette. Hanging on a peg at the far side of the room was a battered flashbulb camera. Could you take my photograph for this captain's license?
What do you think this is, a boudoir studio? Would you like a feather boa and a pair of high heels for your session? Don't waste my time. I only take photographs of people who are newsworthy.
Oh. I'm too stupid. Want to look at this magazine?
What do you think of this magazine?
Interesting. Interesting. This is the type of lowest common denominator dross I should be putting out. Who needs fact-checking when you can blame things on the boogeyman?
Yeah. 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 No fact-checking. Just like modern media.
There was nothing in the fountain except a rim of moss and dirt that made it look like a stained toilet. I glanced at the ledger on the podium. It was mostly empty. The words I could see were written in such an unreadable scrawl that looked like a centipede had dipped its legs in ink and skittered across the page. Good evening. He looked past me like I was invisible, as though if he ignored me hard enough, there was a chance I'd disappear. I said good evening?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
Huh?
There's no one else here.
Wishful thinking on my part. Have you taken a wrong turn, sir?
I'm just having a look around.
Well, make it a quick one, and I shall need to know your name.
Murphy McAllen, and who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
My name is Felix Greer, maitre d', bartender, and acting manager of the Captain's Club. When Mr. Perkins has the night off.
What is this place?
This, sir, is the Captain's Club, a private members club for current and retired sea and riverboat captains. We are highly exclusive. Are you a captain?
He asked with a smugness that told me he already knew the answer.
I thought not. Then may I recommend a swift exit? You'll find a convenient egress to your starboard side. If you like, I can give you a good swift kick in the right direction, sir. And don't feel a need to stop walking until your ankles get soggy.
These guys mean.
I'm looking for the lost treasure of Bellemore Manor.
Oh, goody! Another young adventurer seeking fame, fortune, or some combination of the two. Just the local color Dead Nettle has been lacking.
What do you know about the lost treasure?
Do you think you're living in a storybook? Weathered maps? Talking parrots? X marks the spot? Grow up, you silly boy. Captaincy is a noble skill
Failmore
that doesn't
Manor.
need to be trivialized with childish tales of lost treasure.
You must have some thoughts on the disappearance.
On moonlit nights, when the waves crash against the rocks, the captains of this club trade yarns about this very mystery. Did you know Abigail Bellemore's fiancé was a sailor who worked on the ships? Some of the old boys here even worked with him. They say he loved her, as true as a captain loves the sea. But she was a temptress, a siren. She scuttled that sailor's heart, consumed by a voodoo premonition that she had to fulfill. More beautiful than a mermaid, and twice as fishy.
What did she do?
After months of engagement, she broke it off and chose to marry an officer of the company instead, on their very wedding day.
Why did she do that?
The rumors I've heard are that they discovered something in the Caribbean, something wicked, something that consumed them and drove them to heinous acts. The Bellemore brothers swore their crew to secrecy, and the men were loyal to their word. But the rot in the rope was that sister, Abigail. People say that whatever they discovered took hold of her. With the sailor's broken heart and the officer's resources, she was about to unleash something terrible. Until the disappearance halted her evil plans.
Do you think that's true?
Of course not. It's all nonsense. But the captains do love to outperform each other with such tales on a dull evening.
What makes you think I'm not a captain?
For one thing, you lack the grizzle, the crustiness, the essential R of a captain.
How do I get those?
Years of exposure to saltwater and a sullen, uncooperative crew, I should think. Do you even have a boat?
Actually, I did have one earlier this evening, but an alligator fell on it. Admittedly, it was only 3 inches long.
It isn't the size that matters, sir. It's the motion of the ocean. Tell me, have you ever captained a three-rigger through a tropical typhoon? Have you ever run the rapids of the Mississippi without hitting a single reef? Wind in your sails? Fire in your furnace? Waves beneath your keel?
Have you?
Well, it's a little complicated.
In what way?
I get seasick.
Is there any way to prove I'm a captain?
You might show me your captain's license. As I'm sure you know, the state of Louisiana requires all captains of both river and sea to carry one. But don't try to foist off a fake on me. Last week, we had someone present a license with a photograph distinctly unlike their contemporary appearance. The photograph was clearly of someone a good deal older than them, with more facial hair, and most importantly, one less eye.
You know, I quite like being out at sea.
Oh, really, sir?
Bobbing along the ocean waves, up and down, like one of those roller coasters at Lunaland. Up and down, and
I know Luna.
Up and down.
If sir would please be quiet. Else I expect there'll be a few waves of something coming out of my mouth any moment.
Is the club busy tonight?
Well, we haven't opened yet, but if it's like last week, it'll be quite the lively soiree. I could barely keep up.
The members here like to have a good time?
That's right, sir. Both of them.
Both?
This town sure isn't what it used to be.
What's happened to Dead Nettle?
Do you think you've wandered into the Tourist Information Center? I can assure you, you'll never meet a tourism official who dresses with this much panache. Stuart LePew, head of the Devil's Rock Historical Society, looks like a thrift store had a crisis of conscience and threw up on him.
I was just hoping to talk to someone so obviously knowledgeable about the area.
Well, yes, that is true. I am plagued with an encyclopedic knowledge of the locality. My concierge duties require it. I have a spiel.
Felix pushed out his chest like this was his moment in the limelight, his eyelids half closing as he performed before imagined crowds.
Welcome, hardy traveler, to our quaint port town of Dead Nettle. Once this town you see around you was a hub of commerce, a beacon for ships bravely navigating between America, Europe, and the Caribbean. With the unfortunate dissolution of the Bellemore Trading Company, our town has settled into a quieter life, perfect for the sailor ready to hang up their cap. We hope that you enjoy your time in our cozy town and perhaps explore some of the local sites here in Dead Nettle. Well...
Excuse me?
I was expecting applause.
I'd best be casting off.
Don't feel the need to rush back, sir.
Okay. Gotta leave that guy.
The puppet show hadn't started yet.
Puppet show. Puppet show.
I peered into the tide pools, but all I could see was pebbles, sand, and seaweed.
Bottle.
As I picked up the bottle, I anticipated what could be inside. A brine-stained treasure map, perhaps, or a scribbled plea from a castaway desperately awaiting rescue. Looking inside, I found it was empty. The only writing on it was the embossed glass letters of the Orangello Soda Company. It was an empty soda bottle I'd found on the beach.
Bottle. Broken sword for the poor. I don't know, it's new. It's new. But it's inspired by all that stuff.
The plaque read, Fort Bellemore, no public access. For further information, please contact the lighthouse keeper. The lighthouse light was off.
Kitty.
I jiggled the gate, but it wasn't going to open. If pirates in the colonial powers of Western Europe weren't able to get into the fort uninvited, I wasn't about to either.
The subtitle
Here,
phone?
kitty, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. It was no use. That cat was clearly more entranced by shiny things than the stranger outside the gate.
Shiny.
With the newly polished brooch gleaming, I angled it towards the lantern, catching the light and reflecting a red beam on the wall.
Oh. Gunpowder.
Nope. I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder. I placed the gunpowder into the gree-gree.
Ooh. Feathers, nails, bones, rum.
It was a man. I couldn't get to the staircase while the gate was locked. The coat of arms depicted 4 lions surrounding a central flower, topped by a medieval tower. There wasn't anything to do with the lantern.
I'll have to get in there if we want to pet the kitty.
The inside of the church was silent and still. The church door was locked.
Hmm.
The tin was full of nothing but holes. Hello?
Yeah! God darn it! Don't sneak up on people like that!
But I was standing
You're
right
frightening the
there.
dying daylights out of me.
He looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. Sorry, you seem a little jumpy.
I thought you were that pesky little girl again.
A little girl? That doesn't seem like a reason to be scared.
She's a terror! One of these days she's gonna give me a heart attack. Last week, she showed up with a doctor's note she'd forged, saying a man I'd buried that day was just a very deep sleeper. 7 hours I was out here digging him back up, at my age.
And was he sleeping?
Dead as a dodo. Just like that little
Dodo.
girl will be if I get my hands on her. Who are you anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I've just arrived on the island.
Well, welcome, Mr. Murphy. I'm Edgar Kettle. Gravedigger, undertaker, coffin maker, and anything else that needs doing to keep this cemetery running.
I'm looking for the treasure of Bellemore Manor.
Oh, a treasure hunter. Well, let me tell you something, young man. Don't even think about digging up my graveyard. There's no treasure buried here, and I'm already busy enough filling in the holes that are supposed to be here.
What if the treasure is here?
Do you know anything about the disappearance at
Hey,
Bellemore
bro.
Manor?
I think it's important to let the dead rest in peace.
But what if they're not in peace?
Well, you got me there. Listen, I think there's more to that story than meets the eye. You know the 3 brothers went missing, right? Well, if you ask me, I think Abigail Bellemore was behind it. She was engaged to a sailor, but nobody like her would go for a commoner.
She might have loved him.
She could have loved somebody with a big bank account, too. I think she must have been using him, pretending to.
But if she's
love
rich,
him
she doesn't
so
really
he'd do
need a
her dirty work
big bank
for her,
account for
bumping off her brothers. Then afterwards, she drops him and goes to marry the
China.
officer of the company.
Our homie.
China.
Do you have any proof?
Yeah, just a feeling, that's all. But when you work with cadavers, you kinda get a sixth sense about things.
What do you think was behind the disappearance?
Well, the sailor must have found out he was being manipulated, right? Done something to get his revenge.
What do you think he did?
Nobody knows. He could have been working his way through those bodies like a madman. All we know is that everyone in that house disappeared. To tell you the truth, I'm quite relieved they did.
Why's that?
Because if they hadn't disappeared, it would have been this old fool who had to bury him. Saved me a lot of work.
Did you make this coffin?
I sure did. But this is no more than a pauper's coffin by anyone's standards. The finest a parish pension can buy. Lock them in lumber, leave them to slumber, that's what I say. This'll end up 5 feet under by the end of the night.
I thought it was supposed to be 6 feet.
You're not the one doing the digging. 5 feet means I get a tea break.
Have you got any spare coffin nails?
No, I don't have any to spare. I've got a backlog of bodies begging for burial. But does the parish increase my funding? Nope. The
I have a
roof's
penny.
leaking. My table's broken. I've used floorboards to build some of the coffins. Take my advice. Don't go into this line of work. Undertaking is a
40.
dying business.
Do you think I could fit inside the coffin?
Probably not.
Why would I want to do that?
Gentleman inside might make it a bit of a squeeze.
You mean there's a dead guy inside there?
There better be. I can't afford to be burying empty coffins.
Was the little girl named Mallory Wisp by any chance?
That's her. The peril in a pinafore. She got the whole town thinking I was burying people prematurely. I walked past the school the other day, and they'd made up a jump rope chant about me.
Oh, what was the chant the school children made up about you?
Edgar, Edgar, crazy feller, just be careful, he don't get you. How many bodies did he strive to bury while they're still alive?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I wasn't looking for audience participation.
Sorry, I got carried away. Just like you with the burying. Have you ever accidentally buried someone who was still alive?
Has someone been making accusations again?
No, just making conversation.
Well, not that I know of. When you think about it, how would I know?
Shouts for help, desperate shaking of the coffin.
Look, I haven't sealed anyone up who was chatting with me, let's put it that way. I usually check for signs of life, but everyone takes shortcuts sometimes, don't they? I deserve some rest in peace, too.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Hopefully not the guy in the coffin.
Not funny.
I best be running along.
Don't drop dead. I don't want anything else on my to-do list.
And I want a penny?
I didn't think he'd be interested in that.
What was that there?
For the sort of people who like that sort of thing,
began to form
that's
in
the
my
sort of
mind.
thing they like.
Hey, I think the guy inside here might still be alive.
And why would you think something like that?
The coffin was just shaking around. Maybe you should open it up.
Well, I didn't see it move.
The gravedigger had me in a conundrum. I could hardly start shaking it right in front of his eyes.
And unless the body inside starts jiggling around, I'm not opening up that coffin.
I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for. A rusty tin can sat on the ground. Its label read, Bloom's Canned Beef, family-sized. Appetizing. I didn't need to warm my hands on the stove. It was already a humid night, and the fire was more useful at keeping bugs away from the shack than keeping anyone toasty.
Mine now. Until like I'm just taking stuff. Magnet.
That wasn't going to work.
String.
I tied the twine to the uneven table and took up a hiding spot behind a nearby wall. It was time to wake the dead. Hello? Hello? Why is it so dark in here?
Huh? Who's that?
I'm stuck! Help! Help!
Valerie, if that's you again.
Get me out of this thing!
Oh no, not again.
Not again. We did bury someone alive.
Mister, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I was told... Mister? Oh, God darn it! Next time I see that girl, I'm gonna have a peewee-sized coffin all ready for her. A few hours locked in one of those should adjust her sense of humor.
Kiwi-sized. Did you put some nails in here?
The rusty tin now...
Guess so.
I picked up the handful of discarded coffin nails from the tin.
Mine.
I placed the coffin nails in the gree-gree.
Did it.
I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for.
I don't know.
I scanned... I couldn't see any way to open the crypt door. Not a doorknob, not a keyhole. Whoever sealed this up intended to seal it up for good. Embedded into the stony hillside was a large, intricately carved crypt, with a decorative geometric pattern on its stone doors. The graveyard was dotted with headstones, some old, some young, some legible, some not.
Hurry up with the barrels,
What the hell?
Morris. We gotta get these unloaded before anyone sees us.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Musket? I don't think we should be using a church as our hiding place.
They're smuggling
We're not being
booze.
paid to think, Morris. You carry those barrels in here and let me worry about the theological implications. This place has been abandoned for decades. There's nobody around.
Nobody living, maybe. What if there's ghosts,
Ghosts?
Darn it, Morris. If brains was dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. Now get unloading. And keep an eye out for anyone snooping around.
What if someone catches us?
If anyone asks, we're the new clergy. We tell them these barrels are full of communion wine.
I thought we was rum runners, not wine runners, boss.
Communion rum, then.
Ah, gotcha.
Remember, St. Juniper's Church is a place to get closer to God. And if anyone questions our alibi, we make sure that happens.
The pair of rum runners looked like the human personifications of the dish and the spoon from Hey Diddle Diddle. The gangly spoon bossing around the rotund dish as it carried barrels effortlessly from the jalopy and into the church. As it turned out, nursery rhyme characters become a lot more intimidating once they have revolvers.
They do. And Muggsy.
I could see the shadows of the rum runners moving around inside the church, but I didn't want to get too close in case they saw me too. The barrels were far too heavy for me to lift, though that gorilla of a rum runner had been picking them up like they were cotton balls. I couldn't do that.
Stab it.
The noise of smashing barrels definitely would have alerted the rum runners. I would need to be less heavy-handed.
Scissors.
I needed to think of something else.
I don't...
Nope.
No. Looney Tunes? I don't remember.
The jalopy door was locked.
Them.
How ironic that the rum runners would take care not to be the target of criminality. The jalopy...
I probably don't have what I need. The mill. Chicken coop. Where's the chicken?
Cluck, cluck! Buck, buck, buck! Cluck!
Jesus.
I tried to persuade the chicken to come outside, but clearly I was out of cluck.
The chicken! God. The puns!
The wood was old and rotting. It wasn't going to be of any use. And who knew what critters might have made their homes inside the pile? The inside of the lumber mill smelled like sawdust and grease. Judging from the overgrown weeds, it clearly hadn't been used in a long time.
Oh, this'll probably
Yet
open
the
the
lights
barrel.
remained on. I picked up the auger from the tool shelf.
Auger.
I looked over the machine, but I couldn't find a way to turn it on, if it even still worked. I didn't want to touch it. I hadn't seen something with that many scary-looking teeth since Old Lady Malloy's German Shepherd got loose on my 10th birthday. The beam looked to be driven by the water wheel outside. For the multitude of wires fanning out from the top, it was presumably hooked up to a generator.
He tries both of them. That's convenient.
The hatches were locked. From their shape, I deduced they were for storing lumber, and I wasn't in need of any 2x4s. The electrical safety of the panel looked questionable. I wasn't going to touch it. I tried the door, but it was locked.
Locked. Door's locked.
The saw blades were rusted, dull, and would surely have precipitated the need for a tetanus shot.
Door's locked!
I needed to think of something. That didn't work. The burlap sack was too thick to cut through with scissors.
Really? Oh.
That didn't work. I didn't want to make a hole in that.
Okay. That's fine. Church. This.
Using the auger, I drilled a small hole in the barrel, and out poured rum.
Rum. Bottle.
I filled the bottle with rum pouring from the barrel. Relief washed over me at the realization that I'd done it without getting caught by the two rum runners.
No.
Hey, Musket! There's someone out here!
Or so I thought.
Hey, fella, what do you think you're doing snooping around here? This is our church, you know, and it's closed.
Prohibition Bureau, we've got this place surrounded.
I'm just here to do some praying. Mainly praying that I get out of this situation without a puncture wound.
He's being a wise guy, Musket.
I'm the fellin'
Wise?
full of lead.
No, I'm not a wise guy. I'm stupid.
But boss, it's bad luck to bump someone off in a churchyard.
Now, where'd you hear a nonsensical thing like that?
I thought churches was hallowed ground, where sin and immorality would face supernatural punishment in this world or the next.
Where do you get this stuff from? I told you, I do the thinking in this partnership.
Okay.
I poured the rum into the gree-gree.
Gree-gree. Chalk.
At the center of
feathers.
At the center of the
There was a bird. A raven or something.
Anything to report?
I'm keeping my eyes open.
I found people smuggling booze.
Yes?
Hi. I've got a story for you. A big one. There are rum runners at the old church.
Keep your voice down, Motormouth. Do you want us to end up in the obituaries?
I thought you wanted a real scoop for the Gazette.
I do, just not one that gets me on the wrong side of the mob in the process. Pigeon elected mayor, cow does the high jump. Those are the types of stories that get eyes on the front
How does the
pages.
high jump?
But I thought journalists had a duty
Pigeon
towards
elected
truth,
mayor.
justice, and society.
Where'd you get that poppycock idea? My duty is towards the circulation numbers. And while I'd love a shocker of a story, I'd rather not become the story if you catch my drift.
What's in those filing cabinets?
Past issues of the paper, going all the way back to 1858. Of course, things were a lot more interesting when Dead Nettle was thriving. People, ships, and cargo coming and going. Lots to report on back then. More than the dregs I have to dress up now.
Why did the ships stop coming to Dead Nettle?
The Bellemore Trading Company was the heartbeat of this island. After the disappearance, there was no one left to run the company, and it all got sold off. When that folded, so did pretty much everything else.
Do you have any back issues featuring the Bellemore Manor wedding?
We don't, I'm afraid. Most of the paper's directors were at the wedding, and disappeared along with everyone else. The newspaper had to close up shop for months while it was restaffed. This was back when the Gazette wasn't run by just one person.
I think I better be going.
I've got my eye on you, McAllen.
Shouldn't I have some right to privacy when it comes to my telegrams?
You know, a lot of my customers say that.
You've received other complaints about it?
No, but I've read them grumbling about it in their telegrams.
God.
The stories about Bellemore Manor are true. I saw the ghost bride inside the house.
Blast it, Murphy. Don't say I didn't warn you. This island has had its fair share of the macabre. The best way to deal with it is to leave well enough alone. Why are you searching for that treasure anyway?
Well, it's my job. The state's claim on that money runs out at 8 a.m., and I'm supposed to find it.
You seem pretty passionate about something that's just for work. What are the odds you draw an assignment like that?
Well, I might have made my own luck there. They wouldn't normally authorize an investigation so close to the statute of limitations running out, especially on a 30-year-old cold case. But thrust a stack of forms in front of the boss 5 minutes before clocking off on a Friday afternoon, and he doesn't care what he's signing.
Let's just hope he wasn't signing your death warrant.
Most of my investigations don't amount to more than counting paper clips in a municipal building or going cross-eyed over receipt rolls in a courthouse. When I found that old case folder tucked behind the filing cabinet, its only lead, a water-stained magazine, talking about a real-life haunted house, how could I pass it up? I spoke with Dr. Moray. He thinks we can make contact with the ghosts.
Moray is a charlatan and a fool. Only got into hoodoo and voodoo a few years ago. Before that, he was an actor over at the Calliope Theater, and not a very good one. He's the only person I know who directed and starred in a one-person production of The Pirates of Penzance. And that's because all the rest of the cast dropped out rather than work with him. He's always been searching for respect and recognition. Who would have known he'd find it by living in the swamp and reeking of incense?
Don't you believe in voodoo?
I certainly do. I just don't think Moray's got any more control of it than the rooster has control of the sunrise. His understanding of voodoo amounts to whatever he's gleaned from one of those horror pictures Ventura Studios puts out at the movie palace. My mama used to know all about it. God rest her soul. Voodoo isn't some made-up Hollywood magic, Mac. Voodoo's a real religion. It's about community.
Yeah, he made stuff.
And about
it could all be
searching for
tricks,
something
though.
more
It
than
could be
flesh and
tricks.
blood. It's not the snake oil he peddles.
What do you know about voodoo?
What do you think happened at Bellemore Manor?
Now, there's a tale I don't like to tell.
Can I persuade you to tell it anyway?
I have a feeling I ain't gonna get any rest until I do. You know about Miss Bellemore, the bride, engaged to the sailor? Nah, the way I hear, Mr. Rackham was over the moon with her. Such an upstanding fellow. I won't have a bad word said against him. Now, he realized that the sailor was going through terrible lengths to ensnare his bride, and Mr. Rackham tried to save her. I heard that the sailor cottoned on to this and tricked Rackham into giving the lady a gift. That's what made everything go topsy-turvy.
What was the gift?
There are places in the Caribbean that trade things more elusive than gold. Ungodly things.
Do you think the disappearance was caused by voodoo?
And that's what my mama used to say. If you're not careful, that stuff can go to your head.
What do you know about voodoo?
No luck fishing?
Not a bite, Mac. The Pengoza fish just ain't snapping for me today. Shame, too, because I'm planning on firing up my grill later. And the tastiest catch in these waters.
How do you catch a Pencoza fish?
With hours of patience and decades of practice. You ever wrestled the rod before?
Just the once. I went fishing on Lake Erie, but the only thing I caught was a cold. What do you do with the fish you catch?
A couple I save for myself, and the rest I sell to the Captain's Club. They fancy them up with lemon lobsters, slawfish, something or other. But everyone knows the best way to cook them is to grill them.
Why won't you hear a word against Mr. Rackham?
He gave me my first work on this island, right here on these docks. And I'm still here to this day. He may have worn a scowl, but you don't judge a banana by its peel with people like him, Mac. When I looked into his eyes, all I saw was ambition.
What work did you do?
Loading and unloading the ships that came in. Of course, they just don't do that anymore. Dead Nettle's a forgotten town. Maybe that's for the best.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
I need that knife.
Hey, Ned, do you mind if I borrow your knife?
If you need it, Mac, just bring it back to me later tonight, would you? If I'm lucky with my catch, I'll be firing up the grill. You invited to join me, of course.
My knife.
What do you think of my fish?
That's a whopper. Hang it on the scale and let's see what it weighs. Doubt it'll be Squib's record, though.
What? But it's taxidermied. It's not going to be the correct weight. Oh well.
I hung the fish on the scales.
You caught a pincosa. They're the most delicious fish around here, especially grilled. But you'll never beat Squib's record.
Squib?
Jebediah Squib. The Cajun catcher, he calls himself. Last week at the Dead of the Docks, Squib caught the heaviest pincosa on record. Got his photograph on the front page of the newspaper and everything. Now how am I going to rest while he brags and boasts about it every single night?
What if I just put something heavy in the fish?
With its innards made of cotton and material scraps, the fish's weight was distinctly unimpressive. With the ripped seam as an opening, I placed the horseshoe inside the taxidermy fish. Now it was heavy.
But they're gonna notice. Oh.
Mac, does that say what I think it does?
Eating.
You been holding back on me. That breaks Squib's record.
McAllen,
He's already here.
how does it feel to have decimated the town record in your first few hours on the island?
How did you hear about this so fast?
It's my job to know about things fast. Now, I'm asking the questions here. Where'd you get the fish, McAllen?
Well, it was a mighty battle on the southern coast. Its fins strong as a motor, its mouth as fierce as a tiger's. I paused dramatically to allow my fishing prowess to wash over them.
What rod did you use?
Wooden one?
I mean, what make?
You know, I didn't use a rod.
You caught the fish without a rod?
It was more one-on-one. Mono, fisho.
You wrestled a fish?
And I won.
Well, as much as it pains me to say it, you're the cover story in the next edition of the Juniper Parish Gazette. And this is why I'm not getting a Pulitzer.
You need the
I've got to
photo.
hand it to you, Mac. That fish is a whopper. I don't know how you got it, but as long as it keeps Squib quiet at the porch party tomorrow, I ain't complaining.
As long as no one looks at it, I guess.
I'd had enough of carrying these suspiciously heavy fish around. I decided to leave it there.
They're gonna find out.
I had more important things to do than fish.
Well, everyone's gonna find out you faked the record.
Murphy! Have you seen the cover of the evening edition? I think
She
they caught
works
your
fast.
personality perfectly in that photograph. Naive, simple, unsophisticated. Makes it all the more surprising that you actually accomplished something.
I wonder if I should have it framed.
That'll cost you. Hey, those cost money, you know.
But it has my photograph on it.
The Do Not Serve board down at Spinelli's bar has my photograph on it. But that doesn't mean I can just pick it up and walk out with it, does it?
A penny.
I'd like to buy a newspaper.
Finally, I get something out of you loitering in here. That'll be 1 cent, please.
It's only 1 cent? Wow.
I picked up the newspaper. The fewer people that saw it, the better.
Breaks fishing record.
The headline read, "Island Newcomer Breaks Fishing Record," with my photograph printed in black and white. The headline...
Do I need a color photo, though?
Carefully, I cut my photograph out of the newspaper. It was the photograph of myself I'd cut out of the newspaper. I wish I'd
About a
posed
quarter
better.
today. Oh.
I was going to need something adhesive to stick it in with.
Adhesive. I don't have that.
Evelyn seemed busy, and I didn't have anything else to ask her.
I don't know. I think I would have charged at least 10 cents for my newspaper. Wait, I have the bottle back? So I just dumped the booze in here?
I'd marked off the...
Into the pouch? Instead
was
of...
a manual.
Oh well. It's kind of weird. Now I can go here. And cut this. Pointing and clicking.
I cut into the sack with the knife, revealing it to be full of corn.
Perfect.
I took the corn from the sack.
Perfect. Then the mill. Now the chicken. Come here, chicken.
I scattered the corn on the path.
Chicken.
Mere seconds later, it attracted the attention of the curious chicken.
A chicken.
A chicken.
A chicken. A chicken.
No.
I was glad nobody had seen that. I may have known how to handle a chicken drumstick, but wrestling the living version was altogether different.
Chicken.
Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, there was nothing of interest in the chicken coop.
A chicken.
Chicken.
I needed to think of something else. If the chicken didn't want me to touch it, perhaps a blast of air could do the trick.
No way. That's actually right? Kinda didn't expect that to be right.
I'd bothered the chicken enough.
Chicken.
The manuscript required black feathers, not white.
Oh. I have to color? Oh, I know. There was ink. Ink.
Anything to report?
I'm keeping my eyes open.
Does that really count, though, if I colored the feathers?
I dipped the feathers into the canister of
for
ink.
this ritual?
When
It
they
just seems like the
emerged, they were dyed
ritual
jet black.
would identify that they're not really black feathers, you know?
Place the feathers into the gree-gree.
I feel like the gods or whatever would not appreciate that I colored the feathers.
It was a man.
You know, maybe they're okay with it. Verify. Blackface. I mean, there's a raven over here.
The skeleton hung high up in the tree, swaying with each slight breeze, even from down on the ground. That didn't work. I couldn't do... A dying tree stood next to the balcony, its branches devoid of leaves, its bark flaking away. Nope. I didn't need to cut that. A skeleton glinting in the moonlight was a wedding ring it still held clasped in its
Has a
bony
ring.
fingers.
I think I need to get up here. Oh, there's this though. I don't know if you can die. I assume you can't die in this, but I don't know. Maybe it'll fall on my head or something. What was in it? Molasses.
I wasn't going to touch the molasses with my bare hands. With the items I was borrowing across the island, some may have said I had sticky fingers, but this would have made it a little bit too literal.
We have been kind of stealing.
The molasses was far too thick and gooey to get into the bottle.
Really? Let's do that.
I touched the back of the photograph to the molasses. Thanks to the stickiness of the molasses, the photograph adhered nicely to the captain's license.
Perfect. I guess. Don't they notice the location of the picture and find that odd because it's, you know, the town? Bones.
I reached up to the cow skull and dislocated its grisly jaw.
In you go.
I placed the jawbone into the gree-gree.
Going left is the chalk. I'm a captain now.
My credentials.
You're telling me you are a captain?
I trust it's all in order.
I thought you said your name was Murphy McCallan.
That's right.
Then why does this say Captain Knott?
It's a pseudonym for marketing purposes. You've got to stand out nowadays. A cool name's a good way to do that. You didn't think Captain Hook was called Hook before the hand incident, did you? What would the odds of that have been?
Look, Sonny, the bylaws of this club only allow the club manager to verify a captain's license. And Mr. Perkins is enjoying his backgammon soiree with Mrs. Perkins and the ladies this evening, with strict instructions not to be disturbed. So I'll accept this for tonight, but try this again tomorrow night and it'll be another story. Now, with that said, a warm and hearty welcome to the Captain's Club. We sincerely hope you make use of and enjoy our facilities, and do please let me know if I can be of any assistance at all. We don't open for another hour, but if you'd like, you can head up now to acquaint yourself.
Okay.
I waited for the doors of the elevator to open, but nothing happened.
If you wish
For
to
the
use
sort
the
of people
elevator,
who
I'm
like that
afraid to
sort
tell
of
you
thing,
it's broken.
that's the sort
You'll
of
have
thing
to
they
endure
like.
the stairs.
Fair enough.
Broken. There's a bird cage, but no burb. Chalk.
I picked up the cube of billiard chalk from the edge of the table. I considered playing a game, but the lack of balls and cues was going to be a roadblock.
Hey, where's the stuff?
While I was
Oh, it's
trapped
back
on
there.
Devil's Rock, a map of the world wasn't going to be much use to me. The cabinet was locked. The switch seemed to control the ceiling fans. The ceiling fans were off. I placed the chalk into the gree-gree. I'd done it. All 7 ingredients for the summoning spell. Now I needed to head back to the Spirit Queen.
We did it.
The door was locked.
We did it. He's here again.
I thought I'd find you out here, McAllen.
Evelyn! Lovely to see you out in the bayou again.
This will be the last time, McAllen. I'm not your secretary. I don't know what you're up to out here, but I'll figure it out soon enough. But for now, let's hurry it up. These shoes are alligator skin, and I don't want the local fauna recognizing an old friend. Another telegram came through for you, marked urgent. Kip said you might be out here.
My boss again?
Got it in one.
McAllen, report back immediately. Received word Grimes is deceased. Lack of resources has made this a waste of time. And I've cottoned onto your little stunt with the Friday signatures. When you get back here, sorting mail is gonna be the least of your worries. Sid Sinclair Auditing Company.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. On a night when I'd just
Broken
seen a ghost,
sword.
this telegram was almost more unbelievable. There was more to the
And some of
Bellemore
the other
story than I could
classic
have ever imagined.
Point&clicks.
Now I was being pulled away to a job I didn't want to work, and a life I didn't want to live. Maybe it was time to do something a little foolish. Do I still have that prepaid reply?
Sure do. What do you want it to say?
Tell him I quit. I couldn't believe what I'd done. I'd quit my job and opened the first chapter in my own adventure.
quit.
But without a job, I didn't have a salary. Without a salary, I wouldn't have a place to live. And it suddenly became more important than ever that I find that treasure. For me this time.
But why did we throw the thing in the lake? That's littering.
Murphy, have you found all 7 ingredients?
I have.
Wonderful! Now it is time for the final step. Out of the darkness, the sadness, the fear, I command you, my servant, now
Hologram
to
app.
appear.
Yeah, actual telegrams.
I have returned, Master. What is your desire?
The ingredients have been gathered. The final step of the spell is ready. The focus.
The focus of the spell is whatever you are casting it upon. Bellemore Manor is where the ghosts reside. An image of Bellemore Manor is what you must use to direct the spell.
Murphy, do you have an image of Bellemore Manor we can use?
This whole magazine cost 2 cents.
Yes, Murphy, that will work. Place it inside the gree-gree as the final ingredient.
My magazine.
I folded the magazine cover and placed it inside the gree-gree.
The spell is ready. Finally, the ghosts will be free again. Open the gree-gree, Murphy, and that will cast the spell.
With some trepidation, I took the gree-gree from my pocket and with a deep breath, opened it.
Whoa. Ghosts.
Whoa! At last, I am free.
Servant, what's happening?
He tricked you.
I was never your servant.
I am your master. You shall do my bidding. I command you.
Foolish mortal. You have
That's the
served
title.
your purpose. No longer do I need to manifest as an ephemeral specter. Now my true spirit form is freed.
Loa, do as I say.
You are of no more use to me.
Uh-oh. Got exploded. Wait.
I wasn't sure what I just seen, but the voodoo fire raging all around me was all too real. I needed to get out, and fast.
You need to get out.
I needed to get out of the riverboat, but I need to extinguish the fire to reach the door.
I do?
Bellows were used to stoke fires, not extinguish them.
I don't know, is this gonna work?
I filled the bottle with water from the spirit pool.
Worked. For some reason. Ghost. Pointing. Uh-oh. No. Love antidote. It's not the little girl, that's a older girl.
As I opened my eyes, I realized I had no idea where I was. Hello? Hello? This wasn't good. I checked my hands and still seemed to be flesh and blood. What's happening? Where am I?
The darkness. Whoa!
Welcome back to Bellemore Manor, Murphy McCallum. We didn't expect to see you again so soon.
What's going on? Am I dead?
Don't be so overdramatic, Murphy. You're still very much alive. But you're the only person in the house that is. I'm afraid your actions have caused a good bit of trouble for us inhabitants of the house.
What's happened?
Let's see if you can figure it out. We're about to play a song, and Murphy McCallum, this one is for you. All right, all you Bellemore Manor ghosts and ghouls, let's take it to a place where voodoo rules.
Voodoo. What the hell? It's a theme song.
A house of spirits, but we know of one with evil intentions, and now no preventions to all their evil scheme. You're now implicated in this complicated supernatural dream. You got the spell.
It seems like they did. Protection from the Machiavellian game. You set them loose, so you have to deduce who is ill and who is to blame. Who done it?
And self to test it, we'll ask you questions 3. Draw on clues to solve the mystery. The lover, the poor, the devil of God. Questions surrounded in doubt. The officer, bride, the sailor, or guide, Murphy. Can you figure it out?
figure it out. No. No, I can't.
I think the sailor was the lover.
Someone in love and their love is true. Is it return? What is there to do? They're caught in the middle of baffling riddles.
Was I right?
Is love what
Who
can
knows?
carry them through? A sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the
I was wrong. Sailor's the pawn. Wait, who's the officer? The bride's the
I
pawn?
think the bride was the pawn.
Can I start over? The sailor's the pawn.
Some evil curse, immersed in voodoo and things perverse. She cannot protest and her mind's not possessed of things that only get worse.
Or maybe she is the pawn. Either one could be the pawn. She sang it, she said she.
I think the officer was the devil.
It could go either way for the first two.
Now in control, black magic powers got things he stole. But maybe it's setback, but he's gonna get back, and we'll worry that was not his goal.
But it's like she when she was singing these lines, so it's probably right. Unless they actually had her sing it both ways.
Happy you listened and now you've done it. You took a gamble and you have won it. A grind in a spell.
Is there a version for every combo?
And an officer pulling the strings. A hostage filled with voodoo. And yes, we know like you do. To fix it, we'll take some strange things. To test it, we ask you questions 3. You do not lose and solve the mystery. The officer, bride, and the sailor all died. Questions surrounded in doubt. The lover, the pawn, the devil are gone. Murphy, you figured it out.
Well, she says I figured it out.
There's too much. The fool is false. Find treasures trapped in hidden vaults. You may think you are done, but it's all just begun. It's time for the ghostly debut.
Maybe all the answers are right.
So say trick or treat, 'cause there's a goal to defeat. And Murphy, we hope that you do. Or guess what? You'll have to die too.
Oh, we get to die too.
Have to die too.
Well, the first could go either way, and it would make sense.
I was back in Bellemore Manor, and although it was better than being dead, I didn't know what was awaiting me.
Yeah, whether you pick... Yeah, I don't think the first two really actually matters that much. Like, logically. Hello?
Who
Ghost.
wanders to this ghostly trick? The prey that prays it will be quick. Do not blame that final try, for once he's in, he's sure to die.
Another ghost? Oh, this can't be good.
Welcome back to Bellemore Manor, Mr. McCallan. My name is Cordelia Lockett. I do hope I haven't scared you.
To be honest, I've had my fill of ghosts for today. Perhaps I should be running along.
I'm afraid you'll need to come with me. There is someone you need to meet.
Who?
Miss Bellemore.
You know, I don't think that would be such a great idea. We met twice already this evening, and I don't think she's taken much of a liking to me. What with throwing me off a balcony and pulling me into a spirit pool. Attempt to kill me once? Shame on you. Attempt to kill me twice? Shame on me, you know? I'll just go. It'll be like I was never here.
It's too late for that, Mr. McCallan. I really must insist.
What have I gotten myself into?
Miss Bellemore, Mr. McCallan is here to see you.
I don't see anyone.
We're doomed.
I'm terribly sorry, Miss Bellemore. I wasn't trying to steal from you. I didn't know anybody was still here. And then I've gotten deeper into things than I expected, and Miss Bellemore? Why isn't she saying anything? Why is she crying?
This is all terribly exciting, isn't it? I'm afraid there's much more to this than you realize, Mr. McCallan.
Can she even hear me?
I don't think so, but keep trying to talk to her anyway.
What happened to her?
I can tell you all that I know, if you're brave enough to hear it.
I hope I am.
I was there on that night, all those years ago.
Oh, thunder.
And it wasn't Miss Bellemore who was to blame. The morning of the wedding, Mr. Rackham left a gift on Miss Bellemore's dresser. A small leather pouch with strange beads and strange markings. I shouldn't have been looking, but I saw her open it. It was black magic. Everyone had heard the rumours about Mr. Rackham, but I saw it with my own eyes. Miss Bellemore panicked. She threw the pouch into her music box, slammed down the lid to lock it, and threw the brooch into the fireplace. But it was too late. She was losing herself. I could see it in her eyes. Minutes later, she asked me to bring her fiancé to her room. It's bad luck to see the groom before the ceremony. She told him she didn't love him, but I don't think it was her speaking. He begged, he pleaded, his heart broke in two. He was devastated. I saw him head up the staircase to the balcony overlooking the garden. But oh dear, I didn't know what he was going to do.
Well, that's the dead guy. Why?
That evening, her wedding to that evil Mr. Rackham began, but it didn't go the way he had planned. Just before Miss Bellemore's lips formed the words, "I do," I could see the forces battling inside her. The real love within her resisting the forged compulsion of Mr. Rackham's curse, staring into eyes that were not those of her true love. And that battle of good and evil exploded. Just like that, everyone in the house was gone, trapping us as ghosts to remain here forever.
Oops.
For more than 30 years she's been like this, her mind trapped in an eternal battle between the true love in her heart and the evil magic trying to control her. More than 30 years of never-ending heartbreak. And while Miss Bellemore is trapped in torment, do you realize what you've done? You've summoned all the ghosts in the house, including Mr. Rackham, that manipulator.
Most of these
that
voices sound
occultist,
familiar
that
to me.
devil,
But
the cause of Miss Bellemore's suffering. He's once again free to pursue his evil deeds because you released him.
I was tricked.
If Abigail is under a spell, how is she able to attempt to kill me twice?
Well, it's never happened before. Maybe she's losing the fight against Mr. Rackham's curse, and the evil inside her is growing more powerful. Oh dear, it's almost too terrible to think about, isn't it?
Why is Rackham doing all this? What does he want?
He's after the same thing you are, the Bellemore treasure.
But
But
he's dead.
he's willing to do a lot more to get it. And he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. I'd say he's a lot more committed than you are.
I have to do something. How can we stop him?
I'm afraid I don't rightly know, but Miss Bellemore might. She managed to break out of the spell once, just at the moment of the explosion, when Mr. Rackham tried to carry out the wedding. Perhaps if you take her back to that moment, she might be able to break out of it again. To do that, you'll need to create a love antidote to Mr. Rackham's curse.
How can I create a love antidote?
Look in the mirror.
How can she
In
drink
this
it?
reflection, she's as happy as she was on the morning of her wedding. And look, there in front of her, 4 wedding mementos and the echoed music of the wedding march, each one a touchstone of that final happy time. If you could gather those 5 things, perhaps we might bring her back to the moment she escaped the spell, even if just for a moment. There's something else you should know. Mrs. Craddock, the housekeeper, has announced that all wedding preparations are to resume upon the orders of Mr. Rackham. He plans to repeat the wedding tonight. You don't have long.
But what if I break her out of the spell and she is evil now?
I think you'll just have to take that risk.
Maybe I should go. Try to find someone who knows more about this.
Oh, don't you know? You're just as trapped within this house as any of us ghosts. Try the windows, try the doors. We all have 1,000 times. But it's no use. If
They're not
you
a
want
ghost,
to
right?
escape, she's your only hope.
That can't be true. I haven't died. I can't be trapped here forever like you.
In moonlight's glow, a spectral cell, and whispers of an eerie spell. No one hears his silent shout, for once he's in, he can't get out.
Gosh, we're dead.
No amount of force or technique or desperate longing would open the door. Cordelia was right. I was trapped. And as I looked around at the house that held me, I felt both dead and alive at the same time. Both awake and in a dream, or a nightmare.
Lights.
The only way I could possibly free myself was to gather the 5 items to awaken the Ghost Bride, perhaps giving her a third and final opportunity to kill me.
Yay, we can get new ways to die. What are you doing?
Hey, Cordelia.
Oh, hello again, Mr. McCallan. Have you made the love antidote yet?
I'm working on it, even though I'm still not sure it's a good idea. Do you know why I can't leave Bellemore Manor?
We ghosts have been trapped here ever since the explosion, but I don't know why someone still living would be unable to leave.
What if
I
we're
was
not
able to get out the
living?
last time I was here. Even if it was via the balcony and into the pond. I don't want to try that again.
Something must be keeping you here now. Better hope it's not Mr. Rackham.
Did you say there were rumors that John Rackham used black magic?
Oh yes, all of the staff talked about it, even if we daren't mention it to the family. Crates and boxes delivered in the night, hidden from prying eyes, but not hidden well enough. We see what happens in this house. We hear the whispers in the night. We know.
I know.
Do you think the Bellemore treasure is here in the house?
If it is, I've never seen it. But it is a big house. There are rooms I've never been in. Rooms I was forbidden to enter. Who knows what's in them?
The skeleton hanging from the tree outside. That's the sailor, isn't it?
What's left of him? I do hope it's a mess I don't have to tidy up.
Isn't the sailor's ghost trapped in the house too?
Oh no! He killed himself hours before the curse took hold. He will have long since passed over to the spirit realm. Lucky escape, some might say.
He was lucky to be so distraught he committed suicide?
It's better than being trapped in this house for eternity.
How did Abigail and the sailor meet?
It was aboard one of the Bellemore ships. Miss Bellemore was never one to be caged up inside the house, always wanting to go away on her brother's voyages. But they were a good deal older than her, and very protective after they all lost their parents. So she made a plan to stow away.
Did she manage to do it?
No, she was caught mere hours before the ships left port from Dead Nettle, covered over in spare sail.
Who discovered her?
That young sailor. I don't think she was best pleased that he had to tell her brothers, and he did, but she didn't hold it against him. Instead, he told her of the voyages on each return to Dead Nettle, and as the months progressed, she took more and more of a liking to him. I suppose fate will always bring two soulmates together, even when they least expect it.
And that's how they fell in love.
The young sailor promised that one day they would explore the world together. But until that day arrived, he would carry her in his heart on every voyage he undertook. He carved a wooden compass, split it into two pieces, and they each carried one, promising that despite their time apart, the necklace would be reunited once they were back together. How romantic.
How did the Bellemore's parents die?
A shipwreck off the southeastern coast. 28 perished, with just one survivor.
Who was the survivor?
Why, it was Mr. Rackham.
He killed them all.
Where do these doors behind me go?
The middle door goes up to the cupola, but the key's been lost ever since Master Cecil died. There's not much up there from what I remember, just old sheets, linens, and lace.
And the door on the right?
That's where the parlor witch lives.
They have a parlor witch?
Did you say a witch lives in the house?
Oh yes, didn't you know? Mr. Rackham isn't the only one said to delve into the supernatural. Perhaps poor little Abigail was just an innocent, caught in the middle of Mr. Rackham's and her brother's dark dealings.
Who is she? Is she still there now?
I should think so. The Bellemores brought her to the house not long before they disappeared, though after moving into the house, she was never seen again. No one ever goes in, and no one ever comes out. I don't even think Mrs. Craddock can get in there.
Do you know what happened to the Bellemore brothers?
That certainly is a mystery, isn't it? But I'm afraid I don't know. My duties were to help Miss Bellemore, while Mrs. Craddock dealt with the masters.
Although what?
I did see Master Xavier
Master
on the
Xavier?
day he died.
From the X-Men?
What was Xavier doing on the day he died?
Preparing for an expedition. He'd been given a birthday present not long before, an old pirate map of Devil's Rock that he'd hung over the fireplace in his bedroom. And on the map, marked in red, an X marks the spot.
Pirate treasure? On Devil's Rock?
I doubt the treasure even came into it. A cove on Devil's Rock, where no one has stepped foot in over 100 years. That'd be like a moth to a flame for Master Xavier. He left before dawn, and then never came back.
Who gave him the present?
I expect you can guess.
Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. It gets pretty boring after 30 years trapped here. You're much more exciting to watch.
Thanks.
I didn't need to move the cart.
Feather duster.
You can't have that. I might be needing it later.
Oh.
I looked behind the curtains, but there was nothing there.
The railing.
Whoa! As I rounded the corner of
Whoa.
the balcony, I saw that the walkway had dropped away, the mortar crumbling after decades of neglect. The ground was a long way down.
Yeah, but if the house won't let me leave, can't I just walk over it? And it just won't let me fall?
I couldn't reach the toolbox from the balcony. From down on the balcony, the cable was out of reach. I assessed whether the railing would be safe to climb. With the slippery ironwork and crumbling masonry, the answer was obviously no. But I didn't have the luxury of safety. Here goes nothing.
I don't think you have to worry about it. The house won't let you leave, so you can't fall.
Hauling myself onto the roof from the ornamental railings, I realized there was no easy path to get higher. The roof tiles ranged from loose and dangerous to soggy and dangerous. Either way, I wasn't going to be able to climb them. As I approached a lightning rod, I started to feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up.
So,
that was a close one. Fortunately, the lightning bolt had hit the lightning rod instead of me, breaking it from its socket and sending the rod tumbling to the ground below.
Will let us fall.
It looked like someone had already intended to start fixing the roof. I looked inside the toolbox and took the only thing it held, a rusty old pair of pliers. From down on the balcony, the drain pipe was unreachable.
Pliers. Ghost mansions are complicated. They are.
I didn't want to make a hole in that.
Use it to climb.
I didn't. Nope. I definitely didn't have the natural balance needed to walk across the cable unaided. I didn't want to break the cable. That wasn't going to work. I couldn't see an easy way up to the cupola. There was no way to reach the weather vane, but despite that, I noticed something curious. No matter which way the wind blew, the weather vane stayed fixed in position.
Ventilation. Who knows? Got pliers. I guess the dead body's a different balcony.
Excuse me, Miss Bellemore? It was no use. She was in such a deep trance I doubted if she knew I was standing only feet away from her. As I concentrated on the phonograph in the mirror, it began to sound like I could hear its music through the reflection itself.
Need flowers, the rag, a ring, cake.
It was the
I
wedding
guess
march.
the phonograph.
The contrast between the bride and her reflection was clear. While the bride in front of me buried her face in sadness, her reflection was clearly at the
Moldy
dawn of the
cheese?
happiest
Could
day of
be.
her life. If only she knew what was to come.
Could be. Just never know.
The phonograph horn had snapped off the machine when I was flung out of the balcony doors.
Oh. That's the bad guy.
Boo!
What the?
Haha, the look on your face.
What are you doing? Oh, you could have scared me to death.
Imagine how cool that would be.
I don't think I'd be very happy about that.
Baby.
What?
Who are you, anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I'm a...
Need to kill him again.
Guest. Who are you?
I'm Sebastian Pock.
The little boy puffed out his chest with a grin that would make the Cheshire Cat jealous. What were you doing in the trunk?
Playing hide and seek. That stuffy old vicar challenged me to a game and hasn't found me in more than 33 years.
Don't you know it's dangerous to shut yourself up in places like that? You could have gotten locked in.
Well, it's funny you say that, actually. I think the latch closed on me while I was inside. Still, what's the worst that could happen? I'm already dead.
What are you looking so pleased about?
I'll have a new toy to play with later tonight. A brand new Guggenhauser Model 5 wind-up tin boat.
Whoa.
I'm going to play with it in the bathtub down the hall.
That's funny. I know a little girl who accidentally got one of those for her birthday today.
Yeah, funny that.
The boy pulled an expression that made him look slicker than a politician in an oil spill. You've been in that chest for 33 years?
On and off. That's got to make me a hide-and-seek champion. This house is amazing for it. Before I climbed in the chest, I must have explored every room in the house. The ones that aren't locked, at least.
You haven't seen the Bellemore treasure while you've been exploring, have you?
There's a treasure here, like pirate treasure.
That's what the stories say.
And you believe them? I thought kids
Why
were
is it
supposed to
British
be the
here?
gullible ones. I don't think it exists.
Why not?
Because if it did, I would have found it by now.
This is a long shot, but do you know Mallory Wisp?
Sure, I know Princess Stink.
She was getting a tin boat too.
I know. I swapped over the pages in the toy catalogue, so she ordered the wrong thing. She'll get fed up with it, and I'll get to play with it instead.
Well, that wasn't a nice thing to do.
Nice guys finish last. That's what my father says.
How are you and Mallory able to talk? You're a ghost and she's...
A flesh bag.
Right.
A blood pumper, an air guzzler, a bone puppet, a muscle wriggler.
Hey, I get the idea. How come you can talk to her?
Children aren't so close-minded, I guess. Plus, she's the only person brave enough to come up to the house.
Are you here for the wedding?
Do you think I dress like this for fun? I look ridiculous.
I thought you might be the mayor of Munchkinland.
My mum made me dress like this. What's your excuse?
Do you know the man in the portrait behind you?
I don't want to look at it.
Chris?
Gives me the creeps.
It's John Rackham, isn't it?
Shh! Mum says we're not allowed to say his name.
He's evil.
What do you know about Rackham?
I don't want to talk about it.
You know something, don't you?
I can't tell you. I'd get in trouble.
I won't say a word.
Cross your heart and hope to die?
That's ironic, given the circumstances, but sure.
We came to the house a few months before the wedding was supposed to happen. My dad's a lawyer for the Bellemore Trading Company. A real important one. But oh boy, is that stuff boring. I was sneaking around, you know, just exploring the house. And I saw him, that man. He was talking to one of the Mr. Bellemores. The one that wore the white coat.
Cecil Bellemore, the scientist?
Yeah, he said he was going to his laboratory, but where it was hidden was a secret. I thought I could follow him.
Did you have any luck?
Not really, because I wasn't the first. That man, he was following him too, in secret. I kind of got too scared to keep going once I saw him.
What scared you?
I saw something. I saw something the scary man was carrying.
What was he carrying?
A dagger.
Dagger.
See you around, kid.
Bye.
Bye.
Gazing into the portrait's eyes sent a shudder.
Oh God, he's
I
just
realized it must have been a portrait
frozen
of
like that.
His eyes looked back, almost as if he were scowling right at me.
He's never gonna move again, is he?
The trunk was empty. The trunk was empty. The little boy oozed smugness like a leaky faucet, an annoying drip, drip, drip of arrogance that only a 9-year-old boy could perfect. There was nothing behind the curtains. There was nothing behind the curtains.
Why does he have to stand there like that?
The door was locked. The door was locked.
Door was locked.
The door was locked.
Door's locked!
Jesus.
Help me, please!
The endless stare.
Without knowing what it was, I didn't want to break it. I wondered if the pianist knew more about it.
The what?
The pianist wouldn't have been happy
What
with me
now?
rifling through his belongings. My piano repertoire consisted only of a few bars of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and I thought it best not to inflict that upon anyone. Good evening. My name is Murphy McAllen.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Ezra Hughes is the name. Pianist for hire is the game. Got any events
What
coming
for
up that you
hire?
can use a pianist at? I do weddings,
Jesus.
christenings, bar mitzvahs, funerals.
You're still hustling for work? Isn't being a ghost an impediment?
Hey, when you're self-employed, you've got to keep that next paycheck coming
Was he
in.
seventh guest?
But you're trapped in the house.
Well, I admit I'm not normally based here, but Bellemore Manor makes a lovely venue.
How's the gig?
It's the gig of a lifetime. Quite literally. I just didn't realize how short that lifetime would be. Still, I should be making out like a bandit at the end of it.
Why's that?
My contract says I charge overtime at time and a half. So far, we're 30-something years past my original end time.
Is there much to spend your money on when you're dead?
They say you can't take it with you, but I don't seem to be going anywhere at the moment, so why not find out?
You don't seem to have much of an audience.
Most have gone through to the ballroom for the waltz. Still, at least it means I don't have the Southern Belle from hell hovering over me.
Who's that?
You'll know when you see her.
Are you local to Devil's Rock?
No, New Orleans born and bred. Hard
New
to grow up
Orleans.
in the Big Easy and not fall in love with this music. Street performers in the French Quarter, brass bands on the balconies, parades at Mardi Gras. It's in the air down there.
So what brought you here?
Work. Figured I'd play a few gigs, make some cash. Next thing I know, I'm caught up in more drama than a Gilbert and
Nolans,
Sullivan
yeah,
operetta.
Where did you
Nolans.
find musical work here on Devil's Rock?
I got a full season contract down at the Calliope Theater. It was pure luck, really. The original pianist broke his arm.
How?
Before the renovation, that place was falling apart. 14 people in the audience watched as the stage gave out right in the middle of Claire de Lune. Pianist and piano falling straight to the floor into the basement.
Ouch.
Physically, he was fine. Emotionally, devastated for months.
Sounds like he went through a bad stage.
God.
Yardley Bellemore was a performer too, wasn't he?
And more.
Bad stage.
Writer, director, producer, philanthropist. He's the one that bought the Calliope, fixed her up, and hired me. Once he came on board, that place got put on real shows.
Real shows?
Yeah, before Yardley put up the funds, they were so broke they had to rely on sponsorships. The final year, Bon Tom Bakery funded everything, with conditions.
Conditions?
The shows had to be on brand. Before Yardley put a stop to it, we were looking at 3 Shakespeare plays that season. Romeo and Baguette, A Midsummer Night's Cream Cake, and Much Ado About Muffins.
What you do about muffins?
Do you know what happened to Yardley Bellemore?
I haven't a clue. But you know what? I think I was one of the final people to see him alive.
Oh, really?
He came down to the Calliope to offer me this gig for the wedding, and I overheard him talking to someone backstage after I had finished rehearsing.
What were they talking about?
Well, after Yardley scrapped the baked goods from Romeo and Juliet, he was after ideas to bring something new to the story. This fella was telling him about a place he'd found, an actual crypt. Such a missed opportunity, really. Can you imagine? Romeo and Juliet's tragic finale, played out in the Capulet tomb, the star-crossed lovers' final doomed moments in a real-life, honest-to-God crypt. The last thing I heard was them setting a date to check it out. And then, well, after that, No one ever saw him again.
Do you know who the man he was talking to was?
Rackham, I think you call him.
Rackham.
Don't know where his interest in the theater came from.
Get the
all of a
feeling
sudden.
Rackham's the
I've
bad
never
guy.
seen him in any performances.
Do you know where I could get some wedding music?
I take request. It's part of my contract for the wedding. What are you after?
I need some wedding music to play to Abigail Bellemore, upstairs in her bedroom.
I might be able to move people with my music, Murphy, but there's no chance I can move this piano up to the second floor.
What's the machine next to your piano?
That's my ticket out of hustling, a phonograph recorder. I'm going to compose and record a hit song, something that'll sweep the nation like those guys on Tin Pan Alley. I can record and release a song all across the country, and people will be able to hear me live in their living room.
But you're not live, or living.
That'll be how I market myself. Anthems by apparitions, hymns by haunts. The magazines won't give you the time of day if you don't have some way of standing
Makes
out.
sense.
If I'm dead, it's better to be composing than decomposing.
How does the machine work?
You just put in a blank record and press record. There's an old one still in there if you want it. It's too worn for me to use anymore. The records have a thin layer of black wax on the outside, and the machine records the sound as grooves in the wax. Keep an ear out for me in a year's time.
I should get going.
See you around, Murphy.
The pianist wouldn't have been happy with me rifling through his belongings. I took the record from the recording machine. With its outer coating worn away with age, it wasn't in a state to record onto.
We fix it.
The shield was out of reach, but I didn't plan on jousting with any knights that day anyway.
That is an
What
insult
the-
to my honor. I didn't know you had any honor left to insult.
Boys, you don't want to be fighting over little old me.
Tallulah, this man is nothing but a scoundrel. Then you, brother, are a no-good fraud.
The hell?
Hi there.
Keep walking. I don't have time to waste on you.
Good evening, miss.
Oh, another fine young gentleman.
My name's Murphy
That's
McCallum.
me.
Pleased to meet you all.
Back off, Peanut.
Peanut?
Yeah, keep
What do you mean, peanut?
We were talking to the lady first.
Now, boys, we must be welcoming to our new friend. My name is Tallulah LaRue. I expect you've heard of me. My daddy owns the LaRue Oil Exchange. We're the richest family this side of the Mississippi.
But don't be getting any ideas. Tallulah, don't you think this gentleman is a little beneath you? He looks so poor, he probably waves a popsicle around and calls it air conditioning.
Hey.
Let's not be rude to him just because he's less
That's me,
fortunate.
Murphy
You boys
McMurphy.
be welcoming and introduce yourselves.
If we must. I am Humphrey Tallulah. And I am Orville Tallulah of the Tallulah Textiles Company.
I think you made the pants I'm wearing. What's that in your hand, Miss LaRue?
This is my invitation to the wedding. It allows me to bring one guest with me, but I seem to have made a teensy tiny mistake. I've invited both boys all the way out here to Devil's Rock when I can only take one of them into the wedding. Now, both of these fine fellows are here and want to attend with me, and I just don't know who I should pick.
You mean you two don't have an invitation?
We may not know the Bellemores, but we do know this southern magnolia before us. We were brought to Devil's Rock by passion.
I was brought to Devil's Rock by taxi. If you're not using the invitation, perhaps I could take it off your hands?
I don't think so, knucklehead. Miss LaRue is going to need that invitation for when I accompany her. Over my dead body? Have you seen yourself? You're already dead.
These two gentlemen seem pretty heated.
I just hope it doesn't come to blows. I'd be happy to marry either of these gentlemen one day, if only I could choose between them.
If you did end up marrying one of them, would that make your name Tallulah Talagula?
That's right, and my middle name is Beulah. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
How are you going to decide who to take to the waltz, Miss LaRue?
I just don't know if I could decide. I think I'll have to leave it to the boys to decide for me.
Choose me, Tallulah. I'm the one who inherited our family's good looks, I assure you. Good looks? Your reflection hides when you walk past a mirror. I have the southern elegance she desires. Elegance? You have all the elegance of a drunken pelican. I believe the lady would be better suited for a man of my sophistication. Sophistication? You have all the sophistication of a rodeo clown. It's my bravery that she needs.
Bravery?
Bravery? You'd run away from a June bug. If you think yourself so brave, then we must put it to the test. Brother, I challenge you to a duel. Not if I challenge you first.
Gee, I wouldn't want a duel to take place because of little old
A duel?
me. But if that's how things have to be, let's get the guns on the table, boys.
McCallum, you shall be the adjudicator.
I shall?
I'm glad you've agreed.
What exactly does that entail?
In order for the duel to be fair, an independent third party must load the pistols and declare the victor.
But I've never loaded a pistol before.
Don't worry, McCallum. A donkey with a lobotomy could do it. You have at least half a chance.
Whoa. Oh, God. Powder.
One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols.
Got.
I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod.
No pussyfooting around here, boys. I want to see some action. If you miss, you're not the man for me.
Both gonna die.
Fire!
But they're already dead.
Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
In any other situation, this would have been a tragedy, but it quickly became clear that a duel to the death wouldn't be conclusive when the duelists were both already dead.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Well, okay.
Good evening, Miss LaRue.
Why, hello again, Murphy.
Were you friends with Abigail Bellemore?
Friends may be a bit of an exaggeration, but I'd seen her around at the debutante balls before she got engaged to that sailor. I mean, really, what was she thinking?
You don't think they should have gotten engaged?
What's the point? Mr. Rackham was an improvement. I do love the powerful.
Would you like a rematch on the pistol duel?
What a wonderful idea! Boys, guns on the table. Murphy, load 'em up.
One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols.
No, McCallum, you haven't put in the shot.
That's what I wanted. I wanted them both to miss.
I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening outside.
Didn't you see the lightning?
A parasol's to protect you from the sun, silly. Carry this out in a lightning storm and you might... Actually, go right ahead and take it. You have fun.
The glint in her eye sent a shiver through me.
He wants me dead. Apparently. It's like how we just pocket everything like that.
Hi there.
Keep walking. I don't have time to waste on you.
Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What a ball!
No, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever.
That would have been better. One at a time, Finally,
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
I didn't know just examining the table would do that.
Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
It was a devilish carving of a satyr, half man, half goat, holding a shield. It was a seductive carving of a lamia, half woman, half snake, holding a shield. I wondered if the shelves held any books on battling ghostly curses, but that seemed a little too niche.
Did I hear gunshots through there? It's like being back at Alameda during the war.
What happened there? A battle?
No, my second wedding. The father of the bride didn't.
Oh, we're gonna cross the wire like, okay.
And got all the locals to run me out of town. Talk about a shotgun wedding. You, boy, are you one of the staff? Is the wedding ready to begin?
Ready to begin? Goodness gracious, but I haven't found my Bible.
Sorry, I'm just a guest too. I don't think the wedding's happening until later tonight.
Rhino.
Or not at all, if everything went to plan.
Just enough time for another drink, then.
I'd previously seen small pots hung in fireplaces like this contained water in order to humidify the room, especially when tobacco was being smoked. In this case, however, the pot was empty.
Maybe I get water.
I picked up the vase. From the delicate porcelain and hand-painted ornamentation, it looked like it must have been worth a fortune. Ming Dynasty, perhaps?
Foskett, why is that young man picking up that chamber pot?
I have absolutely no idea.
Or perhaps not. After my escapades with the fish and its hidden horseshoe, I had had quite enough of taxidermied animals. After my escapades with...
The Colonel.
Good evening.
Good evening, my boy. I'm afraid you'll have to speak up. Old army injury, you see. Care to join me for a drink?
Colonel Bloom, how many times must I warn you about your predilection for hard drinking?
It's not hard drinking. It's very easy. What do you say, my boy? You care for a nip?
I probably shouldn't. I'm a little preoccupied at the moment.
Well, don't go saving it for the toast. You'll be waiting decades.
See? This is what I was talking about. This is the kind of ungracious, ungentlemanly behavior that will spell your doom, Colonel.
He's already dead.
Threaten me with eternal damnation, Foskett. If it was going to happen, it would have happened by now.
It already has
I'm
happened.
dead at this moment, and I don't see any evidence of women playing harps. Just you harping on at me.
Did you see much action in the army?
I killed 4 men.
From food poisoning? Colonel Bloom's title is an honorary one for services to catering.
The Cattle King is what they called me. I own farms from New Orleans to Tallahassee. Beef, leather, dairy. It was a roaring trade.
Or at least a mooing one.
Those cows.
God.
They were mine.
Why?
I tell you, everything a man needs can be provided by a good troop of cows.
Herd of cows.
Of course I've heard of cows. I was just talking about them.
What are you drinking, Colonel?
Good hearty rum. It'll put fire on your chest and hair in your belly.
And perhaps it is time to consider whether you have drunk too much of it, Colonel. Or perhaps give it up altogether.
I could easily give up alcohol. I've already done it hundreds of times.
I think you'll find the time between one glass and the next does not count as teetotalism. Perhaps we should be grateful to the Lord that your glass remains empty.
Are you looking forward to the wedding?
I'm looking forward to it being over. In my opinion, being stood up at the altar for 33 years is a pretty bad sign.
Teetotalism?
Not what strong relationships are made of.
And you should know, Colonel. You've only had hundreds of them.
Do you think the bride and groom should be together?
That Rackham's a slimy character, and no mistake. Oh, by God, he's a good businessman. Trickier than a magician's rabbit that's gotten stuck on a particularly difficult crossword puzzle. But all that don't amount to a hill of beans if you're not enjoying life. I don't know whether to hate the guy or envy him.
Both are sins, I think you'll find, Colonel.
And not even the best ones. Do you know what's wrong with society nowadays, Murphy? Drink, guns, and women. There's just not enough time for them all.
Drinking alcohol.
Have you ever married, Colonel?
Oh, yes. I've been married for 47 years.
To 47 women?
But to nine different women.
It still counts.
His shortest marriage was 2 days, and that's only because they couldn't find him to serve the annulment papers.
I ended up in a bordello in East Nevada with half the members of the Albuquerque Militia Marching Band. Best honeymoon I've been on. Some lovely girls.
Lord forgive him, for he knows not what he does.
That's not what the girls were telling me.
Do excuse me. I'll be back.
At your leisure, my boy. I have nowhere to go and nothing to do.
Idle hands are the devil's playthings.
Try idling your mouth for a change, you old curmudgeon.
Good evening.
Hello, my child.
Oh, don't get him going again.
And what is your name?
Murphy McCallan.
Hello, Murphy. I am Father Foskett, spiritual shepherd of St. Juniper's Parish. Have you seen the good book?
I'm not the most religious person, but I have read parts.
No, I mean that rather more literally. I've lost my Bible and have no idea where
His
I
Bible?
put it. Have you seen it?
I haven't, I'm afraid.
Pity.
Are you here for the wedding?
I am officiating the wedding. With everything that's gone on in the house, we must thank God we have someone like me to keep us on a righteous path.
I've been told that Abigail Bellemore doesn't really want to marry Rackham. You need to call the wedding off.
We shall stick to the system, young Mr. McCallan. Objections should be heard during the ceremony, not before, when all parties may articulate their feelings on the matter. These things are greater than you and I, you know. Until then, we must treat the wedding as the joyous occasion it is.
What do you think of Abigail Bellemore?
A little headstrong, in my opinion, but a lovely young lady. I baptized her, you know. She grabbed my nose as I held her over the font, right up the left nostril. Wouldn't let go until her brothers distracted her with a teddy bear. Still, she's a very caring girl.
Just not two ecclesiastical noses.
Was the deer blinking?
Have you two gentlemen known each other long?
Gentlemen's
It is
a
blinking.
stretch.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Foskett.
But yes, we've known each other since we were teenagers. We used to be roommates in college. But while I focused on my studies, the Colonel here focused on extracurriculars. I made it my duty to keep him on the straight and narrow path.
And thankfully you haven't done a very good job of it.
Is St. Juniper's your church?
That's right, young man. A beacon of godliness on an otherwise spiritually desolate isle.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think St. Juniper's been taken over by rum runners.
criminals? In my church? Good God! They must be removed immediately.
Let's not be too hasty. They sound like my type of gentleman. That's the type of church I can see myself attending.
I could do with less of your opinions, thank you. Many things can be preserved in alcohol, Colonel. Dignity is not one of them.
I'm not the most well-read on religion, but shouldn't you be in heaven now?
Gold standard question, my boy.
Well, I'll admit this isn't what I expected.
Perhaps the good book has some missing passages.
I think we can do without your theological input, Colonel.
Is there a way to fix it?
Well, that's precisely what I'm doing, young man, as we speak.
It looks like you're just sitting in an armchair.
You don't see the metaphorical cogs whirring around in my head, the tick and the tock of the thanatological matters in my mind. To the layman, I might appear to be just sitting in an armchair, but in reality, I am studying the Bible, or at least I would be, if I hadn't lost it.
You've lost it, all right.
Do you think it might be voodoo keeping you here?
Voodoo is nothing but mumbo-jumbo misdirection. I fear we may be in limbo. Some devilish force has interrupted the supernatural order of things.
I think Rackham might be practicing black magic.
That is an extraordinary accusation. I refuse to hear another word of it. He is a God-fearing man who always attends the sailor services, and he has donated generously to the church and my vacation fund. The culprit here is that awful sailor Abigail was going to marry. It is precisely because Miss Bellemore's marriage to Mr. John Rackham was interrupted
Stretching the
that we are
rich
still
guy.
here. And why
Just
we
'cause
must
he
continue
donates.
the wedding as planned tonight. It shall be our way out.
I best be heading off.
God be with you.
Can we go over here? Can. Oh, it's... Oh, wrong floor. Door.
Stepping through the doorway, I found myself in an ethereal black void that stretched in every direction. Draped in green fog, all I could see were staircases floating in all directions, and in the center, an eternally ticking clock.
The hell? Hold on.
Is that little whippersnapper playing on the staircases again?
No, it's not him this time. But how that wayward whelp's mother allows him to run riot through that cursed room baffles me. When it comes to Sebastian Pock, I think King Herod might have had a point.
Oh, this is here. Okay. I'm gonna go... This'll be fine.
As a child, I'd once watched a traveling circus act calling himself the Great Balancerio amble his way across a high wire with only a parasol to keep him steady. With absolutely zero practice and infinitely more chance of death, it was now my turn to try it. Oh well, here goes.
It'll be fine.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
My parasol.
That was a close
I
one.
guess it wasn't really mine.
While I may have lost the parasol, I did have one thing on Balancerio. I accomplished my stunt without having to wear a leotard. There was no way to reach the weather vane, but despite that, I noticed something no matter which way...
Oh.
The face reminded me of a man I used to buy milk from. From the neck up, he looked like an Italian nobleman. From the neck down, he'd wear denim dungarees and nothing else. It probably wasn't the same guy.
The hell?
As I placed my hands on the trunk, I saw something out of the corner of my eye.
The spooter?
Spiders. Dozens of them. I may have been battling supernatural forces of evil, but the forces of evil didn't have 8 legs, fangs, and the ability to jump on me. I needed to clear the spider webs away if I was going to get into that trunk.
Spooters. Here.
The bellows weren't going to be able to blow away this amount of spider webs.
Why not? Why not?
I wasn't going to be able to wipe away this amount of spider webs with a poker.
Why not?
I wouldn't say I have many phobias, but... And after hearing about the size of the spiders living in the bayou, I wasn't about to start touching the spider webs with my bare hands. I needed to think of...
Oh. Okay.
I thought it best to leave Cordelia to her work.
Can I have this?
You can't have that. I might be needing it later.
But the spooters.
What do you think of this chamber pot?
Oh my, I had to clean that. The Colonel certainly made good use of it.
Oh, God.
Have you seen this brooch before?
Isn't that Miss Bellemore's?
Yes, I'm just borrowing it.
I hope you asked first.
I need... What do I need? I don't know what I need. Oh, God, he's still here.
The empty glass was best left where it was. I'd previously seen small pots hung in fireplaces like this contained water in order to in this case, however...
Water. What is this place? Huh? I have to go through the door at a certain second or something?
Walking into the cellar, I was hit by the pungent smell of rotting wood and mildew. 3 decades without upkeep hadn't been kind to this section of the house, and it was now knee-deep in floodwater. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. It seemed the barrel lift lacked power.
Danger. Candles.
I took the handful of candles from on top of the fuse box. The label read, magnetic carriage, theater rotation, orrery track, barrel lift, electrograph, lightning rods, ground. I couldn't do anything with it. I didn't want to make a hole in that.
Hmm. Right. Water?
That was going to be the perfect container to scoop the water out, but I would have been here for days. I needed a way to automate it.
Oh, I just wanted water for the other thing.
Knowing the type of animals that lived in the murky water on this island, there was no way I was stepping into the floodwater.
Back up.
Oh my! How nice to see a visitor to my garden. Watch out for that vine down there. That bugger was trying to make a break for it earlier.
Oh, okay. Will do. I didn't have the slightest idea what the gardener was warning me about. But like a snake coiling around its prey, it soon became apparent.
What
Help!
the?
Help!
What's all the fuss about?
This vine's got me. It won't let go.
Oh, she likes you, she does.
Well, the sentiment isn't mutual.
I've never seen a plant so attached to someone before.
That's exactly the problem. Its hold was getting tighter. I needed to get away before I was dragged into the flower beds. The scissors wouldn't fit around the writhing vine.
Why did the plant attack me?
Well, you didn't need to do that. I wasn't planning on doing the pruning till tomorrow.
What was that?
Just a Devil's Rock creeper. They do seem to have gotten a lot more active since I was last tending the garden, though.
First, the animals on this island had tried to eat me. Now I was finding out the plants wanted a nibble too. The macabre warning was definitely serving a purpose where it was. I decided to leave it there.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not?
You're still flesh and blood, aren't you?
That's right.
And to be ashamed of. But you'll end up see-through blue like me if one of those thorns nicks you. And don't try cutting them. Even so much as a snap and it releases a toxin so deadly you'll be on the ground within 3 minutes.
Jesus.
Certainly keeps things exciting, doesn't it?
The hell kind of plant is this? Chemicals. I have no chemicals.
Good evening.
Pleasure to meet you, young man. I'm Rupert Riddle. I'm the gardener for the Bellemore estate. And whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
Murphy McCallan. Pleased to meet you.
Do excuse the state of the conservatory. After 30-odd years without so much as a pruning or watering, it's taken on a mind of its own. Don't be telling the Horticultural Society or I'll be having my golden trowel taken off me.
You've won awards for your gardening?
Oh, yes. This conservatory is rather famous. Welcome, Murphy, to the Poison Garden.
Poison?
Poison?
Why would the Bellemore brothers want a poison garden?
Academic interests, prestige, and morbid curiosity, I should think. Master Cecil liked to study them. Master Xavier used to collect them on his expeditions. And Master Yardley, well, he just liked the theatricality of it all.
Isn't it dangerous?
Well, it all depends on how you use it, doesn't it? A few berries of deadly nightshade could kill a person or cure their headache. Hemlock killed Socrates, but I used it to treat my arthritis. These plants may be dangerous, but that's because they're powerful and mysterious.
From medicine to murder.
Exactly. The power to heal and the power to kill. That's what makes them so interesting.
Remind me never to get on the bad side of a florist. What's the secret to growing your garden?
Plants need the same things as you and me, they do. Food, water, sunlight, and someone to chitter-chatter with.
You talk to your plants?
And sing.
What kinds of songs do poisonous plants like?
Vaudeville, mainly. Ta-ra-ra-boom-de-ay always goes down a treat. Ta-ra-ra-boom-de-ay. I'm with plants all the day. Two things the only way to grow my shrub display. Vegetation brings elation to me.
The hell?
That's quite an accent you've got. Where are you from?
Jolly old England, just outside Bristol. God's own country. The green and pleasant land where my love of horticulture bloomed. I caught the gardening bug at an early age, you see. Histoplasmosis.
Use a
I was in hospital
chemical?
for 8 months, all told. But trapped in those 4 wipe-clean antiseptic walls, staring at a pot of plastic philodendrons, why, it just grew my love of all things botanical.
Why did you move to Devil's Rock?
I came over with the Bellemores, didn't I? Got myself a little cottage on the edge of the estate near the mausoleum. Bugger if I can get to it now, though. Shame, too.
Why's that? Do you miss home?
Oh, I think I left the gas on. Wouldn't want an accident now, would I? Could be the death of me.
What are you working on at the moment?
I suppose I ought to be pushing up daisies. But death isn't going to stop these green fingers. So I'm getting right back into it where I left off, tending to these plants.
Electricity?
It's not quite the same as it used to be, I must admit.
How so?
I suppose,
plants?
being dead now, they've lost some of their allure. It used to be that one prick of the finger, one wipe of the nose, one accidental inhalation of a seed.
The level 3 is the hairdryer thing.
Things just aren't as exciting anymore.
With that thing in the water.
Will you be attending the wedding?
Me? Get an invitation? I'm not sure overalls would meet the dress code. But it's a good thing, too. I wouldn't trust that Rackham with a hosepipe on a hot day.
Why not?
Well, it's not like me to tell tales. But it wasn't long before the Bellemore brothers started to disappear that Rackham was in here asking about the poison plants. Very suspicious timing, if you ask me.
You think he murdered them?
I couldn't possibly say.
I need a bouquet. Can you help me?
I'm a gardener, not a flower arranger, Murphy.
Is there anything in here I can take without it killing me?
I'm afraid the only non-poisonous plants were those down in Abigail's flower bed. She had her own little area that I used to help her with. There's only that one flower that stayed alive in the whole conservatory. Funny that.
What's funny about it?
That's the same flower bed Abigail used for her bouquet the night things went awry.
That'll be perfect.
Where is it?
Is there a way to get rid of the thorns?
Oh, certainly. A good drenching with alcohol should kill them off.
Alcohol?
Thanks for your time.
Before you go, you wouldn't do me a favor, would you?
What kind of favor?
Well, I was just wondering how that flesh and blood thing is working out for you.
Excuse me?
It's just, and I don't mean to impose, but my eternal frustration is that I have 187 different ways to die in this conservatory, but I was never able to test any of them out. Now that we've all discovered death isn't quite so conclusive, I was wondering if you'd want to help out.
Help out how?
Well, we could test out some of the plants on you.
They'd kill me.
Fingers crossed.
The dainty old man's eyes glowed with unrestrained excitement at the mention of murder. His dottery demeanor offered a complete contrast to his apparently homicidal tendencies. He was like a tortoise holding a machine gun.
Now, don't make such a drama out of it. We could put it in a nice pie, and maybe some herbal tea. I know the recipe for a lovely cobbler.
Definitely not. Let's cross that possibility out right now.
I was only asking. Maybe let me know if you change your mind.
The fountain had long run dry and the cracked, dusty basin was empty. I couldn't see anything I could do with the statue. I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot, despite the gardener's best efforts. Examining the overgrowth felt more like being in a zoo than an arboretum. I didn't want to get any closer.
This way.
Hold it right there. The dance is
a lot of
about to
ghosts.
begin. I shall deal with you afterwards. The skill, the movement, the passion. It certainly gets the blood pumping. Now then, do you have an invitation?
An invitation?
To the waltz. This celebration is only for wedding guests. We have all manner of help running around the house who certainly aren't invited to the festivities. Imagine the smell. If you want to come in, you'll need to retrieve it. Rules are rules, and it's my job to enforce them. I am Mrs. Elaine Craddock, housekeeper of Bellemore Manor. Who are you, anyway?
Murphy McCallan. I'm just a visitor.
Evidently.
Good evening, Mrs. Craddock.
Oh, are you still here?
You need to stop the wedding.
I shall do no such thing. The preparations have begun on the order of Mr. Rackham himself, and I shall see to it personally that his wishes are carried out.
But he wasn't the original groom. He's an imposter.
Another word like that, and I shall have you escorted out of the house.
Good luck trying. I seem to be rather supernaturally stuck here.
Mr. Rackham is a fine man. Motivated, determined, ambitious, rich, and roguishly delectable. Precisely the type of person a well-to-do debutante like Miss Bellemore should be marrying.
Not if she doesn't love him.
Love is not important amongst families of blue blood. What matters is lineage, inheritance, and continuity.
Oh.
That last-minute change of heart she had last time was the best decision she ever made. She'll be far better off with Miss
I don't know, that
Rackham
decision
than
turned
she
you all
would be
into
with a
ghosts.
sailor.
She sputtered the word with such disgust I half expected her to scrub herself clean afterwards.
I mean, really, what was he going to do for her? Fetch her a fish supper, clear the decks, and sing the sailor's hornpipe? Do you get a funny feeling when your wealth keeps on depleting you should never marry sailors when your funds run low?
What the hell?
There are some who think Rackham has duplicitous intentions.
The green-eyed monster. Mr. Rackham is exactly what is needed to get this household back on the straight and narrow.
What do you mean?
I don't like to speak ill of the dead.
Especially now that you're one of them?
Indeed. But I'm afraid that the Bellemore brothers were becoming increasingly unusual before their disappearances. Their interests veered away from the economic and turned towards the esoteric. And now look where we are.
You think the Bellemore brothers caused you all to be trapped in the house?
Perhaps not directly, but their decisions certainly led to it. To find out the Bellemore brothers were inviting sinners into this house.
Sinners?
When I gave this household the best years of my life.
And the best years of your afterlife now.
I am a servant to serving, but even I have limits.
When you talk about sinners in the house, do you mean the parlor witch?
Don't even mention her. Why the Bellemores thought to bring her into this house is beyond me. Oh, thank goodness we have Father Foskett trapped with us to keep this house holy.
Where is the parlor witch?
Now don't go seeking her out. You'll only regret it. We barely ever see her, but she's up there in one of the locked rooms, tainting the entire household. I found some of her black candles one day, you know. Who knows what she did with them? Voodoo spells and magic rituals. I confiscated them and put them on top of the fuse box in the cellar. At least if there's a power surge, they can do some good for a change.
I've heard Rackham deals in the occult as well.
What poppycock! Mr. Rackham is a good, honest, hard-working man. The cure for the ailments of this house. The witch is why we are cursed to remain here. And it is why a good, honest marriage between Mr. Rackham and Miss Bellemore will finally allow us to move on. Just as I wish to do with this entire subject of conversation.
Please, could you let me in to see the waltz?
Certainly not.
You know, you're the second person tonight that won't let me in somewhere. I'm beginning to take this personally.
The guests at this wedding are titans of industry and jewels of the aristocracy. Industrialists from Chicago, magnates from Philadelphia, dukes from England. And you are?
A now unemployed auditor from Yonkers.
Precisely.
How long have you worked at Bellemore Manor?
I've been here since the final finial finished off
I think they don't
cupola.
respect me.
Before even the Bellemores themselves moved in, I was getting this house ready for them. It is a position I was bred for. I may not have blue blood, but I should think it's at least a shade of plum. I spent 17 years at some of the most prestigious all-girls schools, you see, followed by training in Blenheim Palace for 3 years, and subsequent coveted positions with some of the finest families in England.
Well, I'm glad you managed to escape all that and come here.
can quote you Mrs. Beaton's book of household management in my sleep.
It was an interesting offer, but I couldn't think of any situation where I'd need that, short of terminal insomnia. You must know Bellemore Manor quite well.
Like the back of my hand. Built between 1885 and 1888 in a mixture of antebellum and Victorian styles, and designed by the Bellemore brothers themselves. Until, of course, they disappeared after living here only a year.
Why did they decide to build it on Devil's Rock?
Well, the island is exceptionally well placed for trade between the United States, Europe, and the Caribbean. When the Bellemore brothers were looking to relocate, it was Mr. Rackham who recommended Devil's Rock. It's just a pity about the name.
You speak very highly of Mr. Rackham.
The Bellemore brothers may have had expertise in exploration, innovation, and public relations, but it was Mr. Rackham that pulled those three threads together into the beautiful business tapestry that benefits us all.
Do you know anything about the treasure of Bellemore Manor?
The stuff of whimsy. The Bellemore family had their capital invested in stocks and bonds, not hoarded in a heap like some fairy tale dragon.
Being an unemployed
And
peasant's
don't
the
even think
best.
about snooping around the house looking for anything, or I shall have you removed from the premises. If anyone would know of a secret treasure hidden in this house, it would be me.
Thank you for your help.
Goodbye.
Bye. Trophy room. That's this room. Music room. Well, handles.
That wasn't going to work. I thought it best to
Singing.
leave Cordelia to her work.
Each time you hear wrong, what wrong? I need this feather duster. I know. I know.
Coming! Miss Bellemore, did you...
Gotta go. Bellemore.
With the maid distracted, I was free to take the
Failmore.
feather duster. I considered picking up a sheet and draping it over me, but there were enough ghosts in the house already. I didn't need to move the cart.
Deal with the spooters.
Using the feather duster, I began sweeping away the spiders and their webs from a relatively safe distance.
To get these.
I didn't need to dust that.
Okay.
Now that it was free of spiders, I opened the trunk. Searching through the trunk, I found blankets, bedding, tablecloths, and tucked up in the corner, a delicate lace veil.
Okay. The veil.
Looking through the telescope, all I could see was a blur. I soon realized why. A telescope without a lens wasn't going to be much use.
No lens.
The globe looked more decorative than functional, like a chihuahua with a bow tie. The face reminded me of a man I used to buy milk from. From the neck up, he looked like an Italian nobleman. From the neck down, he'd wear denim dungarees and nothing else. It probably wasn't the same guy.
Drain pipe.
The drain pipe had twisted and now pointed straight up to the sky, empty of everything but moss.
Hey, Jim.
The door was locked. I didn't need to show her that. I placed the veil on the dresser. There were 4 items left. It was a beautiful bouquet of roses.
Okay.
The record was too old and worn to be played. The record was too old. The record was too. The record was too. The record was too. Lighting the fire may have warmed the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt standing there.
God damn you.
Clearly, the artist had managed to imbue the brushstrokes with something of the subject's personality. It was downright sinister. The door was locked. Hello, Sebastian. I heard some of the other ghosts talking about a boy playing in the staircase room. That was you, wasn't it?
Sure was. How did you know?
In truth, the description of wayward whelp was the giveaway. But as long as Sebastian knew something I didn't, I needed to contain my annoyance. Lucky guess. Do you know how to get through the staircase room?
Oh, sure. I know every route in this house. You've got to be as good at hide and seek as I am. I bet I could beat you
Professional
without
hide and
even
seeker.
leaving this room.
Sebastian, I really need to get through the staircase room. Could you tell me how to do it?
Well, are you any good at hide and seek?
Excuse me?
Because I could tell you how to get through the staircase room. If you can beat me, hider or seeker, I'd beat you at either.
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and count 5 Mississippis. I won't even leave the room.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come.
You back in here again?
Boo!
Oh, yeah. That's not how hide and seek works. You don't just...
Too easy. I just wish this was more of a challenge.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You must be cheating.
How could I cheat?
I don't know, you're a ghost. Can't you dematerialize or something?
This isn't a bedtime story, you know. I may be a ghost, but I still touch things just like you.
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and count
1 Missis, 2 Missis, 3, 4, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not? Are you behind the curtain?
Better luck next time.
The trunk was empty.
I need to put something in there. But what?
I needed to think of something else.
But what?
I couldn't do... Nope.
I don't know.
The chest wasn't locked, it just had a fiddly latch. There was nothing behind the curtains. Hello, Sebastian.
Bet for a...
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on. 1 Mississippi.
Hiding inside a locked chest might have been fine for a ghost.
3 Mississippi.
I was far too big.
4
Gazing into the...
5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come. Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard. Maybe I should hide next time.
Can I even hide?
Hello, Sebastian.
Bet for a...
You seek, I'll hide.
You're on.
I was far too... I was...
2 Mississippi.
The door was
3
locked.
Mississippi.
Without a flue, the fireplace seemed...
Oh, if you leave, I guess the game stopped. I mean, now he can't find me, right?
Hey, where'd you go? You're meant to hide somewhere in this room. That still counts as a win for me, you know.
Hello, Sebastian.
Bet for...
You hide...
Great.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not? The chest wasn't locked. That wasn't going...
I heard something. I just hear the creaking, but I don't think that...
Again?
I
Hello,
hate you.
Sebastian.
Bet for...
You hide...
Great.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ready or not?
It's impossible.
Too easy.
Hello, Seb...
Bet for...
You hide...
Great.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ready or not? Here... A heavy trunk sat in the corner of the corridor. Thick red curtains hung... I didn't need to...
Yeah, we need something.
Better luck.
What if I can lock the trunk? If I can lock the trunk somehow.
That didn't work.
I don't know how.
I didn't.
Hi.
That wasn't going to work. The chest wasn't locked, it just...
We want to lock it. Potentially. I don't really have too many things like that. I need something. I can try, like...
The empty glass was best left where it was. The fire beneath the pot was already burning steadily. I needed to be outside if I wanted to reach the tree.
Can't go there. What can I...
That could work, but I needed to make sure the boy couldn't see me do it. That didn't work. That wasn't going to work. Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a rematch?
You hide.
Great. Eyes closed.
1 Mississippi, 2,
Wait.
3, 4, 5. Ready or not, here.
I get it.
Boo! Again.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back
Stupid
for
kid.
You see,
You're 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi,
Does he not notice? Who knows?
5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come. Found you.
goody for you.
You didn't even.
Hello, Seb.
Back for a
You hide.
Great.
1 Mrs. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ready or not?
Got him.
I wonder who's behind this curtain.
Were his eyes moving? I think they were.
What? How'd you find me?
Maybe you're not the best at this after all.
You cheated. You tied that string to me.
Don't be a sore loser. You never specified in the rules that it wasn't allowed. Now about that route through the staircase room.
Grown-ups are tricky. Here, this'll tell you how to do it. Cheetah, cheetah, pumpkin eater.
Now how do we
I
this kid
almost
again?
felt bad. Almost. Because when I looked at the document, I was sure I'd been swindled. What I'd been given wasn't a blueprint of the house, but a wedding schedule scribbled on in colored crayon. It was a wedding schedule for this evening, but the printed times had been replaced with new times drawn in colorful crayon.
Hmm. Seven, 3, 11, whatever. Okay. The doors colored?
It was a wedding schedule for...
7311948.
It was a wedding...
Cuckoo clocks.
No! Wait, no? No? No?
It was a wedding... It was a wedding...
Oh, the stairs do have color. They do. Fine.
It was a wedding... It was a wed...
You know?
It was a wedding...
11, I guess? Eight? Yeah, there's the door pattern. But that would be, but this is blue. So that's orange. This should be brown, I think. Or it could be... It looks like it has orange carpet, though. This one's
It was a wedding schedule for this evening.
Maybe it stays the same color and for some reason. I don't know why. Add the number each. Oh, maybe.
I wondered if something I was carrying could fix the lightning rod on the roof. It was a wedding schedule for this evening, but the printed times had been replaced with new times drawn in colorful crayon.
Well, okay.
There was no...
Wait, so how... Okay. For it to be 12... That's 7 plus 5. There is no 5. Why is the second one 12? Why is the second one 12? It's not 3 though. Is it? Am I just counting the ticks? After I get through the door? Even then, it doesn't seem right. Yeah, how does it get to 12? Let's go fix the thing on the roof. Real quick, I guess. Not that that...
I needed to think of something else. I didn't want to make a hole in that. Whoever left the toolbox on the roof may have known what they were doing with the socket, but I certainly didn't. There was nothing I could do with the... With a spark of inspiration that worried even me, I decided to test whether I could improvise a replacement for the lightning rod, breaking all manner of building codes in the process.
What do I want this for? Oh, who knows? Maybe this powers the basement somehow. It does. Of course it does. I don't understand the doors. It don't make sense. It's all I know. It just don't make sense. Oh.
I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. It seemed the barrel lift lacked power. The wire had corroded into the fuse box. I couldn't budge it with my hands.
This thing?
I pulled at the wire with the pliers and managed to dislodge it from the fuse box.
No ground now. This is probably not safe.
With a surge of electricity from the lightning strike, the barrel lift came to life, disappearing into the water, then rising up to the hatch above. So this was how they loaded barrels in and out of the cellar. I couldn't do that while the lift was running.
Dude, draining the water this way would take ages.
I flipped the switch and the barrel lift ground to a halt. With extraordinary fortune, the porcelain chamber pot fitted neatly into the decorative ironwork of the barrel lift. I flipped the switch and the barrel lift started up again. Held by the barrel lift, the chamber pot plunged beneath the surface, scooping up the murky floodwater, then carrying it to the ground
This will be
level
ready in
hatch
like
above.
10 hours
With time,
or so.
the jury-rigged machine began bailing the cellar like a sailor trying to save a sinking dinghy.
I like the idea of just standing there watching for like a couple hours.
Now that I had my contraption working, I thought I'd leave the barrel lift running, just in case the cellar started to flood again. There was nothing large that I needed to move. I turned the spigot, and rum began to pour out. If I wanted some, I needed something to carry it in.
Rum.
With the bottle positioned beneath it, I turned the spigot. The grotesque face began spewing out rum like it was 2 a.m. on Bourbon Street. All of the smaller barrels I could see were rotted and empty. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty.
I don't get it. I don't get it. But I have the rum. Where was... Oh, here.
I emptied the rum onto the thorns and waited.
Why would this work? Who knows? Maybe it would rose.
There was only one rose left. I needed to be more delicate than ripping it out of the flower bed.
Oh. Scissor.
Delicately, I cut the stem and picked up the last rose in the house.
Hey. Hey. But it's not going to match. I only have
placed
4
the
rows.
rose in the vase. There were 3 items left.
I guess it's good enough. It's good enough. I think I know something. I have another idea.
I dropped the candles into the empty pot hanging in the fireplace. They soon began to melt and bubble. Double, double, toil and trouble.
Goodness gracious! That isn't more satanic sorcery, is it?
I'm sorry, I was just quoting Macbeth.
Well, don't.
Carefully, I dipped the record into the molten candle wax.
Would this work? Probably not.
Once pulled out, the thin layer of wax rapidly cooled, leaving me with a blank, reset record.
That couldn't work, could it?
I placed the freshly reset record back on the recording machine. Excuse me, Ezra, could you play the wedding march?
A request? Sure thing, Murphy.
Is the thing recording? Hmm. Oh, is there another door over there? No, that's just a left. That's
Thank you very much.
Thing. It's an illusion.
I clicked off the machine and picked up the newly recorded record. Good evening, Ezra.
Hello, Murphy.
When you say Southern Belle from Hell, do you mean Tallulah?
That's her, the Black Widow of the Bayou.
What's wrong with her?
Well, she has a reputation, doesn't she?
A reputation for what?
Murder.
Murder?
Tallulah is a murderess?
Now, don't be getting me caught up in a slander suit, but behind
Murder.
those demure, blush cheeks is the mind of an absolute psychopath. She's been engaged 3 times. Each of her fiancés died in ridiculous circumstances.
Did she murder them for money?
That can't even be the motive. You'd think she'd go ahead and marry them, so all their worldly goods become each other's, right? But her family's already got more money than honeybees got buzz. And she finishes them off before they've even booked a venue. I think she just does it for the thrill.
Someone should really tell her about wing walking. I should get going.
See you around, Murphy.
Murder? What if they're like, half of them are murderers?
Good evening. Who's the statue of?
Oh, him. He's from an old Indian fable the Bellemores used to have read to them as children. It was a gift Cecil Bellemore gave his brothers a couple of years before he disappeared. Quite the conversation piece.
What was the statue's story about?
A young Maharaja prince who sold his kingdom for a single coin, all so he could use it to save the love of his life.
How romantic.
Why only one coin?
That sort of thing.
Well, no time to stop and smell the roses. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Murphy.
Bye. Got another piece.
I placed the record into the phonograph. Still, without a horn, it wasn't going to play.
Howdy ho.
Dude's got it in his ear.
There was nothing I could do with the tabletop. Excuse me, Miss Bellemore? It was no use.
It's no use.
Now wasn't the time for a nap.
Oh. Not nap time.
I didn't have time for house. I decided to keep the feather duster hidden from Cordelia for now.
Should I go get more rum? Maybe I can give rum to... Yeah, we gotta go get more rum. More rum.
I refilled the bottle, but as the rum neared its neck, the flow turned to dribbles. That must have been the last of it.
Where's the rum gone? Here you go.
Can I top you off, Colonel?
Oh, excellent. What do you have there?
Bellemore rum, aged 33 years.
Wonderful. Fill her up. I much prefer rum to that hoity-toity champagne they serve. Rum is a man's drink. I'll save this for the toast later.
Do you think that's a good idea, Colonel?
I certainly do. You know, Foskin, I've had
Ghost
about
drink?
enough of your sanctimonious prattling. I try to sit here and enjoy myself, and all
Apparently
I hear
Ghost
is
can
the
drink.
droning of a long-winded clergyman.
I'm not droning. You just don't like to face the truth. My sanctimonious prattling, as you so ungratefully call it, is all that stands between your unrighteous life and a subsequent consignment to the fiery gates.
You know, that must be it. It's a revelation, an epiphany. All these years I've been thinking I've been in limbo, wondering why I haven't moved on to the pearly gates or the raging fires, and now I've realized.
What have you realized?
I must be in hell right now, and listening to you is my torture. Well, that's it. I can't bear any more. There! Now I can't hear a word you say.
Infantile.
Well, I should certainly hope she does.
What? Mine.
It was a brass horn used to amplify sound.
Probably.
With a bit of improvisation, I have fixed the ear trumpet to the phonograph in place of the broken horn. Now I just needed the remaining wedding items before I started it up.
I know where the ring is.
I thought it best to...
Yeah, how the hell do we do this door thing? I don't understand it. I'm too stupid. Also, these people. I need the invitation.
Hi there.
Keep walking. I don't have time to waste on you.
Good evening, Miss LaRue.
Why, hello again, Murphy.
I heard you've been engaged before, Tallulah?
Only a few times. What can I say? I'm just unlucky when it comes to love.
Who was your first fiancé?
Buford T. Vanderbilt, the
Vanderbilt?
Silver Fingers of the Silver Lakes. Played the banjo every day except Tuesday, and would serenade me as I stood on the plantation balcony, until he was found with banjo
baited
wire around his
centerkeys?
neck. Garroted
That's why
by
you
his
should not
own
read.
instrument. Do you know when banjo songs sound their best?
I don't think I do.
When they're over.
They're over.
Who was your second fiancé?
Chuck Charleston III, famed alligator wrestler. That is, until he overdosed on cough medicine an hour before his wrestling show and fell asleep on the riverbank. Ended up as 16 separate
You can read a
pieces
lot.
inside the gator's belly. That alligator
Not
never developed a
anymore.
cough, though.
Who was your third fiancé?
Thaddeus Winthrop Jr., the maestro of Mardi Gras, held the biggest fireworks display this side of Montgomery. But who knows what his suit was washed in, because one stray spark and the man was up in flames like a creme brulee. Talk about going out with a bang. Now I've just got to keep an eye out for who'll be the next object of my affections.
I best be running along.
Ta-ta for now.
There's something I can do to these one of these guns? Or both of them?
Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What a wonderful idea, boy!
I didn't need to dust that. I didn't... need... The button magnet was exactly the right size for the barrel of each pistol, but it would have become a bullet itself if I'd loaded it inside. That wasn't going to work. I couldn't do that. One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols.
That's what I was thinking, but like...
I couldn't do that. I didn't need to cut that. I needed to think of something else. I didn't need to cut that. The button magnet... Without the twins catching on, I ran the button magnet across the mound of bullets and saw they began to wobble. The shot must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous. I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
I magnetized him?
Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
It was the small round magnet I'd been given by the jeweler, meant to attach a brooch without piercing clothing. I didn't need to wear the brooch, and obviously its red stone wouldn't suit my jade complexion. Would you like a rematch of the...
What, boy?
Without the twins catching on, I ran the button magnet across the mound of bullets and saw they began to wobble. The shot must have been an alloy of lead and something ferrous. Without the twin... The shot must...
Something ferrous. What's that mean?
I didn't have to... One at a time. Stealthily, I took the button magnet from my pocket and affixed it to the end of the ramrod. With its small size, it could barely be spotted.
What's that gonna do?
I then dropped the shot into each muzzle. Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod. When the ramrod emerged, the magnet I'd attached brought the shot with it.
Oh.
With the prestidigitation of a magician, I dropped it discreetly back into the shot tub.
Oh.
To anyone else, the pistols appeared to be properly loaded.
Whoa.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me. Fire!
You missed. You missed too.
You both missed. Are you sure the pistol's fired?
I don't see any bullet holes. The pistols must not have been loaded properly.
Come on, Murphy, this is important. We're not playing games here.
My mistake. I'll load them correctly next time. It seemed that without bullet holes, my sabotage wasn't going to work. Inspired by the pistol duel, a plan began to form in my head. With 2 wooden carvings on either side of the room, I could bore a rough hole in each of them. My, look at the carving. All wooden and carved and wooden.
Of course.
Yes, these certainly are some of the most carved pieces of wood I've ever had the privilege of seeing.
Yeah, that's probably going to win a lot of stuff. It's Baldur's Gating.
When I was finished, they looked passably like bullet holes.
Do they? Do they? Pointing and clicking, yes.
Would you like a rematch of the pit?
What a boys?
Both pointing and clicking. Are the magnets still there?
One at a time, I poured the... I then dropped the shot into each muzzle.
What's all even come out this year?
Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod. Once
There's
again,
a streamer called
shot.
Failstream.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man
Makes
for
sense.
me.
I'm not hit. Well, neither am I.
You both missed. Are you sure the pistol's fired?
Look, there's a bullet hole in the carving. And in the carving over there.
So what does that mean? Who lost?
Looks like you both did.
Then who's going to accompany Miss LaRue?
I think the lady's words were, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
But we both missed.
He's right. If you're both losers, I can't take either of you to the
They
wedding.
also do
I'm
they?
not dating a man that can't shoot straight.
Tallulah, we can talk about this. Give us another chance.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up. Here, Murphy. You can have this. I won't be needing it anymore.
Is it a horror streamer? Invitation.
It was an invitation to the waltz in the Bellemore Manor ballroom. It was an invitation. I didn't dare talk to her anymore. Hi there.
Keep walking. I don't have time to waste on you.
Okay. There goes. Well, they do get hit. Fireplace. It's like a teleport. Determine Gabriel Knight? He's not here. Or
You know, it's funny, I completely
Not as
forgot I had
cool
the
as
invitation
Gabriel
on me the
Knight,
whole
but-
time. It's these vest pockets. They're much bigger than they look. Seriously, you wouldn't believe the number of things I've been carrying around with me tonight.
God.
You have an invitation?
It'd be rude not to show my face.
Are you absolutely sure about that? I'm sure our guests could survive without beholding the sight of your singular visage. You see, as the housekeeper, it is my job to ensure that only guests of the highest class are in attendance.
We're too
How
poor.
kind of you to think so highly of me.
Look, just don't try burping the alphabet or announcing when you're going to the lavatory.
Dancers? Oh, the cake.
Please keep clear of the dance floor.
The dancers were too far away to talk to. I had nothing else to say to her. I didn't need to involve myself in supernatural small talk. I had a love antidote to make. Walking around the upstairs mezzanine, I found myself in a small balcony overlooking the dance floor, where a tabletop of placards had been set out. At the side, a board marked dance steps looked like it would hold the placards in a
Stuff I can
chosen
interact
order,
with.
directing the dance below. All I had to do was set it up, then ring the bell.
Augers?
That wouldn't work. The dance board was missing steps.
What is my goal with you?
They were too far away to talk to.
Oh. Oh.
The dancers moved around the dance floor like clockwork soldiers, directed by the moves on the board, and with their movements, the cart holding the wedding cake could be pushed around too.
Oh.
There was already a
Wait, this one... Is this the one that went this way? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute though. Okay, so then promenade, then progress, and then Joyet. Wait. Oh. Maybe? Spot over to it's not that hard. We need to move the cake twice. What does carousel do?
There was all...
Progress is the only one that goes that way, right? Oh, carousel like continued or whatever. So carousel continued.
Heading down from the mezzanine, I saw what I was after. The cake cart had been pushed off the dance floor and into reach.
I did it.
I couldn't cut a slice out of the wedding cake with my bare hands. If Mrs. Craddock saw me cutting the cake, I was pretty sure I'd end up being the next thing the knife was used on.
Well, how do I get her to go away?
I had nothing else to say to her.
Yeah, it was repeat. It was just blocked the first few times.
While Mrs. Craddock rubbed her temples, I had a moment of opportunity. I knew I wasn't supposed to cut the cake if I wasn't the groom, but these were unusual circumstances.
Fake. Fake.
Did you just touch the wedding cake?
No.
Certainly not. I was just admiring it.
I should hope so. If I catch you with so much as a crumb on your fingers, you will be in serious trouble.
But to break the thing, the curse thing, I need to make her desk like it was in the mirror.
I placed the wedding cake on the dresser. There was just one item left.
I don't understand the doors, though. The doors. Like, why is this one 7? And then this one's 12, which is not even on the paper. And now I have no idea what this one is. So 7, but then 12. It does not even, you can't even add 2 of these numbers and... You could add these, or this 8 and 4, but... Okay, I know why, okay, the first one, but then... Why 12? Why 12? Cracks? No. Why 12? That would be 3 then, right?
It was a wedding.
11 this way, though, is... Here? Oh. Upside down 9 is 3.
There was...
Oh, where am I? Oh, I'm here. Oh no. Oh, it was 4. Damn it. Not 8. At 21, I don't know.
head still spinning, I passed through the final door of the staircase room with the realization that I'd followed the final
Kind
steps
of a tricky
the
one,
dead
yeah.
man.
You trialed and errored it?
I'd never been in love.
I mean, it makes sense
Yet
once
seeing
you,
the drastic
know
measures
how
the
it
sailor had
works.
resorted to, I felt his pain all too viscerally. The happiest day of his life became the day his true love rejected him. It must have broken him. The sailor's skeleton still clasped his wedding ring for Abigail. With some unease, I took the ring, promising the skeleton I'd return it to the woman who loved him.
I did it. We did it. We did it.
I placed the ring on the dresser. The 5 wedding items were ready. It was time to start up the phonograph. Abigail, if you can hear me, try to come back to your final happy moment. I began to feel a change in the room. The air not quite so still, the shadows not quite so dark, and the bride not quite so distant. I just hoped I'd made a wise decision.
You cannot be allowed to do this. I
Huh?
will stop you. At any cost, I will stop you. I'm free. You came back.
Please don't try to kill me a third time.
Don't worry, Murphy McAllen. I'm not here to do that.
I think I might have caused all of this, but I can explain everything.
I'm afraid to say I think you might be right, but at least there's a chance we can do something to fix it. If only... Oh no. He's coming.
Who's coming?
Ooh.
Rackham, you need to hide. If we're going to fix this, he can't know where you are. Quickly, out on the balcony.
Okay.
Abigail, where is he?
Where is who?
Don't play dumb with me, little girl. I know about your little game on the riverboat. I know that you've brought that mortal into the house. Where is he?
You know, I haven't seen him.
I know you're lying to me, Abigail, but it makes no matter. There's nothing any mortal can do to stop my plans. The wedding will
Nothing?
take place tonight, and this time, you're going to say I do.
I'll never marry you, Rackham.
I'm afraid you won't have a choice.
I've broken free of your spell before. I can do it again.
I'm not so sure that's true. The love spell will take hold again, and every minute you spend broken out of it drains you more and more from ever breaking out of it again. Soon the spell will take hold of you forever, and then you will marry me.
We're dead,
The
so why does
Bellemore
it matter?
treasure will be mine.
What's the treasure gonna do? You're dead.
You had your chance, Abigail. You chose that nightmare, and after tonight, you'll never be able to leave it again.
Pictures, they're skulls. Well, it's hand-drawn. That's why it's...
What a creep.
Abigail, is it safe?
Of course not, but we don't have the luxury of waiting. Come with me, Murphy. I have a plan, and there are some things you really need to know.
Her voice is super familiar. Begin part 3. How many parts are in this game?
The Grand Hall?
More
Why
than
are we
2.
back here?
I suppose you have some questions for me, Murphy McAllen?
Just a few. This trip to Devil's Rock isn't going anything like I planned.
Part 3 is long. Well, I mean, part 2 was pretty damn long. But you said it took you like 20 hours, so I'm probably nowhere near the end, right?
So, Abigail. May I call you Abigail? Why did you try to kill me? Come to think of it, why did you try to kill me twice? Were you under Rackham's evil spell when you threw me from the balcony and dragged me into the spirit pool?
No, that was me. It took a lot of energy to escape the spell. Those were the only times I've ever managed to do it. But it needed to be done.
So you tried to kill me on purpose?
I wasn't trying to kill you, Murphy. When you came into the house, I knew what you were trying to do. Summoning the ghosts. And in doing that, you'd free Rackham. I was trying to stop you, to save everybody.
I was the threat?
And pulling you into the spirit pool? Once you'd done that damned foolish deed, I knew we needed you in the house to fix it. So I brought you here. I was never trying to kill you.
Oh, I see. I guess we had a slight misunderstanding. What were those faces I saw through the broken glass?
Those are the faces I've seen every minute of every hour of every day for the last 33 years.
That's
Those
exciting.
are his punishment. I don't know how he does it, but it's like he can control your dreams and your nightmares.
Well, why
he
do you
can
have to
manifest
dream?
images in
You're a
your mind
ghost.
that don't exist, no matter how much you want to stop them.
Nightmares? So he's the one that the locals have seen wandering the house.
He was the only one who could, but until now, he could never leave the house, only manifest projections of himself beyond the estate.
Like appearing to Dr. Moray as Aloha?
That's right. Rackham was never a lower, but he knew Moray would fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. And now look what it's led to.
You're free now. You can stop Rackham.
No, Murphy, Rackham's magic is strong. You may have broken the spell for now, but what he said was true. I don't know how long I can hold out before the curse takes hold of me again, but it will happen. I can already hear them laughing.
Laughing?
What are we going to do?
I have a plan, but I need you to carry it out for me. You need to finish what you started, Murphy. You need to find the treasure of Bellemore Manor. Rackham's looking for it too. You'll need to get there first.
What's so important about the treasure?
What do you think the treasure is, Murphy?
$13 million? Unaccounted for and unclaimed?
No, Murphy. The treasure is much more insidious than that.
Insidious.
$13 million is just what my brother spent trying to contain it. Listen carefully. I need you to know something. Do you want to know what the treasure of Bellemore Manor really is?
Whoa. Thunder.
My brothers meant the world to me, and I missed them dearly every time they sailed away into the Caribbean. On one fateful voyage, they'd anchored in a lagoon to replenish supplies. There was a man there, so thin and weak he looked like a skeleton. He beckoned them along the beach, led them into a cave, and showed them an unfathomable pile of gold, coins, goblets, jewelry, the riches of 1,000 looted ships, topped by a wooden coffin. That coffin held a treasure more valuable than the rest put together. The skeletal man saw a shell from the beach in the hand of my eldest brother, and offered to make a trade, for he knew that the item within the coffin could not be given away. It could only be bought, or traded, or inherited. The deal done, my brothers loaded up their ship and set sail for the nearest port. But when the dockhands opened the coffin, they fled and refused to return. Inside was a black stone that seemed to glow green from within. The locals knew a legend of a terrifying pirate captain who wielded such a black stone, able to make any who resisted his demands collapse dead before him. But that had been 2 centuries ago. Surely the pirate captain should have been long dead. My brothers put so much into researching the stone, scouring the Caribbean, conducting scientific experiments, meeting experts of the occult. And it all led to one terrible discovery. The coffin stone was a cursed artifact, able to destroy a person's spirit, and steal the remaining years of their life for the stone's possessor. That pirate captain,
Harry Potter?
who had ransacked ships by stealing the life of anyone who
sorceress.
dared to oppose him, was now cursed to live out every year he stole, withering and weakening without dying. My brothers sealed the stone in a vault beneath Bellemore Manor. 3 keys were required to open it. My brothers each took one, vowing never to allow the stone to work its evil power. But one person disagreed. He had seen the stone and knew what it could do. The ship's first officer, Rackham. And now, he'll stop at nothing to get it, murdering my brothers, enslaving me, and killing you.
This isn't quite the treasure I expected to find.
Murphy, the treasure isn't $13 million. All that money went into researching the stone and then sealing it away where no one would find it.
So there's no money?
This fireplace is the entrance to the vault where it's hidden. You see the keyholes concealed in the mantle? We'll need my brother's keys to open it.
And I guess finding the keys is where I come in? What if we just leave it sealed up? Hide the keys so Rackham can never find it?
He will find it. I don't know how long it will take, but eventually he'll find it. And I won't be able to resist the curse for that long. I need you to find those keys tonight, before the wedding.
How do I even start looking for your brothers?
You need to speak to Madame Planchette. She helped my brothers years ago, and now she might be able to help us, too.
Who's Madame Planchette?
An old friend of the family my brothers brought to our house to help them. Some people call her the Parlor Witch.
The door's opening.
What will Rackham do if he gets control of the coffin stone?
Rackham fears the judgment of death more than anything. The stone will allow him to return to flesh and blood and remain here in the mortal realm for as long as he keeps taking people's lives.
He'll keep murdering people?
Exactly. And it's easy to know his first targets. Once he has the stone, there's an entire household of lives right here, ready for him to steal, including yours and mine.
He can steal life from ghosts?
The explosion may have interrupted things, but the spirits here still hold the years of life they're owed. They may never be able to use them, but Rackham will.
This house really needs its wiring looked into.
Oh no.
What's wrong?
The spell. It's coming over me again. Listen, as much as it frightens me to say it, I think Rackham might be right. Everything I do is making it harder for me to resist the spell. I don't know if I'll be able to break out of it again. I need you to do this for me, Murphy.
I will, just tell me what to do.
Madame Planchette will be the first step of 3 journeys you'll need to undertake. One for each of my brothers, each finished only by reclaiming their key and placing it in this fireplace.
I won't stop until I've done it, Abigail. I will beat Rackham to the treasure.
For all our sakes, I hope you're right.
I was on my own again, and baffled by the situation I'd gotten myself into. The $13 million, the whole reason I traveled to the island and then quit my job, was gone. I had every desire to wait until sunrise and get that taxi back off the island just like I'd planned. Free of magic, free of ghosts, and free of the very real possibility that I'd be joining them. But heck, plans change. And now there was someone I needed to see.
It doesn't matter. We're not getting any monies.
May I help you?
Excuse my intrusion. Abigail Bellemore told me to find you. She said you may be able to help me find her brothers.
Murphy McCallan, come in, come in. Sit yourself down and let me introduce myself. I am Madame Planchette, psychic medium, soothsayer of the supernatural, forecaster of fortunes. And you're the one who caused all these troubles. Am I right?
I guess so.
Kinda got away from me.
And now, we need to get them under control. Now, how precisely can I help you?
To sell the house, not my house.
The man in the portrait was standing in front of a globe. The man in the portrait was seated at a desk with papers in his hand. The man in the portrait was standing on a stage holding a cup and saucer. I need to talk to Abigail's 3 brothers. Can we cast a summoning spell again to speak to their ghosts?
I'm afraid not, Murphy. The ghosts of Bellemore Manor could only be summoned because our spirits were trapped here and hadn't moved on to the spirit realm. The Bellemore brothers were murdered months before the wedding. Each has long since moved on, however reluctantly. It's very rare for someone to come back from the other side. It can happen, but I don't think there is much chance of that here.
How can we make contact with the three brothers?
We need to conduct a seance for each of the brothers.
Seance.
A way to contact them in the spirit realm and learn how and where they were killed. But each spirit is attuned differently. I will need you to gather some objects in order to contact them.
What do we need to contact Yardley Bellemore?
Yardley was a man of leisure, accustomed to the finer things in life. As his portrait shows, we must read tea leaves to contact him. You must bring me a used teacup.
Teacup.
What do we need to contact Xavier Bellemore?
Xavier was a man of the world, a traveler across the globe. As in his portrait, it is a globe that we will need to contact him, but one made of glass, a crystal ball.
Crystal ball?
What do we need to contact Cecil Bellemore?
Cecil was a man of letters, skilled with the written word. Like the papers you see in his portrait, to contact him, you must bring me a spirit board, a sheet of letters through which Cecil may communicate.
Spirit board? What if someone's none of those things, and what other ways can this be done? I guess there's cards.
How can I find those seance items when I can't even leave the house? I don't even know what's trapping me here.
That would be Abigail.
Abigail is keeping me trapped in the house?
She was. A last desperate act to keep you here and free her from Rackham's curse. Return to the front doors, Murphy.
Bowl of
They will now
oatmeal?
open for you. Scour the island, search the manor, and bring those 3 items back to me. And we can begin
I can
to
leave the
locate
manor.
the 3 brothers.
I'll start looking right away.
Good luck. And hurry. Rackham will soon know what you're trying to do. And unlike the other ghosts here, his powers are no longer confined to the house. Just one more thing before you go. I have something that may help you.
Magic.
A necklace? What can I do with this?
Return it to whom it belongs.
Who does it belong to?
Now go. You do not have much time, and yet the mysteries of our entire island await.
It was time to test what Madame Planchette had told me, and see if I really could leave the house. So it was true. Right now I was living my very own ghost story, with a household of people who needed my help and a villainous phantom who had to be stopped. With Bellemore Manor unlocked, the entirety of the house and island were now mine to explore. Somewhere out there were the Bellemore brothers' 3 keys. My first task, to gather a crystal ball, a spirit board, and some tea leaves. It was a handmade necklace of a wooden compass broken in 2.
Oh. You know, this is a really long night. Like, he got here at night, and everything has to be done before, like, 8 a.m. or whatever. What are you doing? Tea party?
Oh, it's you again.
Mallory, what are you doing here on the Bellemore estate? I thought all the locals were too scared to wander around here.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm having a tea party for my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
How cute. And what are you talking about with your new doll?
Our strategy for conquering mortal civilization.
Right.
It's rude not to
It talks.
introduce yourself, you know.
Mallory, have you been practicing ventriloquism?
Are you calling me a dummy?
You can talk?
I'm a head. Talking is one of the few things I can specialize in.
But a head can't talk without a
didn't know
throat.
that.
You didn't ask. My name, now that you're listening, is Sir Edward Teddington, or as Miss Wisp here calls me,
Shrunken Ted.
You're not doing very much tea drinking at your tea party.
I couldn't get a handle on the physiology of it. No arms, hands, or esophagus makes this a little trickier than it used to be.
And I am drinking it. Watch.
Not a fan?
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
But an important one to acquire. Tea was the fuel of the British Empire.
Oh no.
And maybe it would be better in a gas tank.
Mallory was handling the teacup with the tentativeness of a toddler being given castor oil. May I have a cup of tea?
Nope.
Now,
What?
Mallory, what were we saying about manners?
Oh, yes, right. How do I put this delicately? I'm afraid this is a private engagement exclusively for the Sisterhood of Darkness.
Precisely. Remember, we may be planning on enveloping the world with a new totalitarian empire led by yourself as queen, but that's no reason to be impolite. Manners cost nothing. However, in this case, it is a private engagement.
Could I have your teacup if you're not drinking it?
I am drinking it. Well, I would if it didn't taste so bitter.
Mallory, you shouldn't be inside the Bellemore estate. Don't you know about the disappeared wedding?
You're asking a little girl about murder, black magic, and broken hearts?
Sorry, I don't want to give you nightmares.
Are you kidding me? I love this stuff! I wrote a paper on it last semester that prompted a parent-teacher intervention.
Oh. Well, that's good.
Haven't you seen the Phantom?
The grumpy guy in the tall hat? Yeah, I've seen him through the windows of the house.
Doesn't he give you nightmares?
Sure does, but those are the kind of dreams I like.
Do you know Sebastian Bach?
Unfortunately.
Why didn't you tell me?
I did.
Okay, yes, you did, but didn't you think it was worth mentioning he was a ghost?
I didn't think you'd be interested. Most grown-ups just don't believe me.
So you can see ghosts?
Ugh, I wish I couldn't. Most of them don't shut up, wailing through the windows all the time. Sebastian's the worst, the booger-brained bighead. Thinks he knows everything.
But the ghosts weren't visible until I cast the summoning spell.
To you, maybe. I mean, they're a lot more visible now. They were just shadowy, glowy things before.
The fact that I conducted an occult spell seemed to be lost on her. Knowing what I did about her, she probably did the same every day before breakfast. It was Sebastian that made you get the tin boat. He altered the toy catalog.
I knew it! Well, that's it. He's going to the top of the hit list once I'm queen of the universe. If you see him, tell him Pock's in for a shock.
So, Ted, that whole time I was carrying you around in my pocket...
Picking me up and stuffing me inside your vest without even a good evening? That's the living for you nowadays. Rude.
I'm very sorry. I've just never encountered a shrunken head that could talk to me before.
Maybe you have, and you just never introduced yourself.
I suppose, but I can't go around introducing myself to every inanimate object that I'm carrying on the off chance that they're supernaturally possessed, can I?
Did you just call me an object? That's objectification right there.
I guess.
How did you end up as a shrunken head, Ted?
Can you believe this, Mallory? Asking about physical impairments just as brazenly as you like.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was a sore subject.
Well, I'll tell you anyway. Me and the old boys were embarking on a race to the Caribbean, known as the Coconut Rally. 14 days, 14 islands, with only what you can carry on your back to sustain you. It was all going so well, until day 9, when I was told to seek out a tribe of pygmies. Perhaps I got a bit lost, because the village I found was populated by villagers of average height.
Didn't that clue you in that you were in the wrong place?
I thought maybe they were just exceptionally tall pygmies. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, you know. They were a very welcoming people, filling me up on pork and bananas, a nice hot bath in a pot they hung over the fire, but it turns out they held a different philosophy when it comes to head placement and proportion. Still, no use grumbling. That's not the British way. Stiff upper lip. That's what we need.
Ted, how did you end up on Devil's Rock?
I was brought back here on a merchant ship by a strange man in a top hat who settled on me as a souvenir. Can you believe it? The indignity of being swapped and saying I was only worth 2 chickens.
I'd say at least 3.
Exactly.
And now you're helping a little girl take over the world, Ted?
Look, I was a little late getting in on the British Empire, and now its height has passed me by. I don't want to miss out again. This is my opportunity to get my foot on the ladder of a new attempt.
More like your chin on the ladder.
Very funny. You know, I have other interests too. You really need to get to know me as a person. I'm very well-rounded.
Of course you're round. You're just ahead.
The jokes just keep coming, don't they?
Well, I'll leave you two to your plans.
Long live the sisterhood!
Yay!
The teapot was empty. Do you mind if I take this?
Good idea. You can be my butler.
Got a spoon. Oh, the umbrella's over here.
The parasol had landed decidedly out of reach. The doors were firmly locked from the inside. I needed to think of something else. That didn't work.
That's not it. That's not right.
There was nothing else I could take from the animal skull. The wheel was too heavy to move. Life continued on in Dead Nettle, its citizens oblivious to the supernatural struggle happening on the far side of the island. Even with their predilection for local legend, I doubted they'd believe me if I told them.
Ned. They figured out the fish is fake yet?
Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I didn't think I'd be seeing you again, Mac. I thought you'd be swimming back to the mainland.
He's got always...
Well, swimming with the fishes. How's the auditing going?
Well, I quit my job.
You quit? I thought that was the whole reason you were here in the first place.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Why you doing this, Mac? Don't you have a family you need to get back to? Away from the ghost stories?
I don't have any family. I never have. I was found.
Found?
As a baby, I was left on the doorstep of an orphanage with just a blanket and a piece of paper with my name on it. Growing up, I always felt alone, like I was missing someone who loved me. The last orphanage I was in was above a bookstore called Eerie Echoes, and I used to pick up the dime novels that got thrown out at the end of each month. My favorites were always the scary ones.
Why did you like the scary stories so much?
I felt like if I could read the scariest story I could find, it would make my life at the time seem a little less scary by comparison.
That's heartbreaking, Mac.
But that's why I'm still here. I always wanted to be in one of those stories, and now I am. I don't have much of a past, but this is a chance to make myself a future.
Well,
future.
Hope you find what you're searching for.
Monkey
Don't
Island.
say I didn't warn you.
I'm sure that's one of the inspirations.
I think I might know what happened at Bellemore Manor on the night of the disappearance.
I've told you, Mac. I don't want to hear no more about it.
But I think I know who the Phantom is.
Murphy, don't even say the name. I've seen that aberration once, and that was enough. I saw those faces laughing at me every night for months. I won't go through that again.
Ned's fear was real. I can only imagine what 3 decades of those faces would do to a person. Do you remember the Bellemore Trading Company ever unloading a coffin at these docks?
You know, now that you mention
Walker.
it, that does ring a bell. Yeah, back when I first started out, the Bellemore's flagship, the SS Mysterium, came back into port a few days late, and Mr. Rackham rustled up a bunch of us roustabouts to help
You
unload.
just said not to say his
Way
name, and
earlier
now
than we
you
usually
say
be
it.
out.
He doesn't.
Yeah,
He doesn't know.
I remember that morning. Almost as much as the bonus pay we got for the early hours.
Did you find out what was in it?
I don't think we paid it much mind. It was rare, but people did die at sea back in those days. Although saying that, they'd usually be buried at sea too. I don't remember any fanfare about it, but it must have been someone important in there.
Or something. Still fishing?
You won't believe this, Mac. Squibb's record was ruled invalid. He was overheard down at Spinelli's bar boasting about how he put ball bearings inside the Pengoza to make it heavier. Can you believe the nerve of some people?
The despicable things they'll do.
It means I'm right behind you, buddy. Just one lucky catch, and I'll be bumping you down to second place.
Is that a grill you've got there, Ned?
14 hours out here would give anyone an appetite. I'm not giving up just yet, but it'll be supper time soon. You're welcome to join me.
Wait, how did they figure out he... What extra weight in the fish? Oh, well, whatever.
Do you miss working on the docks?
I wouldn't give up fishing for it, but I have good memories of those times. Good, honest teamwork. Working outdoors, singing shanties, and swapping stories. Though to be honest, some of the tales they tell may have been a little exaggerated.
Catch you later, Ned.
See you around, Mac.
I'd had enough of carrying these suspiciously heavy fish around. I decided to leave it there.
We put a weight in the fish.
Of all of the papers pinned to the board, one article stood out to me. It showed the beaming face of a rotund fisherman on the docks with a headline declaring he'd just broken the island's heaviest catch record.
Is what AI? Huh? AI?
Oh, what a piece of junk. So much
Art?
as a nudge
No,
and
it's
the whole thing
hand-drawn.
locks up. Work, damn you!
Well,
That almost hit me.
Almost isn't good enough. A few inches over and we could have had a lovely headline about a gory workplace accident.
What seems to be the problem?
The till coil snapped off and almost had my eye out.
Your eye?
Can you believe it? I try to get a story that's fit to print and instead the printing press has a fit. Why can't I get one of those electric machines like they've got at the New Orleans Post?
I don't know.
Can I help fix it?
The press needs a new coil, but the only manufacturer is an 82-year-old machinist in Boise, Idaho. Getting a replacement will take weeks.
Can I help fix it?
Maybe.
Whoops.
Can I help fix it?
Maybe, if you can magic up a new coil.
Can I help fix it?
Maybe.
Can I help?
Maybe.
Oil.
There was no way I was going to get past the newspaper editor to get it. Besides, I didn't know how to operate.
Stupid.
Are you serious? I'm the only one allowed behind the desk, McAllen.
My bad.
Sorry.
You need a spring.
Oh, look who's returned.
Good evening, Felix.
Remind me, did you say your name was Captain Knott?
My pseudonym. That's right. For marketing purposes.
Because I've been doing some research in the club archives, and it seems as though we already had a Captain Knott as a member about 10 years ago.
That would be my father, Captain Knott Sr. I'll pass on a hello next time I see him.
42 years as a captain, sailed each of the 7 seas.
That's the one. More at home on the waves.
It says in the records that he's deceased.
Might be harder than expected to pass on that hello, actually.
Drowned, apparently.
A mighty struggle.
While taking a bath.
Mainly a struggle with the plug, really.
Look, I'm on to you, Sonny. When Mr. Perkins gets back tomorrow, we'll be having an investigation.
Uh-oh.
Captain not, or not a captain.
And until then?
Enjoy the club.
Hello again, Felix.
Hello again, sir.
How's the club tonight?
Buzzing.
That lively, huh?
No, I mean I just had to remove a wasp nest from the gentleman's lavatory.
What?
Is the elevator still not fixed?
It hasn't been fixed for the last 7 months. I doubt it will miraculously start working for you tonight.
How did it break, anyway?
The city council rented out the whole club one day for a meeting to discuss a new town seal. Some sort of insignia representing Dead Nettle's history and culture. Unfortunately, the mayor misunderstood the brief and showed up with a seal of the aquatic type. 2 fins, whiskers, a little tricorn hat, and the moniker Captain Snoops. Took the entire council to wrestle him back into the elevator and get him down to the docks. And it overloaded the motor. And do you know what the real cherry on top was? He got the animal wrong. Captain Snoops was a sea lion, not a seal.
What's the difference?
An I, an O, and an N.
Okay.
I'd best be casting off.
Well,
Farewell,
sea lions are a lot more
Captain.
dangerous, too.
Avast, mateys! Shiver me timbers! 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, me hearties. Yo-ho!
What on earth are you talking about? I think your lighthouse might have lured in a loon, Moot.
I thought you were captains. Isn't this how captains talk?
Not outside a Treasure Island novel. Do you expect us to carry parrots on our shoulders, too? I tried that once in my life, and all I got was excrement down the back of my blazer.
Oh, right.
It's a point and click. It's got some
Good evening.
It's about time
stuff.
I got here. I've been
Spooky
waiting.
stuff.
You have?
Darn right. Give me another sarsaparilla and be
It's
quick
very
about it.
light, though.
No, I'm not a waiter.
You're a captain? They keep getting younger and younger. Do they give you a free pair of floaties with your license nowadays?
Are you a captain?
I was, a long time ago. Captain Cuthbert Moot's the name. Now I'm the island's lighthouse keeper.
How come you're not captaining anymore?
I had a bit of a bump with a lighthouse.
Huh?
If only lighthouses had some way of warning you they were there. The lighthouse keeper's nostrils huffed like a bull about to charge at a matador.
After I crashed the ship, I lost my job with the Bellemore Trading Company. What's more, I was taken off the Bellemore wedding guest list. I've spent one disappointment after another ever since. I used to be a king of the waves. Now I'm a bigger wreck than my ship.
How did you not see the lighthouse?
I was busy at the time.
But it is mostly
What are you,
story.
the captaincy board?
But you managed to keep your captain's license?
In a manner of speaking.
There is a haunted
The
manor.
captaincy board has a sense of irony. After I crashed into the lighthouse, they made me take the job of lighthouse keeper to maintain my credentials.
Then shouldn't you be at the fort if you're the lighthouse keeper?
Oh, it's a dreary place, and there's a damn fleabag cat there that won't leave me alone. Anyway, it's a clear night. If the fog comes in, I'll switch the light on. Otherwise, I'm staying right here.
What's wrong with the cat?
Blacktail? You see these scratch marks on my nose?
Where's the
damn
cat?
thing jumps from my head every time the badge on my hat catches the light.
You worked for the Bellemore Trading Company?
Once upon a time, I was the captain of the SS Mysterium, flagship of the Bellemore Trading Company fleet. I've captained more ocean voyages than you've taken baths. I might look like I should be hawking fish sticks at a market stall, but back then, I was at the top of my game, enjoying the finer things in life. Caviar in the finest restaurants, champagne
The gameplay
at
is in the
finest
is in the
resorts, dressing in the finest tuxedos.
It's point and click.
One little bump through my whole career down the plug hole.
I take it the captain's club doesn't compare.
It did once upon a time. This place used to be a
It's in the
model.
genre name.
Now the only thing it'd be modeling would be a cardigan and a girdle.
I have to point and click. I can't just do one.
So you weren't invited to the Bellemore wedding?
No, I was snubbed.
Years of captaining their flagship, and then I get forgotten like a dirty sock. I tried to convince Mrs. Craddock to add me to the list, but she's got a heart colder than a penguin's behind.
I was invited to the Bellemore wedding.
What? You never told me that.
You never asked. Yeah, not
No
a direct
Gabriel Knight,
invitation
no.
from the Bellemores, but I
This
was
is not
invited
Gabriel
as a plus
Knight.
one.
Who invited you?
A little lady named Tallulah LaRue.
Why didn't you go?
Because she scared the hell out of me.
Isn't it lucky that you didn't go to the Bellemore wedding?
Lucky? How by Neptune's beard could you call that lucky?
Because the whole wedding disappeared.
Oh, homie.
Their lives were stolen from them, their souls trapped in a
China.
tormented house for eternity. If you'd have been there, you'd have disappeared too.
Oh, it just would have been nice to feel included. That's all.
Is there a way into the fort?
Not without the key, and I'm the one in charge of that. Do you know the reason for the big walls, the sturdy gates, the barrels of gunpowder, and the big boomy cannons? To keep people out!
Can you turn on the lighthouse beacon?
I don't know if you know how lighthouses work, but they only need to be lit up when visibility is low. As far as I can tell, it's a clear night, so until I see fog pouring through that window, I'm not doing a thing.
I better be off.
So long.
To make fog.
The billiard table was already occupied.
Trophy.
That trophy belongs to the club champion. And as I'm club champion, I'm telling you, hands off.
Good evening. My name's Murphy McCallan.
Good evening, Captain McCallan. Captain Gifford Pemberley at your service. That's right. I expect you've heard of me. Master of the Mississippi, tamer of the Tennessee, cuddler of the Colorado.
What?
Care to hit the table with me?
Cuddler of the Colorado.
That's a very nice trophy in the corner.
Well, it didn't start out as a trophy. We needed something spherical, so we just gilded a cannonball from over at Fort Bellemore. Polished up like a trombone in a marching band. A lot of elbow grease went into that shine, and currently these wrists have enough lubrication for a 12-lane bowling alley.
Are you saying that's your trophy?
That's right, boy. Champion billiards player of the Captain's Club. Keeps the other captains on their toes. Or peg leg in the case of Wooden Willie.
Surely he can't like being called that.
Too true. I think his peg leg is actually
good.
ceramic.
Lots
but
of
then
story.
the alliteration doesn't work.
But I don't have to read, so it's, fine.
Are you a famous riverboat captain?
You haven't heard of me?
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of experience with riverboats.
Don't tell me you're one of those jelly-legged sea captains.
Jelly-legged? At least we sea captains
There's
do
some
proper
ghosts.
sailing. With charts,
ghosts.
by the stars, across vast seas and oceans, hundreds of miles from land.
Some
You
thunder.
riverboat captains only have two directions, upriver or downriver.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't understand the perils of the riverways. I got my start in Baton Rouge. All I needed to do was teach the Mississippi that I was its master. If it wasn't going to do as it was told,
Mostly
it would get a
ghosts.
damn good spanking until it fell in line.
Have you been a member of the Captain's Club long?
I'd say so. I got my license when I was 25. When my uncle Augustus passed away, I sold his gumbo restaurant and purchased a diamond of a riverboat. I ran pleasure cruises up the waterways of Devil's Rock for years.
Are you still a captain?
Technically, but it's hard to put into practice when you no longer have a boat.
What happened?
I got a little overconfident drinking whiskey and gambled my riverboat away years ago. My wife left me because she said I had a gambling addiction, but I still think I can win her back.
Oh, I'm sure.
Were you the former captain of the Spirit Queen?
That's the one, dear boy.
So you must be interested in ghosts.
I beg your pardon?
Having named your riverboat the Spirit Queen.
It's not named after ghosts, boy. It's named after bourbon, gin, tequila, whiskey. Those are the spirits that haunt me.
Are you going to patch things up with Mrs. Pemberley?
Oh, I'm trying. I had a bouquet of flowers delivered to her this morning.
Is there a florist in Dead Nettle?
No, I just took them out of that window box over by
Isn't
Moot.
Mrs. Pemberley
Don't tell
the
Felix,
dead lady?
or they'll end up on my tab.
A ghost?
I'll join you in a game. What are we playing?
Billiards.
Should I set her up?
It is set up. This isn't American billiards, boy. We're playing English billiards.
English?
A fine
No.
game which requires only 3 balls. A white for me, a yellow for you, and a red we share.
I haven't heard of English billiards before.
I learned it when I toured the gambling halls of London back in 1922. It's a game with far more depth and skill than pool or snooker. Points are awarded not just for potting, but by the flair with which strikes are accomplished. More points can be earned with a fanciful shot than by a simple pocketing.
So I'm not trying to get the balls in the little holes?
Look, I think we might be a bit out of your depth with this. Why don't we keep it simple? The winner is the one who can bounce the red ball off the cushions the most times.
I can do that.
Then let's play. I'm afraid it'll have to be with dry cues. For some reason, the billiard chalk's gone missing.
I wonder how that happened.
Who knows?
Sevens! Something to be proud of.
It's like you don't even have to put the ball into hole. 3, I suck.
Threes. Too bad, Captain McCallum. It seems my standing as champion of the Captain's Club continues.
How do I do better? Oh, I need to get him rum prop. No, I don't know. Maybe I don't think I can. Yeah, I probably have to get him drunk, even though he's an alcoholic. Which seems like a mean thing to do, but...
Empty of flowers, I could see that the window box was securely attached to the club's masonry.
Do I want the window box?
I needed to... That didn't work.
I don't know. Is that something I want? Puppet show.
The puppet show hadn't started yet.
Who are you?
The ferryman wouldn't have liked me snooping around inside the boat. Hello, my name's Murphy McCallan.
Hello, chum. Looking to hire a ferry?
Maybe?
Then come set sail with Crab McCready.
Crab
Ferry's
McCready.
really what you needy.
Crab's breath hit my face like a custard pie, a cloud of air reeking of cigarettes and stale beer.
Look, here's a promotional flag, so you can keep me in mind.
Oh.
I'll treasure it.
Now, I can take you anywhere on the coast. Where are you looking to head to? Do you have a partner or an illicit liaison in mind? I do a very romantic sunset cruise.
Is this your ferry? It looks like it's held together with spit and glue.
That's right, but rest assured, my spit is remarkably viscous. You
God.
find yourself aboard the Creaky Crab 2. I am her captain, Crab McCready. I get most of my business ferrying over to the mainland when the tide's covered up the causeway.
Are you a member of the Captain's Club?
Oh, they banned me, those pompous buffoons.
And?
Felix is full of himself.
What happened?
There used to be a club parrot called Squawkin' Hawkins, until he was taken away. Bird-napped, I'd say. See, I'm a big bird lover. They're very intelligent creatures, and I used to try to teach him poetry. Well, Felix Greer wasn't having none of that. I think he was getting jealous that the bird had more brains than him. He kicked me out. Well, I got a little upset, like anybody would. Words were exchanged, loudly. And he told me I wasn't welcome back. The cheek of it. Kicking me out when I'm a hard-working captain. That landlubber would get seasick using a washcloth.
Why do you like birds so much?
They're the sailors of the sky. Even the ones that can't fly. You tell me, have you ever looked an emu in the eye and not felt a sense of kinship? Seen that look that says he wants to explore beyond the horizon?
What about a dodo?
I've never imagined an emu thinking anything different to that.
I love anything with a beak, except platypuses. Don't get me started on them. Now, I take it upon
Platypuses are
myself to
weird.
look after the feathered friends on this island. Squawkin' Hawkins now lives on a perch on my balcony. I have a name for every seagull that flies over Dead Nettle.
And I look after Doris.
Doris?
Doris the chicken, over at Baxter's Mill.
The chicken.
What happened to the Creaky Crab 1?
That's it over there, with its bow peeking out of the water. I was out in the bay last Mardi Gras and looked down into the inky depths. Honest to God, I saw a mermaid staring back at me. I rushed back into Dead Nettle with such fervour I forgot to slow the engine once we reached the docks.
Was it really a mermaid you saw?
Nah, turned out I'd forgot to take my wig off from the costume contest that night, and I'd just seen my own reflection.
What?
I'd like to hire your ferry.
Sure. Give me a map of where you want to go and I'll see if I can get you there. I'm the best ferryman this side of the Gulf. From Baton Rouge to the Bermuda Rectangle.
Bermuda
I thought it was called the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, sure it is now. Ever since one of its sides mysteriously disappeared.
I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Welcome back.
Good evening, Mr. Crumb.
Most
How
point-and-clicks
can I
are
help
like
you?
this. You end up talking a lot.
How come you're working so late?
Well, the wife's gone to visit her cousin Winnie for a few days. And if I stayed in my bedroom, I'd just start going loopy.
I'm looking for 3 keys.
No, unless they're the gem-encrusted keys to a lady's heart, I don't think I can help you. I'm a jeweler, not a locksmith.
Have you heard of something called the Coffin Stone? Jasper's eyes grew to double their size with a look of both excitement and fear.
How do you know about that?
I'm starting to think it's real.
I thought you didn't believe my tale about the ghost ship.
I do now.
Then I'm happy to tell you everything I know. Now, don't be telling anyone this, but I've read the captain's log, and the Coffin Stone was what murdered my great-great-grandfather's crew. Try telling people that a little bit of rock could allow a single pirate to overrun a galleon, and you're laughed at. But that's exactly what he says happened. 86 crew members, all killed by a magic stone. Their souls dragged from their bodies.
Who was wielding the stone?
A pirate called Captain Skelet. Truth be told, he wasn't much of a pirate for the first years of his career on the high seas. But almost overnight, he became the most feared gentleman ever to fly the black flag.
What happened to him?
Nobody knows.
And the stone?
Nobody knows that either. But if you hear anything, do tell me.
But he knows.
I think I'll just look around for now.
We knows.
I'm here if you need me.
We knows. He gave it to the... Yeah, he traded it. I guess he just wanted to die or something.
The tide was still high as I returned to the Causeway Beach, while the sands were now the purlieu of a rather strange gentleman jabbing at the rocks with a walking stick.
How's this guy? A beachcomber? What the hell's that?
I glanced at the book's cover and was more than surprised to read the title, Dunstan the Dinosaur, above a drawing of a bulbous yellow triceratops walking on 2 legs and wearing a bowler hat.
What?
I picked up the vacuum flask from the portable table.
Vacuum flask? What? I like I'm just stealing. No one notices. I just
Careful
steal.
where you step. Look, another one.
Another what?
A pebble. Don't step on them.
There are pebbles all over this beach. There's not many places I can stand that don't have them.
But they could be important.
Hmm?
My name's Murphy McCallan. Nice to meet you.
Oh, yes. Hello. Pleased to meet you. I'm Muffy Carlyle.
Your
Wait,
name is
I
Muffy?
think I've heard of you. Doesn't your family run a banking firm in New York?
That's the one. Are you familiar with the Carlisle Provincial Accounts and Joint Stock Corporation?
Actually, the reason I remembered you was because I was amazed the owner had a son named Muffy.
It's a nickname. Nanny gave it to me because my ears were always cold.
What's so important about the pebbles?
It's not the pebbles themselves. It's what's inside them.
What's inside the pebbles?
Dinosaurs.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. I think I'm missing something here. You think there are dinosaurs living inside the rocks?
Not living, they're extinct. So I've been told. But skulls, bones, fossils.
Oh, you're a fossil hunter?
No, he should be called
That's right.
Socks.
But this beach seems terrible for them.
Why is this beach terrible for fossil hunting?
Too many people wandering across here. The place has been picked dry. I need
Socksy.
somewhere secluded. A beach no one ever goes to. Are you from around here? Do you know anywhere like that?
Slippers?
I'm afraid I don't.
Slippy?
Well, do let me know if you find anywhere. I'd pay a pretty penny to go somewhere with potential.
Have you found many fossils before?
Only one. It was in our flower garden. The summer house, actually.
Fascinating. Where did you find it?
In a plant pot.
A plant pot? Shouldn't it have been in the ground?
Yes. Nanny told me she planted it there for me to find. Couldn't stand the look of disappointment on my
Jurassic Park.
Oh,
yeah.
this was when you were a child.
No, last week.
What's that book over there on the table?
That's my research text, all about dinosaurs.
A paleontology textbook?
No, Dunstan the Dinosaur.
Dunstan.
A thrilling series of books for the young reader. And the reader who is young at heart. My favorite is Dunstan and the Mysterious Meteor from Mars.
Have you been out here long?
Just a couple of hours. Rufus dropped me off just after supper.
Dropped you off, but the causeway is flooded over.
I didn't come via the causeway. I got here on the yacht.
You have a boat?
The Plucky Plesiosaur. I named it myself.
Do you work for your father's company too?
That's right. I'm Executive Director of New Initiatives.
Huh?
And what exactly does that entail?
Oh, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But Papa does say it requires me to be out of the office as much as humanly possible.
Oh.
Buffy, he tells me, if I have to see your face around here, I'll end up moving to Tibet and joining a monastery. So even if I'm not sure exactly what my job is, clearly it is very important.
Well, good luck with your search.
I'll never give up. That's the dinosaur way.
Uh,
I peered into the tide pools, but all I could see was pebbles, sand, and seaweed.
Pebbles.
It was an empty vacuum flask, used to insulate drinks so they stayed hot or cold. If I wanted to fill the bottle, it was best to do it with the tide, lest my fingers get nipped by some unseen lurking crab.
Do I actually want to fill the bottle? I don't know why I'm filling the bottle with seawater, but whatever. There's probably a reason.
It was a soda bottle I'd filled up with water.
Muffy.
My trek through the bayou was easier on the return. My destination glowed green through the bald cypress trees. And then I saw why. The Spirit Queen was now a smoldering wreck, the embers of the green fire still glowing from within. I wondered if I could reach the telegrams.
Why'd I throw it in the water to begin with? Watch out!
Well, that answered that.
Alligator.
It was the kind of water that made you question.
Alligator. Secret of Monkey. It's definitely one of the inspirations.
I jiggled the handle, but the door was locked. There was nothing else of interest in the shack. I considered climbing the water tower, but I couldn't imagine what I'd find at the top other than stagnant, moldy water. And there was plenty of that in the bayou already.
Teaspoon. Broken Sword is what more people have compared it to, yeah. Doris, the chicken.
Doris! Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bark. Doris! Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bark.
A chicken!
It's a chicken.
The wood was old and rotting. It wasn't going to be of any use. And who knew what critters might have made their homes inside the
Curse
pile?
of Monkey Island.
Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, there was nothing of interest in the chicken coop.
Yeah, I mean, those seem to be the two biggest influences. And maybe some Gabriel Knight.
A chicken!
And a chicken. A chicken. Yeah, Monkey Island's more style. This is hand-drawn, though. Which is... the fort. I don't know a way in here.
The plaque read, Fort Bellemore, no public access. For further information, please contact the lighthouse keeper. Returning to St. Juniper's Church, it was clear by the illuminated windows and the repetitive hum of a newly placed generator that the rum runners had made themselves at home.
It's prohibition. Why'd I do that?
I tried to turn the bolt with my hands, but couldn't get a good grip.
Bolt. Now we got a clown horn.
It was a car horn from the rum runner's jalopy. Nope.
Can't just use it, though.
I didn't need to drive the car. The stitching was too tight to undo with my hands, but pressing into it, I could feel the seat's springs right below the worn material. Deciding the jalopy was so beat up that a little more damage wouldn't be noticed, I cut open the stitch.
We're just like
I pulled the
sabotaging
spring from
things
the
and
ripped seat
stealing.
cushion.
Go in there. Visit the rum runners.
Musket! Did you hear that?
Will you stop twitching, Morris? You're making me nervous.
Sorry, boss. I just don't know if we should be doing this.
Doing what?
Using a church for morally dubious activities.
Frank.
Theology lays out pathways and guidelines to keep us on the moral road to righteousness.
Did one of those barrels hit you on the head, Morris? Quit your belly aching. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm getting the spooks, boss. This
The
church has
spooks.
a lot of dead people. What if they don't like us being in here?
Is that what you're worried about? Ghosts ain't real. Now hush up about it.
I don't know, boss. The scientific consensus on paranormal activity still seems to be inconclusive. I read a book about it last week, and it's really giving me the heebie-jeebies.
What have I told you about reading? It's no good for you. It
Yeah,
gives you
don't read.
delusions of grandeur and indigestion.
Sorry, boss.
Just for the sake of argument, this book you was reading. What did it say about ghosts?
It said that there are 3 signs for detecting paranormal activity.
What's the first sign?
First, the temperature drops as the ghost's presence descends upon the locality.
Well then, until we start getting the chills, there ain't nothing to worry about.
I didn't need to pour water on that. I didn't...
Oh, that was trying to get... Maybe I need ice.
Turning the fan off would have alerted the rum runners to my presence. The collection plate was empty.
Colder water. Oh, yeah, that's what this is.
If the rum runners realized I was inside their hideout, it wouldn't have impacted well on my preference for being alive. But perhaps I could mess with them. Psst.
Did you hear that, boss? We must be imagining things. What did you say the first sign of paranormal activity was? A drop in temperature, boss.
I need ice or something cold.
It wouldn't have been wise to reveal myself to the rum runners by ringing the bell.
Ice.
The sticker read, "Property of the Dead Nettle Police Department, not to be removed."
They stole the... Where even is the police
I
department?
didn't need the fuse. Without a second fuse installed, the dial refused to turn. I couldn't do anything with an empty socket.
What are you doing down there? Who
Good
died?
evening, Edgar.
Ah, blast it. Not again. I go all night as the only one in this cemetery with a pulse. Then here you are bringing me 2 steps closer to losing it. What do you want now?
Just taking a look around. It's peaceful here.
It was.
What are you digging?
I thought the cemetery could do with a swimming pool. Put out some deck chairs, maybe a tiki bar. What do you think I'm digging? Another grave.
Who's this one for?
Reginald Goff. He was the state executioner in the next parish over.
How did he die?
His last convict was a bit nervous about being executed by the electric chair. When Goff asked him if he had any final requests, the convict asked if he could hold his hand for support.
Shocking.
Then I've got Marigold McGee to deal with
shocking.
before I can clock off. That'll be a headache.
What's so difficult about Marigold McGee?
She asked for her remains to be scattered across the island.
That doesn't seem so bad.
The problem is she didn't want to be cremated.
Oh.
The ghost stories are real.
Well, I don't want to hear them. I don't like to think about ghosts.
Why not?
Because they'd be bad for business. I have my work cut out here with the dead as it is. Imagine if they came back asking for a refund.
Has the cemetery been here long?
This cemetery is the whole reason Devil's Rock is populated. Back when the mainland was first settled, they used to ship off the bodies of undesirables to be buried here. The criminals and paupers. St. Juniper's Church up on the hill was one of the first structures here, along with the fort. So that's what this place became. A cemetery island.
Why don't they
A
just
place where
cremate
only
the
Beelzebub
people they don't
himself
care
would take
about?
the bodies that were interred in its soil. The Devil's Rock.
Oh,
Creepy.
Devil's Rock.
Do you know there were a couple of gentlemen up by the church?
Rum runners they are. And dealing with them is not in my job description. As long as they don't mix up the stiffs I'm burying with the stiff drinks they're smuggling, I'm keeping my nose out. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. And I really miss Mittens.
Not mittens.
I think the rum runners are using the church as a hideout.
What do you want me to do about it? My job description says I deal with the outside. It's the vicar's responsibility to take care of the inside. I'm just contracted for the grounds and the graves.
Do you know what happened to the vicar of St. Juniper's Church?
Foskett was his name. Disappeared along with everyone else at the manor during the Bellemore wedding.
Did you get along with him?
No! Miserable guy he was. Fortunately, we came to an understanding.
An understanding?
Let's just say that one night, I might have witnessed a certain clergyman through the vestry window. Off his head on communion wine, wearing a crinoline over his cassock, singing, We three kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair. He couldn't look me in the eye after that. The only way we communicated was through notes on the parish bulletin board. And that's the way I liked it.
There's a dead body over at Bellemore Manor hanging from a tree.
So, what do you want me to do about it?
Shouldn't you bury it?
If it manages to wander its way over here, I'll bury it. Until then, I'm not stepping foot onto the Bellemore estate. I've heard the stories about the Phantom, and I'm not risking my shut-eye to rescue a cadaver from a tree like some stuck kitten.
Do you know who the hanged man is?
Beats me. But from what I've heard, it's been there ever since that wedding night.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
Bye.
I couldn't see any way to open the crypt door. Not a doorknob, not a keyhole. Whoever sealed this up intended to seal it up for good. I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for.
Don't know.
I looked to the bottom of the grave, but could only see dirt and darkness.
Dirt.
Now that I'd looked upon the lifeless face of Comptroller Grimes, it didn't feel appropriate to give his coffin a wiggle.
Don't shoot!
The tin was full
I'm a
of nothing
human.
but holes. I didn't need to warm my hands on the stove. It was already a humid night,
There were
and the fire
nails
was
in
more
there.
useful at keeping bugs away from the shack
Thanks for
than
the
keeping
raid.
anyone toasty.
How's your stream?
The tin was full of nothing but holes. A rusty tin can sat on the ground. Its label read, Bloom's Canned Beef, family-sized.
You put some nails
appetizing.
in there. Like
An antique stove. I didn't need to extinguish the stove's fire.
I didn't need to, but maybe I could. Alright, Cinder Keys every night. Well, I got a horn. What else did I get? Oh, I got a spring.
This is why I need to switch to electric.
Electrify.
Hands off, McAllen. This is delicate business.
Spring?
Maybe this will help?
What do you think you're doing?
I fixed it for you.
I'm going to need to recalibrate the whole thing now.
No need to say thank you.
You're lucky. There's something fishy about you, Murphy McAllen. I can smell a story on a person like rotten eggs in an egg salad. And currently it's the 4th of July summer picnic and someone forgot to put the bowl in the refrigerator last night.
Jesus. What a metaphor, or whatever you call it. Analogy.
I picked up the freshly printed sheet of paper.
Ooh.
It was a typesetter's calibration sheet. It was a type...
So work as their board, right? Maybe? I don't know. There might be another step, but...
Yes?
Hi. What are you working on now?
A clarification. A local dancer is moving off the island and looking to get rid of some furniture. But my piece asking if there was any interest in Hoochie Coochie dancer Lulu Leroy's huge chest got a much bigger response than we expected. And not for the right reasons.
Am I right in thinking you're not from around here?
Good call, McAllen. Santa Monica, California. Born and bred. Hadn't even been to Devil's Rock before I got the job. The divine irony is that I got this job due to a misleading ad in a newspaper. seeking newspaper editor for dynamic community, exciting stories, amazing opportunities. What nonsense. But now I'm here. Nonsense is all I have to write about.
Why did you stay in Dead Nettle?
I came down with a horrible case of temporary insanity.
Health issues?
No. I started dating a notary named Jonathan. Right after I'd taken out a mortgage, I stumbled across his dalliances with the fishmonger's wife, the ironmonger's wife, and the cheesemonger's wife. Knowing his type, I decided I'd become a warmonger, and I set fire to his belongings. Oh. I last saw him picking through his charred underpants on my front porch. Now he's off in Rancho Cucamonga with some flapper named Anastasia, and I'm still financially tied to this island.
I'm trying to track down 3 dead bodies.
A serial killer? In Dead Nettle? This could be gold. When did this happen? This morning? Last night?
No, 33 years ago.
33 years ago? That's not journalism, that's archaeology.
I think I better be going.
My door's always open. I broke the hinge earlier.
Jesus.
I didn't think she'd be interested in that.
She could be, it's shiny.
I thought I'd keep that to myself. Is this your necklace?
Nope. Looking to place a listing in the Lost and Found, are you? It'll cost you.
Never mind.
Cost money to do Lost and Found? What the?
What do you think of this captain's license?
An incident waiting to happen, in my opinion. Far, far too easy to forge.
There was no way I was going to get past the newspaper editor to get it. Besides, I didn't know how to operate it.
Camera, you just point and click. Point and click.
It was the cotton flag that Crab, the ferryman, had given me, embroidered with his company logo. I didn't need to bother Evelyn again by messing with the printing press.
Point and click. There's all this stuff. What do I need something cold. We also need, I think I need alcohol too, but then we have to get past the rum runners.
There was nothing in the fountain except a rim of moss and dirt that made it look like a stained toilet.
Oh.
The bottle was already filled with water.
I don't know if I need water for anything. Do I need water for something?
I had nothing else to say to Captain Moot. It was clear he wasn't going to turn on the lighthouse light until it got foggy.
The globe.
While I was trapped on Devil's Rock, a map of the world wasn't going to be much use to me. The ceiling fans were off. Empty of flowers, I could see that the window box was securely attached to the club's masonry. I needed to think of something else. I couldn't do that. Nope.
Could annoy them.
Hello again, Captain Pemberley.
Welcome back, Captain McCallan.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but the Spirit Queen burned down.
Oh, what a sad day. I knew it would happen sooner or later. It was that damn fool Moray, wasn't it?
Kind
You
of.
never loved her the way I did. She was one in a million. A personality as fierce as the Mississippi.
A sway when she moved that could hypnotize any man, and curves in all the right places.
Are we still talking about a boat? I'd best be running along. Enjoy your evening.
Farewell, Captain McCallan.
Hello again, Felix.
Hello again, sir.
Crab McCready told me you kicked him out of the club for teaching a parrot poetry?
Yes, that's quite correct.
That doesn't seem very fair.
You didn't hear the poetry. If I may regale you, there was a young man from Bombay. Took the slow boat to China one day. He was pinned to the tiller by a frisky gorilla, and China's a bloody long way.
I see.
Apologies
Jesus.
if we're in disagreement about whether that sort of material is appropriate for the Captain's Club.
Nope. Can't argue with that. Very fair conclusion. Do you have any tips for English billiards?
Is that what Pemberley's calling it? There is one bit of advice I can give.
Oh, really?
Use the pointy thing to hit the round thing.
Oh.
I best be casting off.
Farewell, Captain. These are complimentary matchbooks for members only.
I am a member.
Yeah, I am a member.
How silly of me to forget.
I am a member.
There was nothing in the fountain except a rim of moss and dirt that...
What about...
The bottle I was carrying would be a better choice. I didn't need to keep it hot or cold.
Okay. What do I need water for?
If I needed more help from Crab, I was going to need to...
Dimension.
It was strange to think that I'd been supernaturally trapped within the house, and that despite that, I felt compelled to go back in. I considered wading into the pond. Then I realized a large pond lay in front of the house.
This wasn't here before.
The chalkboard was blank, presumably waiting a decorative welcome for the infernal marriage of an evil phantom to his cursed bride.
Singing.
I didn't have anything to talk to him about.
But he's here. Where was that other... There was like a globe somewhere else. Card catalog. Do I need a book?
I didn't need to search for a book right now. I already felt like I was in one.
True. We might not know the Dewey Decimal System anyway. You guys are still in here?
Good evening, Father Foskett.
Hello again, my child.
Are you prepared for the ceremony?
In every way, except one. I still haven't found my Bible.
Shouldn't you be looking for it?
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Furthermore, I have no idea where to look, but I would very much like to see it returned to me.
Oh, God.
We three kings of Jackson Square, selling stockings a nickel a pair.
Oh, how drastic, no elastic, not very safe to wear. I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from.
I best be heading off.
May God be with you.
Good evening, Colonel.
What? Potatoes, onions, and corned beef. Delicious.
This must have been the skeleton of the sailor. This must have been...
Sailor. What the hell am I doing? What's that? What's that box? Dynamites? Fireworks?
I took one of the fireworks. The logo on the side revealed that it was called the Whizzer. I'd known a boy in elementary school with the same nickname.
What?
I considered looking through the boxes, but doubted my immediate situation needed a set of matching crockery or monogrammed dish towels.
How do you know that's what's in the box?
There was nothing large that I needed to move. I took the chamber pot back off the machine.
Can this be useful for something?
Looking at the fuse box, it was clear to see why the barrel lift no longer moved. The fuse had blown, taking the small glass cover with it. With questionable regard for my own safety, I pulled the damaged fuse from its socket. Knowing the erratic surges of electricity that must have been flowing through the wire into the barrel lift, I decided it was wiser not to do any more rewiring.
Okay. Guess we're done with that.
I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot, despite the gardener's best efforts. I had nothing else to say to the gardener.
Feel his shovel.
Do you mind if I borrow this shovel?
Oh, go right ahead. I already dug up those naughty thorns. It's funny, even when things are dead, they can still cause trouble. Just look at us ghosts.
Abigail's ghost was once again back in her bedroom, now fully consumed by the wicked spell Rackham had trapped her in. The minutes left before he married her were falling away like dominoes.
Dominoes.
Don't worry, Abigail. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to help
right
you.
now, actually. I think that would be nice.
It was going to be best to leave it there.
Welcome back, Murphy McCallum. Take a seat.
Okay. Is this one of the thingies?
I found something that could be used as a spirit board.
Yes, that will work. Even if it will take a lot of concentration on my part.
Don't we need like one of those things points?
Cecil Bellemore, we now implore. Where do you rest forevermore? I sense a hidden place. A laboratory known only to Cecil. A secret refuge for study and invention, and desperate attempts to reconcile science and the supernatural. But he's been followed. Unknown to Cecil, someone lies in wait in the darkness and is about to look at the painting.
Painting? He's dead. Stabbed him.
Cecil's body lies in a hidden laboratory, and you must find it. Cecil never told anyone where he conducted his work, but in happier times he created a treasure hunt for his brothers, were they ever to seek him out. That is your lifeline, Murphy. Follow the trail of clues to reach that laboratory. I sense the first clue lies in Cecil's bedroom.
How do I get in his bedroom? Why did it just open? Why did it open? Well, whatever.
I have some more questions.
Ask away.
Are you the one people in the house call the parlor witch?
I've heard that they do. The Bellemore brothers approached me to help research the coffin stone. The brothers did everything they could to understand it. A never-ending investigation into science and the supernatural, ranging from the Atlantic to the Pacific. To my deep regret, I was never able to find a way to destroy the stone's power. With no way to destroy it, the only option was to lock it away where no one could find it.
In the vault beneath the house?
That's right. Deep below the house, within a labyrinth of caves.
Labyrinth?
Where we pray no one finds it.
The last time I messed around with this kind of thing, I ended up releasing an evil spirit.
Yes, I sensed what happened with Dr. Moray. I'm afraid that man was lured in by theatrics and promises of power he never actually held.
It looked like he had powers to me.
Rackham's spirit had been reaching out for someone he could dupe, but Rackham was always the puppeteer. Moray had no powers whatsoever, except for those manifested by Rackham.
Does Rackham have powers of his own?
I'm afraid he does, Murphy. Although I discovered that far too late,
How do
to
I get
our
powers?
great cost. I like to
How
think
did he
of
get
myself
powers?
as knowledgeable about magic, but even I'm not sure what twisted powers Rackham wielded to project himself outside of the house. He seems to have power over visions and nightmares, and use that to put his plan into action.
Is it voodoo?
No.
But the summoning spell that I cast, that seemed like voodoo.
The manuscript you carry in your pocket is far older than the origins of voodoo in this region. It is a real spell. The icons of voodoo that adorn it are merely a distraction. I suspect Rackham has a knowledge of magic far older.
So it's a forgery?
More something in disguise.
Why couldn't he get Dr. Moray to cast a summoning spell?
A wise question. Magic doesn't work equally for everyone. Each spell depends on the person who casts it. Some spells work only for someone whose heart believes. Others work only for the person who rightfully owns the talisman. Some spells, no matter how much is invested in them, simply don't work at all.
Then how is it a spell if it doesn't work at all?
Someone more attuned to actually complete the spell.
Hey, Danny.
I traded Dr. Moray for the gree-gree that enabled the summoning spell.
No, Murphy. Moray may have been the broker, but you cast your trade into his spirit pool. You traded Rackham for the gree-gree, the same gree-gree that unleashed that terrible spell on Abigail.
Tell me again, how can I find the body of Cecil Bellemore, the scientist?
Cecil's body lies in a hidden laboratory, and you must find it. Cecil never told anyone where he conducted his work. But in happier times, he created a treasure hunt for his brothers. That is your I sense the
I should get back to trying to open the vault.
May fate be in your favor, Murphy.
Whoa.
I'd already carried a shrunken head around earlier that night. I didn't want to start a trend by lugging around other unnerving abominations. And I especially didn't want this one talking to me. The apparatus looked like the handiwork of a mad scientist. I thought it was best not to mess with it. Who knew what sort of reaction I might set off? The bag was empty of everything but papers covered in an unintelligible scrawl. The books covered all manner of scientific subjects, magnetism, thermodynamics, chemistry, and much more, none of which I had the time or understanding to read. I searched through the pockets of the lab coat. To my surprise, I found something. A small silver coin.
Coin? We need silver? We already used silver for something, but...
It was an old silver coin. At its center were 2 lines of text, but they were too small to read with the naked eye.
Oh, okay. Okay. To the magnifying glass.
Welcome back!
Could I use your microscope to look at this coin I found?
Oh! Are you a fellow fan of numismatics?
I prefer the old ones.
Yeah, never mind. Go right ahead.
With the microscope calibrated, the coin's writing came into focus. It read, "Into the palm of a prince." The inscription must have been a clue in Cecil's treasure hunt. I just had to find the prince's palm he was referring to.
Don't know what that is. But I'm tired. That's what I do know. Alright, well, hopefully it autosaved. No, I was going to stop here for tonight anyway. Could finish next time. Probably. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good night, everyone. And I'll see everyone next time. All right, good night, everybody.